My ear and check and make sure that I sound fine on YouTube. Okay. Did you hear what I sound like on Twitch? Did you hear what I sound like on Twitch? Alright, cool. Sound fine on YouTube. Okay. Did you hear what I sound like on Twitch? Okay, I got YouTube and Twitch both sounding fine, so we can get started. Alright. Just jump on in. And I'll do an intro afterwards.
You answered the letter. Now, like me, you are a part of this place.
Man, that narrator. One of the most awesome things about this game. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do an intro for my regular channel. I haven't put any actual edited videos over on my main channel in a while. I've just been enjoying streaming and not really thinking about that, but need to get back to it at some point. So either way, let's go ahead and do an intro for that channel as if it's good to practice, and one upside of that is it's helping with developing a reasonable intro. I keep practicing, it'll help me. What's up, guys? I'm the Blue Titan, and welcome back to another episode of Darkest Dungeon. So in the last episode, we had the wolves reach the door. So that was a pretty big event. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. But before I get started, let's go ahead and do a plug for my other channels, or for my channel. If you'd like to see short form content, highly edited reels-like content, or lunch break videos as I like to call them, 10, 15 minutes long, the kind of thing you sit down and watch when you don't have a long 2-3 hour slot to just sit and binge and lay on the couch and watch it. You can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming to see short form content, highly edited stuff like that. If you'd like to see longer form content, the kind of stuff that you'd see in like a YouTube stream or like a Twitch stream where I interact with my audience and talk about the game, the strategies, talk about things unrelated to gaming, all kinds of different topics, you can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs to see the full content there. And once again, that's The Blue Titan Gaming for short form content, and that's The Blue Titan Gaming VODs for long form content with no edits. All right, that being said, let's talk about what happened at the end of that last episode. So at the end of the last episode, I had the first actual level 6 death of a character I've had ever. And that might come as a surprise to some of you who have watched this and thought, whoa, I thought you'd played this before, and like, how have you not had a level 6 character die? Well, as you know, a lot of the time when I play this game, one of the things I do is I aggressively cut people who don't develop the way I want, like a bonsai tree, or, you know, an aggressive, you know, shrubbery cutting. I basically go through and I cut away the characters who I think are kind of a problem, and they don't really make it up into the upper echelon of my level 4, 5, 6 section. I cut them when they're a lot younger on the roster, get rid of them, cut them like bad fat, right? The thing is, we did have a few people reach level 6 who I wasn't really too worried about, but I let them sit up there because I thought, you know, okay, yeah, I've got a few good ones, a few bad ones, enough to actually field a team of 5 or 4 to go and run some random level 6 mission if I want to. But in addition to that, I had slowly, over the course of this entire campaign, since the first week, I've been slowly talking about how occasionally I'll pick up, I buy these Manslayer rings. I talk about that. I like to buy these Manslayer rings. Extra damage versus humans. Not normally an item you care that much about, right? Generally speaking, humans are not the most common enemy type. They're intermittently like sprinkled across all the locations in the game. They are kind of the default enemy, and they are also the enemy who is least common at any location, but they remain at every location. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to bring the Manslayer's ring to most locations. I mean, to any location, to be completely honest. Except one specific event that can happen every once in a while. And I've talked about that, and that is called the Wolves at the Door. Now, that event triggered at the end of last episode, and it was nerve-wracking to say the least, but I decided I was going to end the episode with it as on a bang, right? That's going to be a double meaning here in a moment. But I decided to go ahead and do that Wolves of the Door event, despite the fact that it was a little bit scary to end the episode on, especially since I was kind of tired, but also I thought it'd be a nice capstone to the night, you know, just finish up that way. Well, long story short, we lost 3 of our 4 guys and probably could have lost the 4th. That event is a one-time event. If you don't do it, you lose 3 people. I read it on the wiki one time. I remember, because after I did it, I thought, wow, I remember playing that, you know, a few years ago when I first played this game, and I thought, what a cool event. It's a one-time location. You never go back there. What in the world? Or is that maybe a teaser for the late game? I just didn't know. But after going there and seeing it and seeing that event, how cool it was, I was like, okay, well, that's neat, but like, yeah, I wonder what all stuff is there. And I remember reading on the wiki, it's like, oh, actually, there's this secret room, and there's that, and there's all these other random things. And I thought, wow, I wish I'd known that the first time. And I did remember it. I just didn't get the chance to experience it till I came back. Right? This time, this playthrough, I decided I was going to go ahead and try to do all of that, which I did. But we didn't make it all the way through like I had in a previous playthrough, because in a previous playthrough, I had been, I guess, lucky. But this time, we didn't have as much luck. This time, I went through and we reached Wolf. I think his name is VVULF, Wolf, the leader of the kind of the mercenary resistance, as it were, the bad guys. And, you know, he's a character, a very unique boss. But we brought our Manslayer rings, and we brought our team of all level 5s and 6s as the highest levels we had, and we went in there and tried to pummel him for, you know, what it was worth. And we won, but at the cost of 3 people's lives. The upside was we did walk out of there with another ancestral item, and we did put ourselves in a position to, moving forward, kind of level up our lower level guys who didn't have as bad of quirks as the guys we lost. Just a quick reminder here, the 3 people who we lost, if you've been watching the episodes, you know, pretty closely, we lost Fanetree, who's an arbalist that I talked about getting rid of a few times, because really all she had going for her was Hippocratic and Resolution, which, don't get me wrong, are good, but at level 5 is pretty mediocre ability-wise. Right? Honestly, Natural Eye's fine, but the rest of this is just kind of like whatever. We also lost, I don't know how to pronounce this, but Taleboy, I don't know. Taleboy? I don't know. It's a French word, but this is Eldritch Hater Beast Slayer. We didn't like losing that guy. I wanted to keep him, but unfortunately it didn't work out. But he did a lot of work for us because, you know, he deals extra damage to humans, which was very helpful at that location. And the final guy we lost was Theon. Theon here had Beast Hater and then a bunch of junk. So, I mean, and then Imposter Syndrome was kind of the story of the last episode too, because he failed to attack twice during a core fight, which was awful. That's what Imposter Syndrome does. Occasionally, the character will just randomly decide not to attack that round because he doesn't believe he's good enough or a strong enough fighter, that he thinks he's going to fail, and so that freezes his actions. So we're actually kind of happy because these guys were obnoxious. Like, I mean, or I guess this guy's obnoxious. His abilities, he just wasn't rolling very well on his items, or I guess his quirks. So despite the fact that we lost 3 people, one of which I did not want to lose, but it is what it is, we did walk out of there with a new, admittedly memey, kind of awkward item, to be fair. We got the Ancestor's Mustache Cream, which is such a random, like, what a goofy item. But nonetheless, we got another Ancestor's item, which is cool to have. And, well, we're ready to continue on here, because that was something I was kind of looking forward to. I knew that you could get ancestral items in that location. I believe you could have got more than one. I'd have to go read the wiki. I'm not going to worry about it, because if I go read the wiki, I'm going to bum myself out that I missed some things. But we still got through that. We still got to fight Wolf and see what it was like to fight against the human resistance, the guys who try to kind of sack the hamlet, or bring it down, as it were. But either way, we are ready to kind of move forward here, and we're now in a position where we're going to start thinking about go back to the Crimson Courtyard, because we're starting to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on our team have the Crimson Curse. Now, I believe, I might be wrong on this, but I believe we might have lost one person. I think we had, I thought I said we had 8 at one point. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure I said I had 8, because the rate is, I said 2.66 vials of blood per week, because you need 1 vial per every 3 people, 2 vials for every 6 people, and then 2.66 for every 8 people, right? Which is almost 9. And I'm sure I did that calculation live, and I was talking here with everybody on the stream, and I was pretty sure that what I'd said was I needed that because I had 8 people, but now I only have 5. I must have cut a few of them aggressively, or also lost a few of them, but that's okay. I don't recall. It's not that important. What is important here is that we're going to now be able to recruit new people again and aggressively start redeveloping lower level quirks again, which is cool, because all the people that are up here now, the guys that are up in the level 6 section, these guys have good quirks. Despite the fact that we lost some people, we didn't lose people I care about, which is interesting, because I would have taken Dupe Esquire with us on that mission had he not had 5,000 different random diseases, and he's really good, but luckily we didn't lose him. I decided not to take Ansgot because I felt like he didn't bleed enough, right? He didn't have bleed effects, and he probably wouldn't be the best in that location. I figured I want people that can deal a lot of damage over time, not so defensive of characters. And that worked out because I got to keep my best Crusader, probably my best character, full stop. I didn't lose, but I lost 3 guys and kept Neeland. Neeland is the sole survivor of that event, which is fine because he's got Beast Slayer and Eldritch Slayer. Wildphobe is locked. We don't like that. We want to get rid of that soon. But he's got some good stuff going for him. So I feel pretty good about where he is. So overall, I mean, despite the fact that we lost some people, I don't really feel like we lost that much. We're fine. We've got a little bit of work to do. We need to get rid of some bad quirks in some people, as we just saw Nervous Bleeder on this guy. We just saw Neeland just sitting over here with Wildphobe. We want to get rid of that. But most everybody up here in the upper echelon of our characters has developed pretty nicely. So we're doing good there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to the drawing board here. We're going to go and do some lower tier missions, gather some money up, and try to start developing those lower guys and kind of start getting ready for the late mid game start or the early late game, because we have almost defeated all of the orange tier missions, right? Bosses. We've got just the Siren and the crew left to do over here in the cove, and then after that we got to go and do the Viscount. Now I might actually go do the Viscount first. I could see myself doing that. The main reason being here, it's really annoying that we've got quite a few people with the Crimson Curse now, and I'd like to take care of that when I can. But you got to remember, the Crimson Curse is not actually always a bad thing. The Crimson Curse in some ways can be seen as a buff. If you're smart about it and you bring blood at the right time, you can actually trigger Craving right before you get into a boss fight, and then you can give the blood to your character, and then they'll get a 25% attack buff, and it can really actually give you that extra oomph you need in order to go into the fight. Now, it can cause you problems outside of that fight, but it oscillates between being a downside to an upside, and if you play it right, it can actually be a boon. That said, we're going to go ahead and think about what our next move is here, because whatever we do, we want to develop our... Well, actually, I think I just figured out what we're going to do. We want to develop our level 3 class guys into level 4s and our level 2s into 3s, because we want to get... Generally speaking, I try to move my team as a cohort. I try to get all my guys that are level 1s and 2s to kind of stay together. I kind of want my team to be like this. Either all together at level 1 and then slowly moving up, or all of them together in a group like this, or all of them at the high end. I don't like having like a bimodal kind of situation where I have a lot of low-level guys and a lot of high-level guys and then nobody in between, because then there's this kind of bifurcation. I have no, there's almost no flexibility as to who I can bring to different locations. I want to make sure I have the ability to bring like level 2s to a level 3 mission if I need to, or level 4s to a level 3 mission, or I guess level 4s to level 5 or whatever. But if I have them completely separated, I'm kind of like, I have this group of guys who are ready to fight, like a bunch of seniors, and I have all these guys that are lower level guys that are a bunch of like freshman classes, I like to call them. So what we're going to do probably here is I'm probably going to just try to level up some of these 3s and these 2s, because I literally have no 4s anymore. You can see all of my 4s graduated up, as it were. So I need to get my 2s and my 3s up to 4s and 3s here, and maybe even all the 4s. That way I can go do the Siren and feel comfortable. Additionally, I also want to be in a good spot to have 4 level 4s so that we can go and do the Miller. Now I'm going to say something I haven't talked about. I was curious about this last episode. I looked it up and I didn't really say anything too much on stream, but I couldn't remember the whole purpose of what the farmstead was. And I started reading more about it and I realized, okay, I see what this is. The farmstead was kind of developed as a way for the designers of the game to give the players an in-game way to play test and limit test their team comps, to kind of like test ideas. So the farmstead, when you finish a mission here, apparently does not level your characters. That's important, because what it means is I can bring characters there and just go grind with a bunch of level 4s, just keep going and grinding that location and gathering as much resources as possible. I need to go there and do that. It's a good place to go and try to gather up resources so that we can kind of get some more items, gather more resources just in general. We should go do that here. And I might be doing that here very soon, because doing the farmstead in general is good just to gather additional crystal items, and as we talked about before, those shard items are kind of unique and worth kind of considering. So what I'm going to look at here is whatever I'm bringing, I'm probably going to be taking over here. I'm probably going to be thinking about the cove here, We still aren't in a spot where we're hurting on Crimson Curse. As I said here, we got 5 people. That's just short of 2 vials every week we have to prepare. But we now have the Sanguine Vintners, right? Because we have the Sanguine Vintners, we're actually going up in bottles per week, right? We only have 5 people that need the blood, which means that every we'll need 1.66 bottles every week, right? And we're making 2 a week. So we're actually making a surplus of bottles right now because of that blueprint that we used here. Because we went in and we bought this Sanguine Vintners, we're making 2 bottles of blood each week. Every person needs 1 every week. We've got 5 people. That's an average of 1.66 bottles needed per every week. And we're making 2 a week, so we actually don't even have to think about blood right now. So we've actually relieved that pressure from us quite a bit. So we're going to go ahead and focus on rebuilding the squad. That's what I'm going to think about for now. Talked about this Jester thing of last episode. While I am interested in him, just based off the fact that he has Photomania, he is sitting in a bad spot because we already have 2 Jesters, and they're both very high level. We really don't need any more Jesters, if I'm being completely honest here. We've got Campbell here, who's got 2 good abilities, a good bad one. We need to get rid of this, but he's already good. And then we've got Haliker, who's got 2 really good ones here. He does have Dark Temptation, which is annoying. Witness is fine. We want to get rid of this, but he's sitting on 2 good ones as well. We just need to develop something else. 1 extra thing would be great. Yeah, so I'm going to leave this guy on the table despite the fact that he's very playable. I'm not really looking for a 3rd Jester. Generally speaking, I try to avoid having 3 of a class in general. I try to have just 2. All right, so here I'm going to go in and we're going to go to a green tier mission. And I'm not really even sure what it's going to be. I'm really just trying to develop my lower tier guys right now. I do want to get this legendary Brazier, but at this point, I'm not so focused on getting it. I have so many other serviceable items that it's okay that we don't have it. I do want to go do this Miller mission, but I'm not going to do that until I have all level 4s here, even though I could have done that way earlier. We're talking probably 20, 30 weeks ago in game. I probably could have done that. We just never eventuated. So let's go in there with a bunch of level 2s and just do a casual mission, or level 1s, level 0s. It's fine either way. Let's just level up our lower guys. I'm going to focus heavily on leveling up my lower guys. Let's do that. Get some of these lower guys up. Let's do it. Maybe even a Musketeer, who I haven't really developed at all, which is, I mean, Musketeer is just the Arbalist by a different name, but we did just lose an Arbalist, right? That was kind of one of the things I was talking about. So maybe it is worth doing that. Do we have 2 Arbalists still? So I thought we had 3. I might have dropped one and then lost the other one to the human fight. Oh, okay. So now I can develop a Musketeer and feel good about it. I like to have 1 Arbalist, 1 Musketeer because they're functionally the same class. Okay, so we'll sort by class here. Let's look at the Arbalist and see. I really do only have 1 Arbalist, don't I? Just the 1. Hansvolt. I mean, she's good, though. Tippler, Risk Taker, Eagle Eye. I mean, happy about her. Let's bring in Conter. She's got Early Riser. We can spend some time here. Torn Rotator is fine. Melee skills is irrelevant on this class. That's an easy one to lock in. Beast Hater, Photomania, is exactly where we want to be. Precise Striker's kind of whatever. Known Cheat's fine. Precise Striker is such a funny thing on this class. It's so funny having melee crit, extra melee crit. You're not going to be using melee things. You're going to be using the Plague Grenade stuff, so this is kind of our bread and butter here. We could also, if we really wanted to, switch off of like the Noxious Blast and go over to Battlefield Medicine, because a lot of times your front line is taken care of. We don't really need you to be able to actually hit the front line, so I've got the Shield Breaker to take care of that. And we'll pick somebody else. It doesn't really matter who. Just pick somebody that is a warm body that is low level. Hopefully somebody that can deal blight damage though, right? Sort by level. Maybe we bring in somebody like Burin, right? Because he's got Deviant Taste and Enlightened. He's kind of sitting on some good quirks. Be a good guy to start leveling up. Plotter's a good start. I also really like this guy too. He's disgusting. Slugger actually might be worth... I don't know if I really like Slugger on him. Yeah, I don't know. These are melee skills, right? I still don't know. I'm not actually sure the intricacies of the game. Like, there's like idiosyncratic little things about the game that like you have to really dig into the files to know about. I don't know if melee skills means whenever he uses Retribution, of course the attack itself is going to do 10% more. But does that mean that the riposte is going to deal more because it's part of the skill? I'm not sure if Slugger governs the Retribution riposte, or if it just governs the initial attack. And that's something that's kind of like, I really have no clue, and I don't even know how you'd find that out. I mean, I guess you could literally painstakingly track every amount of damage that your character does with and without it, and highly control the environment and make that's just intense. So I don't know if I'd lock Slugger. I feel like it'd be better. I mean, Hard Noggin's an obvious pick on him, but I don't know about the rest. Now, what are we sitting at? We're all level 0s, level 1s and 0s. Okay. Rotator, known cheat. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, this comp is fine. Let's go lock some actual good abilities on these characters, or I guess pick some good moves, whatever you want to call it, abilities. Oops, yeah. Make sure they have access to everything we want them to have access to. What do you have on you? I do want Pierce. Puncture's fine. Impale's a lot of damage. Probably not the most powerful thing you can do, if I'm being completely honest. I actually think Captivate's stronger. Maybe we'll go like this. This moves you forward, this moves you back, this moves you forward. Yeah, we're fine. All right, and then Burin here is on our team as well. Since he's level 1 already, we can go ahead and lock in some other stuff here. I'm going to give him... I think these are kind of your core abilities on him. Using Bolster, giving the extra dodge and minus stress is very powerful, especially against the right enemies. You know, against like the thing from the stars, certain bosses, Shambler, random things like that. Retribution's also really good against a Shambler by total chance, and Thing from the Stars, but these are really powerful abilities just in general in most fights, particularly Riposte. That's kind of his like most powerful thing in my opinion. After that, maybe I'll give him something like Rampart here. Although the downside about Rampart is it does move him forward. Although that's not a problem, right? Because we have Moduit, so maybe they can just dance together, like move back and forth in slots 1 and 2. That's okay. Yeah, we're fine with that. Elsewise, I don't really have anything else I care to pick. Buff a target with extra crit and extra accuracy and extra damage when guarded. Don't really care about that. Let's just go with Crush. We're at a low enough level that it doesn't really matter. Those extra buffs and stuff, we're not really trying to maximize damage over the course of a long fight. Most fights end in just 3 or 4 rounds. We definitely want Patch Up. Buckshot's fine, I guess. Mark and Aim is fine. Nothing really crazy here. Not a lot we need to think about with this class at the lower levels. Mostly a support class who's going to be heavily leaning on the Patch Up most of the time, really. Yeah, that's fine. And then after that, Parry, we definitely want to make sure we level up the core abilities that you're going to be using here, which are going to be your Plague Grenades and stuff. And then I think we're good to go. Go pick some items real quick, some trinkets to wear, and let's go do a mission. All right, we're going to do one of these. Doesn't really matter which one, so I guess I'll do this longer one to try to get more resources and give them more experience. But I say it doesn't matter because I don't care about either of these resultant items when it comes to the trinket itself. The trinket that we're getting on, neither one of them I'm going to give a crap about. We don't care about those items at this stage. We have way better stuff. We're really just going in there to level our guys and get them up. So we will take in... Yes, this is a good time to bring in Spectral Spear Tip. The extra blight skill chance, the extra damage, the extra HP, all good in this location for her. You could also, if you wanted to, go with something more aggressive like a Dismiss's Head, but I don't need the extra stress. I mean, the mission's not that crazy challenging. We're just leveling low-level guys on low-level missions, so it just, I mean, a few raw damage buffs like an Ancestor's Candle is going to be enough to just roll over the mission. Here, I'll probably just... What is your +4 accuracy coming from? Oh, right, because I have a building that just flat out gives him extra accuracy for the rest of the game. Incredible. Here I'm going to give you probably just damage items. I don't think we really want to lean into extra armor, extra resist, and all that other stuff, because generally speaking on this map, it's usually the case that the enemies don't, like, kill you through huge amounts of damage outside of like the groupers. Usually what the problem is they stress you out or give you random ailments, random diseases, things like that. So I like to kill them faster. We're not really so much focused on long-winded fights so much as we're focused on getting them killed really quickly. So that's also one of the reasons why I gave him Crush rather than like, or not Crush, I was going to say Crush instead of Bellow. Also gave him Rampart. That way I had the flexibility just to crush somebody instantly, but I can also stun when needed. But I don't really need things like Bellow. Dodge and speed aren't really important at lower level missions. In general, most enemies are very, very slow. I say very slow. They're not very fast, and they also have almost no dodge at low levels. That way, like, you can focus on using your abilities and learning how they work, but as the missions go on, then they can start to dodge. I'm trying to decide if I want to give the Man-at-Arms this Ancestors map, or if who I want to give it to, actually. That's where I was silently kind of having an internal monologue trying to decide. So you're level 1, you have 70% trap removal? Wow. Pretty high, actually. Yours is only... I mean, you're 1 level higher, but you get 20% base. I'm looking at the base. 10%? Wow. 10%? 20%. Wow, I'm kind of surprised that the Musketeer doesn't have more trap removal chance. She seems like a normal human with a gun, right? Rather than like some magic wielder or some other thing like that. Usually that's kind of my expectations. Those characters have that. But either way, if I give the Ancestors map here to the Plague Doctor has functionally a 100% chance almost to disarm traps, so we'll go with that. And then of course the Blasphemous Vial. You're crazy if you don't use the Blasphemous Vial on this character whenever she's in the back slots. If she's using anything related to Plague Grenade or Blinding Gas, any of these kind of basic abilities like that, this is just best in slot. I mean, I don't even know if there's a ancestral item I would consider better than this item. It's just disgusting. From there, oh yeah, I forgot we got this Silver Musket Ball. I hadn't got the chance to use this yet. Plus 15 accuracy versus marked, 8 crit versus marked. So it's just literally doubling the basic ability. Wow, enemies are very powerful for a marked squad. Okay, it leads with the most powerful 2 lines, and the second 2 lines are pretty mediocre. 35% debuff skill chance, 35% move skill chance, whatever. We don't really care that much about it, but the first 2 lines are disgusting. The plus 25% protection, you only get that if you have the full set. You need 2 items to get there, so hopefully we can get some of those if we go out to the Crimson Courtyard. And then after that, as I've said a lot, I think the Musketeer / Arbalist class has a lot of raw accuracy built in, so there's really no reason to have crit. I'd much rather have like support items on this character. Extra damage versus mark, extra accuracy versus mark, extra crit versus size 2. Wolves of Tassel. Remember, we got this from beating the Wolves of the Door, and a unique rare trophy that you only get from him. And that tells you how difficult that enemy was. He was functionally a level 3 version of a boss, right? Whereas like normally you have to fight the Necromancer 3 times. Normally you have to fight against whatever 3 times. Like, well, the Baron is a unique animal entirely, but usually trophies only come from the final form of a boss. The Baron only comes in 1 form, just like this guy only comes in 1 form. But so we got the trophy, which is cool. And that's a good item. I mean, that is a good item. Extra damage versus marked, extra accuracy versus marked, extra crit versus size 2. This is a boss hunter item. I mean, I really do think this item's slick. Real powerful. Might be even the kind of item I would like put on my bounty hunter. Like, this is a bounty hunter item for sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and pick some random items on this chick and let's go. Not really sure what I'm going to put on her yet. I think generally speaking, I like to have her have the sniper's ring. Maybe I'll switch to you guys like this. Yeah, that seems fine. Give her the sniper's ring. Her accuracy's already pretty high. It's kind of like weird giving her a sniper's ring. I don't know, maybe not. It's weird giving her sniper's ring because she's already got pretty high accuracy at the start. I mean, this just guarantees that she won't ever miss. And gives her a little bit of crit on top of it. I guess that's fine. I could also give her like the medic's boots, increase her heal. Again, this is a lower tier mission. I'm not really trying to push the maximal amount of damage out. This is like a slower mission in general. I'll give him the surgical gloves. Because like I said, I'm going to be hitting people more in this mission with him than I normally do by just regular attacks. And I guess extra health is fine too. I could give him something else. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem. I mean, maybe I give him like extra dodge. If he's going to be using retribution, that actually makes sense. Extra dodge, extra protection. It's kind of a weird spot with him. Like I said, like, we're going to be beating this mission pretty handily. We're going to be fine. The question is, do I think that I'd rather try to rush the enemy and kill them fast? Or yeah, and I think I do. I don't really want to lean in on the retribution being the most important part of his kit in this mission. I really just want to beat people to death with crush and stun them a few times. Because we're in a lower tier mission, I know we're going to kill them very quickly. Maybe it's better to give them Rampart Shield, extra stun, extra stun skill chance, just like stun people and move them. That'd be fine. And then after that, I think we're loaded. We're good to go. Let's go. Let's go do this random mission on medium. Pick our items here. Again, we haven't been to the Cove in a while, but generally speaking, you know, the rule is you bring 12 food for a short tier mission, You bring 16 for a medium, you bring 20 for a long. Generally, that's kind of what the consensus is online. A lot of people feel. Since I have gotten the granary now, just continue to bring the same amount of food I always brought, and then have the extra granary food on top of it as an extra little, here you go. That way, in case I need to feed people and kind of heal them up, I can. I don't have to think about it. I just have an extra outlet. But since, with that in mind, right, it's like I have 9 food, I guess, or whatever to start because the granary. I didn't realize that was that high. I thought it was like 4. Wow, crazy. So we'll bring an extra, you know, so this is the normal amount, right? On a short-term mission, and then since it's medium, you can bring an extra 4. But I don't have it, like, I have a kind of a dedicated healer, so I guess technically it's almost like having a Vestal. Maybe I don't need extra food, but I just bring a little extra because it doesn't cost that much, and we're already getting most of it for free anyways. Just think of it as like free food instead of like, oh, I shouldn't spend the money because I already have it. It's just free food. We'll bring 4 shovels. I always try to bring 4, especially medium and long tier missions. I usually bring 4 on a medium, 5 on a long, maybe like 3 on a short tier. And there's a little variance in there. Sometimes you need more, sometimes you need less. 3 keys here. Oh, we didn't need that much anti-venom. And then after that, holy water has use here, but not a lot. This is a medium tier, so I'll bring in 12 of these. What do I got left to bring here? Oh, yeah. Medicinal herbs is worth it. You know, there's that fish that you can interact with, the dead fish that will give you food. Anything else here? I'm not really sure. I don't think there's anything else really to worry about from there. Yeah, I think we're good. We can just jump on in there. Like I said, we're at a stage in the game now where, like, these lower tier missions are really just there to scoop up some extra money and kind of level up your lower class, but every week will be faster than last week, you know? Because in the early game, we're just desperate to gather as much money, as many resources as we can. Characters die. It sucks, but you just scrape forward. You keep on pushing forward. You gather whatever you can and just hope for the best. But now we've got like we've got most of the items in the game. We've unlocked almost everything. We're basically now at a point where our goal is to kind of optimize our characters and make sure our characters are as powerful as possible. That way we can start to push those higher tier missions.
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
I talked about this briefly in a previous episode, and then one of my viewers, actually it was Cole, he said, hey, I noticed that you said something about the map generation in the game, and I hadn't noticed that about the scouting, and I noticed that maybe certain things like Cove Explorer or like Warren's Explorer or Weald Explorer might be better than the other one, despite them being almost the exact same effect because of what you said. And yes, the Cove is kind of this weird linear, weird offshoot kind of route system, map generation system, similar to the way that the Weald is. Whereas the Ruins and well, that's not strictly speaking true. The Cove is almost like a route system. So is the Weald. They both kind of generate their map in this weird route-like way. It's not boxy, right? It's like a bunch of rooms connected to each other. It's like this weird offshoot direction. It's like a cave. Well, big surprise. Similar to the way that the Weald is. The Weald is just a bunch of random, you know, it's a forest. It's a bunch of woods. You kind of go off in whatever direction. The Warrens is straight up just a giant box. It's a bunch of boxes. So scouting is a lot stronger there. The Ruins is also boxy, but it's more like castle boxy. It's like, it's got like a ring or like a big box, like a bunch of rooms like this, and then it's got all these little offshoots off of that. But it's still better. Like scouting is better on the Ruins than it is on the Cove and on the and on the Weald. Scouting is best on the Warrens, second best in the Ruins, and then after that it's kind of okay on the Weald and the Cove, in my opinion. All right, let's go ahead and go on in. It's interesting how, like, over time you start to you see all these things like this, plus 20 stress, because they're level 0. Started to kind of catch those things. These characters, the very first time they ever go into a dungeon, they gather stress from it's like their first mission, so they got their stomach hurts. Well, that'll add some extra stress.
Lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Okay, humans. All right, Plague Grenade pretty powerful here. Hit 2 of them. Yep. An ability that is really nice if you miss the first time. If that ability misses, you feel really good. And I talked about this in another episode too. I just noticed, if you look, pay close attention, if you go back a little bit on that part of the video, you'll notice that I think it said dodge on 4 or 3 of the 4 characters, and one of them said missed. I don't know if that's a semantical difference or if it's a literal difference. Because if that's the case, it might mean that because this guy's dodge was so high, I mean, it's only 10, that maybe these guys missed because their accuracy was low enough, but then this one character actually dodged the ability, right? 3 characters dodged, 1 character missed. It's like, is the missed is like, oh, the enemy just misfired? I don't exactly know if there's a semantical difference there, how that works. All right. Yep. It's a lot of damage at level 1. All right, we'll just try to stun you. Boom! Yes, sir. That Rampart shield, though, right? That's why we're using this. Rampart shield. The ability's called Rampart. It's almost like it's built to work together with us. So it has a 110% chance to stun and a 110% chance to knock them back. But this increases it by 40% and 30%. So, like, at low levels, you're getting knocked back. So he hit him and knocked him back. Very powerful against a big tank like that, because it brings the, like, squishy guys up front. We're just going to go for a... Actually, I mean, I could do a number of things here. I could just go for a random shot against that big guy. I might just heal. We're not really hurting for damage. These 2 guys are just going to die anyway. So this guy has got, what, 4? All right, he's almost dead on his own. I might just go for a single stun. Oh, no, well, that guy's going to not die from a stun. He's already not be stunned. He's already been stunned, so he won't get stunned a second time. Very low likelihood anyway. He's got a 100% chance to dodge stun now because of the extra buff. Every time you stun someone, the next time they have a 50% chance to not be stunned, and then if you do it again, then they have 100%. They refuse to be stunned after that until they get a chance to not be stunned for a round. You can't just stun lock a person out of the game, is what I'm trying to say. It's a good game design. Blade Grenade's awkward here because he's only 1 target. I think I'd rather just use... did I bring 2 stuns? Oh, I brought 2 stuns instead of... Right, because I didn't use the... That's fine. I guess Blade Grenade's fine here. It's not as efficient on 1 target, but it's still a decent amount of blight. And then this... Let's just go for a Captivate on him. This guy's going to die in 2 rounds, but... Well, that guy's just dead. That guy's just dead then, I think. Almost, anyway. Wow. So, sure. That was a big crit. Alright, now I'll go for a Crusher. Just end him.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Alright, he's not dead, but he will be this round. Because I'll shoot him once and he'll just die. Bleed, huh? Alright. You've got extra healing received. Let's just offset that. Let's just heal her back. And if somebody else gets to go before her, yeah, if somebody else got to go before her, we can just kill this guy. Maybe. Actually, never mind. She's gonna go second. That's fine. I'll go ahead and bandage her up.
Their cursed champion falls.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
We'll just take all of that. All decent items to have. Taking an extra blood early in the mission is fine too, because you might get lucky enough to find a few of them. This team's pretty bad against the sycophants. Actually, no, it's not. We had the Shieldbreaker, who pretty well almost guarantees a kill on one of them when the fight starts. I could also go Impale and try to hit multiple. And then we've got the Plague Doctor, who can stun 2 of them out as soon as the fight starts. That's really the best thing that character can do. We don't have Incision on her. So she'll just stun 2, and then after that basically be healing. And then we've got the Man-at-Arms, who will just non-stop stun 1 of them, but can also start the fight off by using Bolster, give us extra dodge, in case we run into any Bloodsuckers. I'm just kind of trying to prep. Because this team is not designed to fight against Bloodsuckers. I also technically have Call the Shot, which removes all the dodge from 1 Sycophant, so maybe there's something there too. Right, you have the map, don't you? That sucks. Wish it was her that had it. I guess I could min-max here. I could go like this. And then have you try to interact with this thing. Yep. Give you your item back. I increased her trap or disarm chance by 25% by doing that. Which is worth doing there. Just, remove that stress. She's already got quite a bit of stress. She was at 39 stress, because she started at 20 at the start of the mission because she was level 1. Wow, did we just find a map for the entire location? Well, not quite. Very close, though. Wow. Finding maps is like nice, but I don't know if it actually decreases your chance of finding a secret room, which if it does is disappointing. Guess we just do it again. Might as well. She's got low enough stress, or high enough stress, it's worth probably doing this. You might think, well, just give it to her, let her keep it. Yeah, but I don't want her. I don't want to put the sniper's ring here on the plague doctor. The plague doctor doesn't do much damage. The plague doctor does a lot of damage over time. Let me make sure I'm accurate on that. I don't want people to think I sleep on the plague doctor. Plague doctor has the most damage out of all the characters in the game with blight. Like, no character in the game does more blight damage than the plague doctor. Just disgusting ability. Plague grenade is huge DPS. It's as powerful as the flagellant's Reign of Sorrows, which is, you know, the bleed equivalent. They're both very, very powerful abilities. What I'm saying is that on the front side, the ability itself doesn't deal raw damage in the sense that I want to give this character like an item like Sniper's Ring, which would give plus 4% crit. Yeah, the accuracy's not terrible. The character's already pretty accurate anyways, but the Plague Doctor is. So giving the Plague Doctor Sniper's Ring is kind of dumb, in my opinion, because the 4% crit doesn't really do anything on a character whose ability doesn't deal any damage in the first place, right? The Plague Grenade ability only deals 90% damage of a regular attack, and her ability's only, her regular attack is 5. So she's going to do 5 to 8. She's going to deal 90% less than whatever 5 and 8 are. So if she rolls at 8, she's going to deal 90% less of an 8. She's going to hit for 1. And if you increase it to 2, oh my god, like what's the point of increasing the damage? No, a little bit, right? So I don't usually do that. Well, Sniper's Ring increases the chance of crit. So is that better? I guess. I mean, yeah, it can remove some stress by critting more often, but generally speaking, with the Plague Doctor, I'm not looking to increase damage output. I'm looking to increase probability that the status ailments actually do apply. That's why I say that I think Blasphemous Vial, in my opinion, is the only item in the game, maybe Demonic Cauldron, maybe 2, possibly, but Blasphemous Vial, I don't think there is an argument to be had where if you're playing the Plague Doctor in slots 1 and or 2 or 4 and 5, good grief, I'll get there eventually. 3 and 4. If you're putting the Plague Doctor as a like 3-4 slot, I don't think there's an argument to be made. As long as you're not doing some weird off-the-wall incision-based build. But if you're doing Plague Grenade, you know, stunning kind of stuff, I don't think there's any item better than Blasphemous Vial. I don't think there exists an item in the game that's better. Most characters in the game have, like, flexible item slots. I don't think so. Not in this character. I think this item is just... If I could, I would rubber band this item this character's forehead. Alright. It's almost like, you know how the focus ring is really good on the leper, but worse. Like, the focus ring is good on the leper, but the Blasphemous Vial is like a required item on the we'll call it the normal Plague Doctor. Yes, you can do the bloody herbs, weird stuff we were playing around with, I did, if you want to. But I think that's also, they've released a few items for the Crimson Courtyard, one which we already have. I can't remember its name, but it's some kind of like an incision kit thing that increases like bleed skill chance and all this other stuff. Basically trying to give players that want to play this weird off-the-wall incision build with like the Plague Doctor, have it be more of an attacker. You know, you could like use emboldening vapors on yourself and then just incision someone to become like a, you know, I don't know, become ghost face killer, you know, or whatever, and just start stabbing people with your little mask on. You could do that build. It's just not good. But if you use the bloody herbs, that's the best way of doing it. But then they added that incision kit, and I'm wondering if the other item, because again, all the items from the Crimson Courtyard are set items. Well, I have one of them. I don't have both. The first one of which helps the incision build, which is weird. But I think they did that because they were trying to give the players something fun to play with that was different, because everybody knows that the Plague Doctor's most efficient way of playing it is with the Plague Grenade. Once you've done it a few times, you realize that it's very efficient. All right, let's push through here.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
All right. All right, all right. Pretty quiet hallway here. We've literally found nothing. Wow. Almost felt like a waste of time. It's always weird after you do these higher tier missions that are more difficult, and then you go back to these lower tier missions like this, how quiet the hallways are. I say lower tier missions. This is a... Oh yeah, this is still Apprentice. It's just a medium length. That's something I think is funny about this game. Like, they've got different length missions, and they've also got different difficulties. So, like, the length of the mission It's not directly correlated with its difficulty. It's indirectly correlated because you have to fight more, right? But it doesn't actually increase the difficulty of the enemies. The difficulty of the enemies is what indicates that. So it's like, what would you rather do? A long apprentice mission or a short champion mission? Well, the short champion mission is way more difficult. It is, even though it's shorter. We just got hunger checked twice in 2 hallways. Come on now. Don't do that to me. If I interact with this, I remember figuring this out last time. We talked about this. For a very long time, I thought it was always just exclusively better to just interact with this curio directly and never use the anti-venom on it. Because using the anti-venom on it will remove like 5 stress, remove like 5, or add like 5 health, and then some other ancillary kind of whatever thing. But for a long time, whenever I would interact with this, it just seemed like I kept on interacting with this and getting a free holy water, right? The buffs that the holy water gives, plus 33%. 33% bleed resist, blight resist, debuff resist, and not move resist. Disease resist. Debuff and disease. Yeah, so like interacting, like using the holy water will give you that for like 3 rounds or 4 rounds. Interacting with this sometimes will give it to you until the end of the next camp, which is really powerful. And I was like, why would I ever use the vial on this when I could just interact with it directly and get a permanent buff of a holy water for the rest of the mission? And then something happened. One time I walked over and interacted with it, and I think it gave us a bad quirk or like a disease or something, which makes sense. It's like it can be like, it's like kind of like stagnant water. Man, English is hard. All right, I guess I'll give it to her. Just remove a little stress. I mean, she's already healed almost all the way. 5 stress, hopefully. Oh, it didn't heal stress. I thought it healed stress. I guess it's just 7 health. 7 health is so bad, though. That's so bad. Well, this will be the 3rd time I do this little trick. Switch over the Ancestors map. I guess maybe that doesn't remove stress. I thought it did. We'll give her the map real quick. The 3rd time here. Get rid of that trap. Switch back, please. A trick you can really only do on low-tier missions, because on low-tier missions, you know, you have the inventory space to throw away something or put something away for a minute. All right, these are the kind of missions that I hate. Like, these are the fights that can go really bad, really fast if you don't kill something fast. So I'm gonna go for a double stun here, so we can focus down the first 2, because the pelagic grouper's whole thing is I'm gonna kill you really, really fast by hitting you for an absurd amount of damage really quickly. So you want to, if you can, just take one out. Here in this case, since we already have 2 guys that can stun, I'm gonna just go for raw damage though. I'm doing that because I know for a fact I can stun another one here, right? Because I have really high stun probability with a rampart shield, right? Remember his ability here, the rampart shield, plus 30% stun skill chance, right? And rampart already has 110% chance, so we have a very high probability, 140% chance to stun on that, right? 30 plus 110, yeah. And then these guys in general only have a 10% chance to stun it. It literally eclipses it, right? Completely eclipses it. There's a guaranteed chance he'll be stunned, so there's no reason not to go for it. And then on this, I mean, I could do a number of things here, but realistically, nobody's going to get marked for this fight. We're not marking anybody. Everybody's full on health. There's no real reason to mark. Everybody has like no dodge. They have 5 dodge. I'm just going to go for a buckshot and just deal as much damage as I can to 2 targets. Cool. And then we'll do the same thing we did last time, but now everybody, it's like we're starting the fight again with everybody being low, right? So it's like we re-begin the mission with everybody being low. Cool. And then now we'll just try to go for a kill on somebody other than him, since he has already attacked this round. So he's gone. That's one guy gone. Okay. Yeah, see why these guys are terrifying? 9 damage is a lot. And then I'll go for these guys. Oh, he has stun resist still. Let's just go for a plague grenade here. It's a lot of raw damage. So they won't die this round, but they'll die next round. So that isolated the huge amount of damage they can deal. Stopping him 1 round was big there. And then this guy hasn't been stunned, so I can either stun him, or he's only got 6 health. I can probably just crush him, honestly, just kill him outright.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
And then here, since these guys are probably just going to die next round anyways, this is the only guy that's going to get to attack next round. Let's go ahead and sneak in a heal.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Yep. Only one that gets to attack this round. That's fine. Yep. 4 is not that big of a deal. And then you can heal too. And I'm going to sneak the heal back on him again, because if I do here, he's going to get extra healing received because of the buff that I did off the Musketeer. So that turned that heal into a regular heal instead of like a pittance like it normally is. Normally there's only heals for like 1 or 2. Instead I hit for 4 there. Part of it was because of the crit. That was lucky. But all right, this guy's gonna die on his own. So again, I'm not gonna kill the last guy because he's gonna die. Actually, no, I'm gonna intentionally kill the last guy because I want to heal here.
Their formation is broken.
The other guy will die next round.
Maintain the offensive.
Sneak in another heal. The other guy will die on his own from bleeding. Or from blight, rather. Didn't really matter what we do here. We're not trying to kill that guy. We're trying to sneak in as many heals as we can.
Inspiration and improvement.
Yep. Heal, heal, heal.
Soothed. Sedated.
That's fine. All right, so this is worth taking. All this is worth taking.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Do we have anybody with bad quirks? Known cheat is worth keeping. Torn Rotator is actually an instant lock on this class. It literally does nothing. Enlightened and Deviant Taste we want to keep. Yeah, we don't want to interact with this. It gets rid of bad quirks, but we don't have anybody with bad quirks, so we just ignore it. Always feels bad because, you know, you want to get rid of it where possible. Just this random pass with one random shipyard thing. One broken ship in this little hallway. Okay. All right. Let's go, let's go. All right. Yep. So we want to kill that guy quickly because he just got a buff, right? That Call to the Deep gives increased damage to that single target, so we want to kill that guy if we can quickly. I'm going to go for a Plague Grenade since this guy already used his ability this round, and then I'll stun next round. We want to try to kill this guy, though, the guy that has all that extra damage right now, if I can. Actually, no, I don't have to kill him. I can just stun him. And then after that, I will, this gets rid of dodge, not armor. So I'm just gonna have my shield breaker focus down the tank in the front, and then everybody else will pot shot, kill the rest of the guys. This guy, if I shoot him once, will die next round. Oh, not quite, almost. He's at 5, very close though. All right, I'll go for damage on the guy that's here. I'm gonna captivate the guy that's stunned, and then he'll just die. Not this round, but he's stunned, so he'll die next round. It's fine. Barnacle Barrier's fine. He's guarding that guy, but that guy's just gonna die to blight anyways. And if I go for a Plague Grenade here, that actually works out really well. Well, actually, no. I was gonna say the Plague Grenade would hit the frontliner and then hit this guy, but this guy's already dead. So I guess here, I'll go for a stun on this guy, the second Pelagic Grouper, because that'll give him time to kind of die on his own. I've never seen the double stress wave. That's more powerful than stressful incantation. Or have I? I feel like stressful incantation only hits one person. That hits 2. That's kind of brutal. All right, see, I could use puncture to guard break, but there's no reason, right? Guard break, if I hit this guy, would get rid of the guard on this guy. But this guy's gonna die in his own, so we're not gonna worry about that. This guy's gonna die in 2 rounds already. Oh no, he's not. He's gonna take 4 in 2 rounds. We'll deal with him next. He's still stunned. It's okay. He's still stunned. Now I can go for
Death by inches.
I guess I don't need to use Impale anymore because that guy died. I knew that already. These guys are going to be dying. I'm just going to hit this guy with the Crush.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
He never got the chance to use his buff, which is kind of what I was trying to go for here. This guy has no dodge, right? I can't hit him directly, so I guess I'll go for a heal. I can hit him, but it's just not a lot of damage. The Bolus is just not that, or Buckshot, I guess, in this character. It's not that powerful. Yep. Bleed? No bleed. Nice.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
And then you healed him, right? Yeah, we'll heal him again. When I say you healed him, what I meant by that was the Musketeer applied a heal to my Man-at-Arms last round, which gave him a buff that increases for future healing. Oh, wait. No, I misread that. Never mind. It was on the Plague Doctor. That's okay. Plague Doctor has most of the full health anyways, wouldn't even have mattered. Go for some raw damage here. Ignore that armor. And then here I'll try to stun him. He's got a really high chance to be stunned, so. And that'll give our Musketeer a chance to do some good healing. Way more healing than I expected, but we'll take it. Alright, just finish him off now. I could have gone for another heal there, but you know, we're talking margins at this point. Yep. Alright, so...
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
I don't really care about the anti-venom. I definitely don't care about a citrine. This is a medium mission. We're almost done with it. Is it worth taking a citrine here over what I have now? The thing about a citrine is 5 of these stack to 1250, and that's already the value of Blightstone. Like, these random junk common items are worth 1100 gold when you sell them, and they're like 1100 or so gold when you sell them. That's already almost the stack value of a citrine. I mean, I just don't see the reason in stacking these. All right, let's go. Yeah, we ignore that. We'll check the bag after I go in this room and see if there's a fight in here or not. We'll probably end up throwing the firewood away. Actually, probably should have just thrown it away in the first place, right? This team isn't really in desperate need for that. It's kind of funny. They just moved our guys around, but it didn't do anything. Right? She can still attack, right? Oh, no, she can't attack. Never mind. That's okay. If she gets to go after my man-at-arms, the man-at-arms can go forward with the rampart. So if he gets to go first, he's 3 speed, she's what? 3 speed? There's a chance she'll get to go first. All right, let's throw out our plague grenade here. Stress isn't really an issue.
Well struck.
So I'm not worried about these guys going fast. I don't care if they go. Now I'm gonna stun them next round. So the plague grenade will basically functionally. That's one of the reasons why the plague doctor is so powerful. The plague grenade plus the stun, I can literally just go like this. I can go. I'm gonna throw plague grenades at you because you're just gonna be applying stuns, or not stuns, but stress. I'm gonna throw a plague grenade at you and then follow it up with a stun and then just watch you die over 2 rounds, because they're gonna get blighted next round. If the plague grenade hits first, which it did, and then they go, then afterwards the plague doctor gets to then blinding gas them, stun them, and then they plague grenade again. They'll take off again, and then they'll get ticked again when they finally get out from underneath their stun. They'll get 1 attack that entire fight, which is just stupid. Honestly, I could impale and deal a bunch of damage to everybody, but these guys are gonna die on their own anyways because they're gonna get stunned next round. I mean, this guarantees that they'll die next round. They're at 7. I mean, I say guarantees. It had to hit for 3. Let's just try to kill 1. Yep. All right, he did get to go first. That's great. So he'll move forward, that'll relieve our musketeer, so the musketeer can actually attack. All right, I'll go buckshot here.
A decisive pummeling.
Now it might actually be worth using impale and attacking multiple targets, because I just hit a guy in a weird way. Look how I've moved these guys around. Like, look how they moved around. Now it's probably worth it to do impale here, as I hit multiple targets and they just all die. Like, that's disgusting. We'll go for a heal here. Somebody random. Doesn't really matter who.
Wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
All right, yeah, we want all that. Find a spot for this random emerald. I don't have multiple stacks of food, so I'd be throwing something away meaningfully here. If I did, I can just throw the holy water's fine. Continue adventuring. Wow, this mission's over. That's wild. So we got 3 whole rooms to go through. I'm gonna go finish this off first. Remember, we need to switch her though, because she's got the sniper ring. Get her back there. Skeleton key it up. Let's see what we get. Wow, really nice. Really nice. Food is not going to be an issue. Let's just drop the medicinal herbs. I also need to drop the bandages probably next if I drop anything. A map is not what I wanted. I didn't want a map. I want a scout chance to get a chance of seeing some... wow, that was a heck of a hallway, though. Wow. It's a busy hallway. Yeah, I'm now out of space to do that trick I normally do here, so I'm just going to lean on the character who has the highest stress relief. I can't keep removing stress from her like I was doing earlier. She keeps adding stress, man. She started at 20. She's removed 3 traps. That's a total of 24 stress I've relieved from her, and she's somehow still plus 11. That's the stressful incantations affecting you. Noxious.
A handsome reward.
Take the money.
For a task well performed.
No fight in this hallway. Actually, there's very few fights left in the mission in general, right? Because the room battles are all finished. That was the whole point of this mission. We gotta remember we want to drop this firewood very soon. Yeah. Maybe
A fortune.
take it, I guess.
Waiting to be spent.
Okay, so this is why it's nice to have the shield breaker, because she can literally crack the sea maggot instantly. So we'll do that here in a second. I'm gonna go for a random stun on one of these guys here. But she can literally just kill that snail instantly, right? Because it has 75% resistance or protection, but she just ignores it and just hits it for like a lot.
Executed with impunity.
So nice armor, dude. You're dead. I'll buckshot here. This hits 2. And then we'll stun the other one, because I can stun for days here. It's like, I'm like bullying them. The fight just started, they haven't got the chance to do anything yet. I stun them out of the whole first round and killed one of their buddies. Yep, a lot of damage. Ow, all on the same guy, huh? Just a casual 11, doesn't even care. Alright, you can't stun anymore, so we'll just heal. All your abilities hit the last 2 slots. Kill him. And then we can focus on healing that guy back up. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Maybe I just kill. I'll heal him up. If I get to sneak in another heal, great. I think this guy's gonna get to attack though. Yeah, that's fine. Just undoing everything he's doing. Cool. We don't need the steady greaves here, or sturdy greaves.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
The rest of this is pretty irrelevant here. Well, I guess I could have taken something over the firewood. I should have taken those greaves over the firewood. That was a mistake. I'm gonna use a shovel on this, see if it does anything. Oh, it does!
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
That's new information. I mean, we're pretty deep into the game for me to be discovering stuff like that. I did not realize that shovels work. I mean, it makes sense. You use the shovel to break apart the barnacles. Does the shovel work on the normal little chests like that? I don't think so. So that's unique. Cool to know, though. All right, big fight here. Big fight. Nice, though. We got the Modowitz up front, so she gets to immediately start the fight by hitting everybody for a lot. Go for a plague grenade here. They're going to hit hard for this round. I'm going to let it happen. I'm going to show you what I mean when I say that if you don't stun these guys, it can really be a crazy round. Because they can hit for a crazy amount. But we do start off by absolutely destroying them here. Damage-wise. I'm going to stun this guy. Just stun one of them. And then I'm going to randomly just throw another buckshot out here. Just hit some people for a little bit. Just put as much damage as I can on them. Now, one of them stunned, but the rest of them are going to hit for their full damage. One round of full damage. You'll see why I hate it. Well, if we dodge, then so be it, but these guys hit hard when they do hit, so... Well, 3 is not a lot. You're not making me look like I know what I'm talking about. We saw it earlier. Oh my god, now he dodged. Earlier, those guys were hitting for 11, and now they're not hitting at all, so I mean, I guess... Take what I say with a grain of salt, I guess. Sure. Alright, guys, at 1. It's kind of awkward.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
We'll just heal. Yep. Healing for 1 doesn't seem like a lot, and it isn't, but there's not really anything that the plague doctor could do this round anyway, so we'll go for a buckshot here.
How a life is taken.
And then you can just kill this dude here. Whoop! What do we get? Take it all.
This expedition at least promises success.
Alright, so we'll try again here. This time I don't actually have the vial, so let's see what it does without that. Interact trait. Okay? This is the buff I was talking about. Look at that. Would I rather use the antidote to get 7 health, or just not use an item and then just get all of this buff? It's like no contest. Obviously that's better, but I guess it doesn't always happen. Oh, here we go. This I think adds a positive quirk. No, we need the medicinal herbs. Darn. That sucks. We just dropped those just a second ago. That's okay. Yeah, I made a mistake earlier. I shouldn't have, I should have dropped the firewood. And then I would have walked home with an extra item of value. But that's okay. No big deal. Let's go home.
The pungent odor abates. The things are driven back for a time.
Real short mission. Short, sweet. No real challenge. You're just knocking some stuff out. You. Natural swing's interesting. It's just generally good. It's like an A tier quirk in general. that's worth locking.
All the decadent horrors I have seen pale in comparison to that final, crowning thing.
Good for her.
I could not look, nor could I look away.
Now, he's got Plutomania, which we want to get rid of. So we might need to take a minute to get rid of that. Manic for money is obnoxious because then he interacts with a lot of the random money curios. So I'll probably get him out of our team for a round. I'm probably just going to take the same crew of guys and go do another lower tier mission like that again. Wow. Wow. The game really, really wants us to not go to the Cove another time. That's okay. We can just go to the Ruins. I'm just going to bring the same core group of guys and level them up a bit. Like I said, my goal was essentially to try to level up my lower tier guys. They need some love right now. I'm just going to bring the same core guys. I'm just going to take Burin, and I'm going to get rid of his Plutomania, and then I'll just replace him with the other same looking kind of guy, actually. Because we have another man-at-arms, but I'm not going to think much about this. We're just going to bring the same core group. Let's go get rid of his junk. Get rid of that Plutomania. We don't want that nonsense. And then we'll replace him item-wise. We'll take those items off of you, sir. Give it to your other man-at-arms, buddy. This guy. Hard noggin. Well, maybe not, because you're going to be reposting most of the time. Right? You're not going to be rampart shielding. You're just going to be constantly marking yourself. I selected the wrong one. I wanted to go like this. Probably, like, stun resist is what I'm more interested in. He's already got pretty high stun resist. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Maybe I just go for a little bit of extra health. Huh. Tough ring's probably fine. More protection, more health, less damage, less stress. He's just not going to deal any damage, but he's going to constantly be reposting and marking himself, so he'll do more damage because of that instead. And we don't have to actually unlock anything on him because he's already got everything unlocked already. I won't be using Rampart. I'll just be mostly using Retribution, so... And we'll keep the core group of guys elsewise. Everybody else hasn't unlocked bad quirks or anything. And we can go straight back into there and pick somebody and to go do our... just go straight back into the ruins. It's kind of fun to go back and do lower tier missions occasionally. It kind of pulls the stress off. You get to just go crush some people and gather some money back up and kind of start rebuilding your inventory. Alright, I still think it's so funny that Bohan developed a love interest in town will only visit the brothel for stress relief. In the same week, he learned nymphomania. There's like a story there. It's funny. Deviant tastes, Torn Rotator. We talked about this guy before. I was thinking about getting rid of Torn Rotator because it's kind of bad in general to have a Torn Rotator on a character who has like 3 melee abilities. But it is kind of funny because he has 4 ranged abilities. So we can actually lean in on the Eagle Eye and make him a full range character and lock in Torn Rotator. And it's like this story of like this highwayman who lost the ability to like, you know, lunge forward and do all his normal stuff. And maybe he hurt himself and so he got really good at the gun instead. He's like he's a hybrid class, but this is like... This highwayman is like, I'm gonna lock in, I do less melee skill damage, but I do crit hard on my guns. Like, I'm real efficient with guns. We can lock Torn Rotator here on this character. If I want to lean heavy into making this highwayman only gonna be a range character, I can do that. It's fine. He's got really high base crit with this weapon, or weapon base plus 4. Yeah, 5% weapon base, right? That's from just the class. He's level 1. He's got this item, this random flintlock pistol, which gives 5%. It goes up over time as you level it. An extra 4% because we have a blueprint building, or what we built a building that increased the power of all of your characters like that. Let me look here. Which one was it? Training ring. Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, here. House of the Yellow Hand. Bounty Hunter, Grave Robber, and Highwayman all have 4% extra crit and extra scouting chance forever. That's pretty powerful. All right, so that's cool. So he's got an extra 4% forever on his crit. So now he's got 9% base at level 1. Then he's got Eagle Eye, so these abilities are going to be hit. These other abilities, all the range specifically abilities, are hitting for an extra 5% crit. So this is chance to crit, right? So 4 plus 5 plus 5. So we're looking at 14 base chance to crit. Then the ability itself has its own crit modifier. So this is a 7.5% crit. So you're talking about a 22.5% chance of crit. That's a 1 in 4 shots, 1 in 5 to 1 in 4 shots are critting by themselves with no items on him yet. Then you add in an item like Gunslinger's buckle, extra damage to range skills, plus 15% accuracy to range skills, and then you can add in another item, an extra crit item. There are crit items like that would actually increase his crit. Like this one increases his crit, but only for melee skills. I gotta think off the top of my head what item would increase his crit. I mean, I guess I could do something more boring and generic, like a focus ring. He's already got pretty high accuracy off of the Gunslinger's buckles. Or, see, this is one of the reasons why I talk about how focus ring is a powerful item, but it's super generic. Like, generically powerful, yes. S-tier generic item. But the problem is, this item is actually better on this class specifically, right? 5% crit, 20% raw damage. I said before, I think 5% crit is about the same as about 25% damage or so it's almost equivalent. And there's no variance in damage, right? Damage is going to be the same every time, so long as you hit. The accuracy even makes it more, more common. That it's just consistently dealing more damage. Then on top of that, he's also critting, right? But if I could find another item that gives him extra crit on top of it, that'd be hilarious. The problem is you have to remember one of the things that they specifically changed in the game or added to the game, I'm not sure when it happened, but they made Grape Shot Blast, which hits 3 targets, actually have 9% crit lower. It is less likely to crit. It's a negative 9% chance to crit. Why? Well, because if this could crit across 3 bodies, you could just wipe a fight like it was literally nothing. So they definitely did it on purpose. But he does have other abilities that can crit for an enormous amount, and pistol shot is kind of like the bread and butter with this. If you go with a crit-based build with him, you can have a highwayman that's just non-stop critting. Then if you add in, like, start the fight off with tracking shot, imagine you're against a boss. You start off with tracking shot, shoot him, 12% extra damage for the rest of the fight, accuracy on himself is +6, 4% crit for the rest of the fight on top of that. Now he's at 26.5% crit, not including items. 26% chance to crit, not including items, and he can just stand there and just shoot the boss over and over, and that boss is just gonna melt. All right, yeah, I said I was gonna bring the same core group of guys. I do want to level a highwayman. I talked a lot about how I love the highwayman, but I haven't really leveled him too much. I have one level 3 here. Oh right, because he developed Clotter. Actually, we need to lock him. We need to put him in here, lock Clotter, get rid of Night Blindness. He is Hippocratic. That's so random. Unyielding is also worth locking. Actually, he's got a few good quirks in here. Hot to Trot, Clotter, and Unyielding. Yeah, those are worth all locking. So we've kind of got his core 3 there. Let's do that. Clotter in general is the better of the two. Like, I'd rather have this than Thick Blooded. Thick Blooded only gives plus 10%. Light resist, which I think is so random and asymmetric. I don't understand why this one gives plus 15% and the other one gives plus 10, especially since bleed is more common in the game. It seems random. All right, anybody else that wants to lock a quirk here? We took you because of On Guard, didn't we? Because I lost a previous bounty hunter. You're rolling around on a lot of bad quirks, though. I'd rather just get rid of you. If I can find somebody better. Deadly is hilarious, but not really what I need from you. On Guard is funny. This is like the literal worst class to have On Guard on. Well, actually, that's not. No, yes, the worst class in the game to have On Guard on. I don't need extra speed on first round with a healer. She's a reactive class. This is incredible on the Arbalist. Hard skinned is funny. These are like all the wrong things. These are all serviceable quirks, not on her. Fear of Unholy. Like, they just, it's like they decided to write down all the things that you don't want to see on a Vestal. Those are all bad. Cove Adventure is okay in this class. Tippler's good. Band Gambler's good. Necromania is bad. Lurker is whatever. High difficulty missions are so stressful. I even prefer easy missions in this game. Yeah, I feel like a little hermit hoarder gathering gold and trinkets without progressing in the story. Yeah, the lower tier missions are cool because there's no real stress and you can just kind of casually go through them and gather up resources and kind of start building towards the future. And then eventually every once in a while, you know, go in and do a harder tier mission if you want, but you don't feel like you're forced to. Is this 2 people? Oh no. The yips is back, guys. It's like the hiccups. I thought I'd got rid of those. Slow reflexes is bad. This is so dumb. Slow reflexes, we want this character to be fast. Scattering, this character only does damage really with ranged abilities. Technically she does have a nervous stab, but it's the worst ability she has. And then she has precise striker, she does extra crit from her melee attacks. I'm not meleeing with this character. It's like the worst quirk you could roll on her too. Vestal has whatever quirks here. None of these people are worth taking. Nah. Hippocratic. A Healing Hellion. That's a weird build. I'm good. None of these people are worth even talking about. We're not going to take any of these guys. All right. And then after that, I think... got all these items. This is the item we left behind that I said I could have taken if I'd been paying closer attention. That's alright. Let's just go do another mission. As I said before, my goal was just to jump into another mission real quick here and just go gather some extra resources. I'm going to do some green tier missions and level up our lower guys. Our lower guys have not been getting a lot of love recently because we had that last mission. Well, I think you weren't here for it, but at the beginning of the episode when I was talking, if you go back and you watch the previous episode, the very last mission I did at the end of the last episode was big. It's a huge deal. Spoiler though, so if you haven't got, I'll spoil one thing. At the bottom right hand corner of the screen, if you look at this map, there's this area of the map that kind of looks like a little city, kind of almost down on the beach, kind of by the water. There is a once per campaign mission that does appear down there. There's a mission that will appear down here. It's a very rare mission that will happen. It happened to us at the end of the last episode, and it was, let's just say it was impactful. Some good and bad things happened during that, so it did affect things. I got a new item off of it, kind of a goofy item, Ancestors Mustache Cream. But there were some consequences. We lost a few people. It's a serious mission, but. This location down here at the bottom right hand corner of the screen is very focused. It's the only mission in the entire game that's all human. All the enemies there are human. That's the only spoiler I'll give if you don't want to spoil it for yourself, but it's worth going to do that. Alright. Wilbur's flag. I do want to get this. Plus 50% stun resist is absurd. What? And 10 dodge? Dude, this is actually crazy. This is probably like a core item on... wow. I would so use this on the Highwaymen or the Man-at-Arms if I was going to use a riposte build. This is stupid. Extra dodge, extra stun resist. This is stupid. I do want this item. I mean, I also want the cleansing crystal kind of too. I also want this legendary bracer. Seems like I keep seeing these spawn in these locations, but we're not going to go force ourselves to do some random mission when we're not ready. I really do think the game has some kind of an internal calculator that gives you options for items that you would find on a boss based upon the items that you've not found so far, right? Like there's a higher probability they spawn, because I've seen these items spawn a lot more recently, and they are some of the only items we have not found yet. Kind of curious. One second, I'll be right back. Run a question real fast. All right, sorry folks. All right, we get back into this. So I think where we last were talking about what we were going to do next, I said I was going to go and do a mission on the ruins. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. So we were going to replace our previous team who had a, man-at-arms with another man-at-arms. Luette, I believe. The other guy's getting some treatment. Yep. Then we're good. We can continue on just as so. We want to make sure we actually select items. We did. We already did that, so we're good. We can just go in just like so. Again, I do want to get some of these other items, but I'm not really that concerned with it right now. You know, there's an argument to be made that maybe we go do like the wield. Not because I need to do the wield, but there's an argument to be made that maybe we run into the thing from the stars. And this squad is pretty okay against the thing from the stars. Well, actually, the Plague Doctor is pretty bad against the thing from the stars. I guess I'm thinking more about the Shield Breaker plus the Man-at-Arms. The ability to constantly repost every time we get hit by Return to the Stars and all other random status ailments and ignoring armor, you know, here from her. Just this comp isn't, like, perfect for fighting against the thing from the stars. Never mind. Really, risers. Never mind. This comp isn't, like, perfect for that. Never mind. That's okay. All right, let's go ahead and head on in here. Let's do this random mission. See how we're, like, just stacking blood now? Like, we got 18 blood despite the fact that we have a bunch of people with the Crimson Curse. Now, like, blood is no longer really an issue because of that Sanguine Vintners. Short mission. My god, we don't need that much food. I mean, usually I do, like, 12 on a short mission. Alright. 4 we'll use pretty quickly. Then after that, we have, like, 12 left over just in case things go sideways. Really, we only need like 3 shovels. Like an anti-venom, maybe a bandage. We can bring 2 anti-venom, but that's really against the spiders. The bandages are against the cultists. The anti-venom is better on this location than the bandages are because you can use it on like treasure chests. Holy water, I usually try to bring like 2 at this location. I say 2, I mean for like a short mission. I bring more holy water here than I bring anywhere else. Just because there are like a lot of random things that interact with holy water here. It might even be worth like bringing 3, to be honest with you. Sometimes things like that happen on this mission. Of course, we need to bring some torches, but again, it's a short mission. 8's fine. Yeah, these lower tier missions, you're not stretched on like any items. Like inventory management's nowhere near as much of an issue. It's kind of, you know, refreshing to not have to think about those things as much. Oh, hold on. All my guys leveled up, didn't they? Well, a few of them did. You're level 1. Everybody's level 1. They should all have level 2 abilities. Oop. Get right back in there real quick. I already said what I was going to bring last time. Something like this is fine. 1 more of those. 3 of these. 2 of these. 3 of these. 2 of these. I said I thought I brought 1 more, I think, last time. 8's fine here, and then we're good. Let's go. You could retreat from combat and even abandon quests. If things are going terribly, live to fight another day.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
See why I really like scouting? Like, the extra scouting in general from having the Ancestors map is just kind of nuts. And this is a mostly square map, so when it triggers big. Alright, so I think the most efficient loop will be left, down, right. And then walk into the hallway, fight that battle, walk back into the same room, back into that middle room, and then walk back up to this room. So go left, down, right, walk in the hallway, fight that battle, walk back in, go up again, and then go right all the way into the treasure room, come back into that room, and then go straight down. That gives us the most exposure to all the rooms. All right, I talked about this in a previous episode. This curio here you can interact with this curio using a shovel for 2 times or 2.5 times treasure loot, and the skeleton key gives 3 times. Just the more you know. I learned that reading on the wiki the other day because I was just like trying to learn more about things I'd interact with a lot. There's no way you'd know that unless you looked into it. I was like, well, I know more about the game. I mean, I could start looking at the wiki a little bit more for things that I've already run into a lot. Again, I'm trying really hard to like not read about anything I try not to read anything I haven't experienced yet, right? I don't want to do that. But for things I do understand, it's like, all right, how can I push it a little further now that I understand the game? What are some things about the game that I wouldn't have known if I hadn't looked this up on the wiki? But yeah, those little cabinets though, yeah, you can interact with them with shovels or skeleton keys. They're only here on this map. No secret room this time, unfortunate. We've been getting a little bit fat on those recently. We've been getting a lot of those because the Ancestors map. All right, here's our first fight. A bunch of bone boys. A bunch of nerds. I'll crush them real quick here. Play grenade feels real awkward when there's only 3 guys. I love that. It just doesn't do nearly as much. Still enough that it almost kills a guy though. He'll die in 2 rounds, so let's go for raw damage. Now he's just dead because I hit for 5. My God. I am going to be using Retribution the entire fight since this is a different version. This is the only guy we switched out from last mission. The other man-at-arms was busy because he got a bad quirk, so we locked him up. Got rid of it, locked him up in the sanitarium. But in this guy's, we're going to be doing riposte the whole mission with him. And then here, I might actually be able to just kill one of you with buckshot.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Yep, you kill yourself. Awesome.
All.
Love to see it. That was how we drew it up.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Take the gold and run. I want to keep her up front when I can, because if she can start every single fight off by using Impale, it's just a crazy amount of flat damage to start the fights. At lower tier missions where the stakes are low, I do believe it is always worth reading these books. And I mean, literally always. Because even if it gives stress, you want to start finding good bad quirks early. This could give us like 30 bad stress though, which does suck, but you want to get them early. So I try to lock good bad quirks. And those books give bad quirks, good quirks, stress. Sure. The cultist acolyte. I'm gonna try to knock that. I'm gonna stun him out. I don't want any extra stress. Just stun him. All right, Pale. And then we'll just buckshot. And then you can just Retribution one of them. That stops this dork from doing a stupid stress crap. At least 1 round. Yep, kill yourself, that's great.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Seems good to me. All right, I'm not gonna be able to stun her this time, so we'll just throw some toxic at him. He'll get to go. Oh, actually, maybe not.
Press this advantage. Give
Cool.
them no quarter.
Just like we drew it
As the
up.
fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Awesome. Oh, get up front. Start the fight off by throwing your javelin. No, we did not want to go down this hallway. No big deal. Trying to go up. Okay, this is why we bring the holy water. This is the curie I was talking about. You bring holy water specifically for this because it gives you a... Be careful not to use a shovel on it. We did that before. It gives you a bad quirk immediately. I think it gives you guilty conscience for like breaking like a ceremonial urn or something. Do not do that. Guilty conscience is bad. If I remember right...
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
No, guilty conscience is not. Claustrophobia is the one that when you walk down the hallways just gives you random stress. Guilty conscience wouldn't make any sense. I can't remember what guilty conscience does, but it's another bad one. You don't want to have that. But that's why you interact with these ceremonial urns. They always drop 3 random variable stacked amounts of jewels, and we just saw that just here. We got 3 random sets of jewels. Awesome. Ouch. Okay. See, Blanket Fire can really... The first one hits, it really sucks, because then you start getting a stack. See, like, -4 dodge. The first one hits, that's when it really gets bad. So, you want to try to avoid that if you can, but since they already got to use it, we're just going to try to kill these guys up front. Because those are the guys who, like, take advantage of the fact that you have no dodge. Yep. She don't care though. She might have -2 dodge, but she just dodged 4 attacks in a row. Out of the 4, those 4 guys just attacked. She attacked 3 of the, or she dodged 4 of the 3. So it's not crazy. All right, now we got a free reign on this round. I guess we'll do. Is there dodge? No, they have like really low dodge already. Let's just retribution here then. Just set up. See, all 4 of these enemies attack 2 or 4 people. So Riposte is really good against these guys. You see that? Like, even though the downside was he went last, which sucked. But Blanket Fire is pretty good against. Oh, I guess Riposte is really good against Blanket Fire. If you have the Highwaymen and the Man-at-Arms and you run into these humans in the back, these 2, they have a bad time against you because you use Riposte and then they're just like, shoot everybody, and then they get double hit off of Ripostes. They just die from one random, Blanket Fire. They get punished hard for that. All right. Pirate Weasel is raiding with a party of 40. Hey, what's up? Bunch of random folks joining. Just playing some Darkest Dungeon, folks. I'm not even actually sure how raiding all works. I'm still kind of newer to this, so
life is taken.
I know it's like when a person logs off, they just send their crew to somebody else's channel, which is cool. I like how that feature works. It's a pretty interesting idea. So, all right.
Inspiration and improvement.
All right. Pretty simple here. Not the damage to kill this guy. We don't really have that, but we do have the ability to guarantee he's gone next round. So we're just going to take this round to heal our guys up if possible. I might even intentionally just move this guy in order to get an extra heal off on our musketeer here. And then we can kill this guy next round. It's not a big deal if we don't kill him here. I'm not too bothered by the fact that we didn't kill him there. It's not really a threat. We're just looking to heal up extra. Cheese some extra heal while we can, right? Said, yep, I'm just sending some more viewers to a fellow Dungeoner before dinner. Have a good stream, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. You too. I just ate. I hope you have a good dinner. I just ate some chicken strips, so. All right. Oh, man, these citrines, man. I do not want any citrines. These items they just don't do anything. It's such a junk item. All right. Doing these lower tier missions, trying to level our guys up. It is so funny going back to these lower tier missions with less stress.
Waiting to be spent.
Less stakes to worry about and stuff. You don't have the Ancestors map on you right now, do you? No. You still have enough stress. It's worth doing it on you. Love to switch the Ancestors map over to my Musketeer or maybe my Shield Breaker to get some extra trap removal chance, some cheeky trap removal chance, but it's not worth dropping some random item from my inventory for that. Although we are pretty close to running out of torches. I'm not too bothered by it. 60% here. What are you at? Stress is 4 now. You have a 70% chance. Let's go for it. All right, nice. We don't have any real stress relievers in our team. I mean, technically speaking, I guess, do we have Rallying Point or Rallying Flare or Skeet Shot on this character? It's not the Arbalist. No, we don't. That's okay. That's okay. All right, let's go on in here.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted.
Oh, stress dudes. Oh, we got a surprise on. Awesome. So we won't kill them in one round, but we will mess them up between this and the plague grenade here. If I can use it. There we go. I guess I could have actually waited around and just went for a stun, but I guess no, because at this level, Impale is only level 2. It's not till level 3 that it actually starts to apply Blight, which is really weird. It's like the only ability in the game that doesn't have one of its primary things that it does until later in the game. All right, I'm gonna go for I could go for Retribution here. Maybe I go for a Bellow just to try to keep some. These guys have a little dodge, right? 12 dodge. Yeah, let's go for a Bellow here. Wow, the 2 guys that had dodged it. Never mind. Okay, sure. I'll go for a shot here and just try to see if I can't take one of these guys out. He's at 4, so I can just finish you. Cool. No blight. Or no blight, no stress. It's good. Stress is really the only threat on a lower tier mission like this once you actually have items. It's not really that big of a deal. We're not going to die from a random attack. So. Try to take these dudes out here. Plague Grenade's not going to do anything here. Disorienting Blast, I guess. Technically targets someone. I see raw huge damage to single targets here. Yep, and then you can just buckshot. Not quite enough to kill that guy, but sure, decent amount of damage. we got to go first. Cool. I don't have crush though, so I won't be able to finish this guy. He's at 1. I have so much utility, but I don't actually have a lot of damage. It's awkward. All these guys are getting very close to death, but not quite enough to kill him. That's okay. You're out of here. The shield breaker does enough damage, so it's so awkward. I can't kill this guy right now with these characters. I basically have to wait until I get one of these two guys to attack first here. That's fine. Buckshot. Double crit.
Blow.
Good grief. I understand why it doesn't work that way. You don't get stress relief from critting on a dead body. It'd be nice.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Like, they don't allow you to, like, remove stress from critting on a dead body, which totally makes sense, but...
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
So I'm out of... I actually don't care about the torch, right? I don't care that much, do I? Maybe I do. Over the bandage. I'll take the 1 torch. I will. Because we don't actually have the ability to sleep here. We did a lot of backtracking, so we got quite a bit left of this maze to go through, so I'll keep that 1 torch just for a... I was going to say for a rainy day. It didn't make a lot of sense to use a torch on a rainy day, but... Alright. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for a trap removal on a 60%. Never punished. That contains loot.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
I'm hoping to find another one of those ceremonial urns so we can use some of these extra holy waters that I try to bring on these missions. I'm going to go ahead and use the torch now. We have a fight right here in this next hallway, and we'll get extra use out of our... Do I even have a light-related item? I don't. I mean, Ancestor's Candle, but Ancestor's Candle is more... it's more forgiving. It works above 50%, not 75 like a lot of the other items do. Okay, throwaway fight. Alright, just crush these guys super quick. That ability sometimes will surprise you how much damage it deals. 5. Yeah. I think we had a mission a little bit ago where it hit for like 14. Of course, that wasn't on a lower tier fight like this, but a lower tier mission, but... So he's just dead. And then Skeet Shot should take care of the other two, and if it doesn't, our Man-at-Arms will kill the other one pretty easily here. Alright, so we'll go for a... I don't want to move him. We'll go for a Retribution. Oh, that just killed him outright. That's fine. And then this will probably kill them both immediately if we use Buckshot here then. Cool. They don't... Oh, this 50 gold is from the spider. Because the maggots don't drop anything. The grubs or whatever. Alright, so like I said before, I like to interact with these books, shelves, when there's no stakes on the mission. Like when nobody's really in a bad spot. Like nobody's gonna die, right, from taking a little stress here. They can provide stress, but they can give you good bad quirks. Well, map is pretty irrelevant here, but they can give you good bad quirks, and you want to do that when you can, when there's no real stress in the line, because if you have the ability to pay for like quirk locks, you might lock a good bad quirk. Switch you around here. I'm just going to go a little further, try to push and see if I can't find anything. Again, try this again, see what I get. 2 maps in a row. Okay, game. All right. There should not be any more fights here, because... Oh, no, actually, there is. This is a... Yeah, this is a visit 90% of the rooms mission, not a... Okay. Oh! Bloodsuckers. Not what I wanted to see as our last fight. I could run. I don't want to get the Crimson Curse against these guys. There's no reason to be here.
No chance for egress. Will this be a massacre?
I was kind of hoping to avoid the Crimson Curse, but... whatever, let's fight them. I'll go for a bellow here. We'll start removing their dodge. See, these guys have 10 dodge. It doesn't actually matter against these guys more. We'll go for... Alright. That's no big deal. I could have... The thing is, it was like low stakes to do it with the Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor in general doesn't have a lot of effect against these guys. I don't have Incision, so I can't deal a lot of damage to these guys. And the awkward part is also my stun isn't that great against these like head crab looking supplicant guys, because they have really high stun resist. But I guess the Blight resist actually is a lot better than I'm giving it credit for. Hold on here. Or the Blight chance. 110% base plus the Blasphemous Vial. Actually, no, it's pretty high chance it will hit. Never mind. I guess we're a lot better off than I realized. Okay, we'll just go for a... I'll go for a call the shot here. Oh, I can't call the shot front line. It's wild. Whatever. Just go for all damage. Sure. Yeah, Blight's not that big of a deal here. The mission's basically over. The only thing we're concerned with is getting hit by the Crimson Curse, which is one of the reasons I thought about actually leaving. It's the only real consequence on this mission is that happening here. Hey, are you down to 1? You would be down to 1, wouldn't you? Dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. All right. And then I'm actually going to go for a Plague Grenade because I might just outright kill the Sycophant in the back. Cool. What we wanted to see. We even got lucky on the Blight here. That's awesome. I'll go for a stun here on one of these guys. Just because it's not actually any real chance to stun these guys. They have 150% chance to stun. It's just the most damage I can deal right away. I could go with a riposte here and have everybody attack him. That wouldn't have been a bad problem, or wouldn't have been a bad idea. But I'm really just trying to, like...
Decimated.
You know, in retrospect, it probably would have made more sense to go for that. I'm probably just wrong. Yeah. Is this enough to kill you? Nope. That's a lot of damage. All right. He got to go first. Deafening Wine's fine, though. That's stress. Don't care about that. That's not the Crimson Curse. That's not the Crimson Curse. All right. We're not going to die from any damage here, so let's just go for a stun. Sure. This is the downside of having this comp being so heavy into, like, utility and not damage, is that I can actually, like, just have a fight go way longer than it needs to because I don't have much damage except for the shield breaker. He's gonna die anyways. Oh yeah, the mission's over. All right, good. Never mind. We have no stress relief, so there's really no reason to not just spam abilities and let this guy die real quick. Nobody on our team can stress relief here. The Plague Doctor can heal, so theoretically we could get a crit heal.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
5 citrine, that's a pretty rare thing. I don't usually do that. This gives a generic buff for the whole mission, but of course it appeared at the end of the mission. Extra 10 dodge, extra 15% protection. All right, let's get out of here. All right, we're gonna just run right into another mission. That was a pretty quick one.
Belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they
nice.
hold.
Develop some quirks here. Beast Slayer's great. It's what worth locking. Thick Blooded's great. Natural is great early game. Gothic is whatever. So yeah, Thick Blood is worth locking. It's a solid A tier quirk. Beast Slayer's one of the best quirks in the game. Those are worth locking. Oh, more recruits.
And men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses.
Off the trot's incredible.
All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
Skilled Gamblers, mediocre. You know, you don't lock any of these quirks. Hot to Trot's solid. It's a lockable. The rest of these are... Gambler's fine. You can lock that. The other one's Automatonophobia and Thin Blooded are bad. Thin Blooded is really bad in this character. It's like, she's already pretty bad in Blight Resist. Yeah, so I don't know if we need another shield breaker, though. I mean, we have a free slot, right? So we're going to take somebody. It doesn't matter who it is. Let me really quickly go out to the map and remove everybody so I can actually see what I have of every class. I'll remove my items, too. Remove all these trinkets, and then we'll sort by class. See who I got here. I should have 2 of these guys. So the question is a Beast Slayer, which is good. That's what we already had, right? Beast Slayer Resolution, that'll lock at some point. I don't really care about Twilight Dreamer. It can matter, but eventually... You know, once we start seeing more stealth people at you know, the tier 3 with this character, she's still level 2, so. So let's look at really quickly this chick and check her compared to the other ones. Motto, it has Beast Hater Photomania, which is a crazy starting line. Natural's great. If this was week 1 and she had these, well, if she had these in week 1, I would have cheated to get to that stage because you can't have locked quirks that early. But she's in a really good spot. Is what I'm trying to say. Beast Slayer is fantastic, so she's in a good spot here. Hard skinned is okay. Not really what you want to do with a shield breaker. I'm more focused on dodging. I don't really want to get hit in the first place. Manslayer's fine, but not something I'm gonna lock. Resolution's worth locking. So Patrice, right? Yeah, Patrice is fine here. Mortmain has Hot to Trot, which is about the same as Beast Slayer in terms of value. Like, Hot to Trot's generically powerful, whereas Beast Slayer is very, very, very powerful against Beast. So good that it's probably better than Hot to Trot, honestly. Beast Slayer is just that good, because there's so many random beasts in the game. Bosses, Warrens is all beasts. I don't think I'm going to take her. I already have 2 shield breakers. I don't think I need a 3rd. Backtracker, Shocker, Infirm, Faded. No, all bad. Nymphomania is irrelevant. Weapon Tinker is cute, but not really relevant here. We're not really in need for money. Money's not a problem anymore here. Manslayer on a Vestal. Scientific. That's a wolf. Wow, possibly the worst thing you could roll in this class, huh? Eldritch Slayer is really cool. Do we have two? I think we actually, yeah, we already have two of these guys, right? We have Anscott, who has the most wild set of quirks I've ever seen. We didn't even, I think in a previous episode, it's not even showing right now, but in a previous episode, I think he also had some other ridiculous thing. I think he had like Beast Slayer on this. This dude was loaded. But eventually, alas, he re-rolled for Wheeled Adventurer. But he's, you know, he's got some good quirks still, though. This guy somehow managed to not lock any bad quirks for like ever. And then Duquesne has quick reflexes. He doesn't actually have anything else going for him. Unholy Slayer is more serviceable on this class than any other class, except for maybe the Vestal, but still better on him, I think. Eldritch Slayer is just like S tier, but it's the same S tier though as like quick reflexes is S tier. As much as I would like to pick that up because of that, I don't really need it. Eldritch Slayer's fine, but he's already got something locked. I'm just gonna leave him. Quick Draw's great. But we've already got two really good flagellants here. Like two really good, like high tier flagellants, so we don't even need them anymore. I don't have an Antiquarian anymore. I got rid of them earlier because now we're at a point in the game where like I don't really need money anymore, so I just kind of left them behind. Hard Noggin is cool, but we have... Oh, actually, hold on. We do have... We lost our other good bounty hunter to Wolf during the Wolves at the Door quest. So we might consider taking you, because this guy only has On Guard going for him, and then he's got a bunch of junk, like just bad junk. Scientific is not terrible. I mean, you can build around it. Say like just build. You don't want this because when it comes up and you realize it, you're like, that sucks. Fear of Mankind is just awful on this character. It's the worst person in the game to have Fear of the Mankind on. Like, why would you be afraid of the one thing you're trying to kill? Curious is awful. It's like a 1 in 5 chance you interact with every curio in the game, which is just terrible. Feels bad every time it triggers. Scattering's kind of funny. He's mostly a non-range character. I mean, he can, but this is range, but it doesn't really do any damage. Caltrops, whatever. But yeah, he's only got On Guard, so I'd much. Actually, Steady's good too. I misspoke. Steady's a solid A. There's an argument to be made here. I say it's a solid A. I don't know. Maybe it's not as good as I give it credit for. Minus 10% stress. If something hits you for 22 stress, then you take 2.2 stress less. That's probably like a B. Yeah, it's okay. But is he better than Papon here with Hard Noggin? That's a real question. Like, Hard Noggin is a solid A tier, but he doesn't have riposte, so I don't really care. And he's also not a support class, like a super squishy character who just dies from like 2 hits. Like, if you get stunned on a Vestal, it feels terrible, especially if you took a lot of damage during that stun. But a character like Bounty Hunter, he's like a middle health character. He doesn't really get stunned and then die, so I don't really care about Hard Noggin so much on him. It's solid. I mean, stun resist is always good on everybody, but it's not like important on him. So I think I'd rather just keep Picot or Picot, whatever his name is. I guess it's French. It's probably Picot. I think On Guard is probably like worth keeping just because of that. The other stats suck. Man, what is the deal here? How many good shield breakers? Good lord. Eagle Eye's okay. This character's not a Eagle Eye character though. As you remember, this character has melee, range, melee, range, melee, range, melee. Like this character is it's like a snake, right? The abilities oscillate between melee, range, melee, range, melee, range. Half range, half melee. Don't really want to be using Eagle Eye in this class. Really, there's not very many people in the game that can use Eagle Eye to any real effect. It's the Musketeer / Arbalest is the first one and really the only one that comes to mind. A specific version of the Highwayman, like if I'm leaning into like an Eagle Eye build, and Torn Rotator and kind of leaning into the... I mean, Torn Rotator's not good in this class, but if I lean in on all ranged on this character and force him into that role, I can do that. Then that's okay on him, but Tough is okay. Not really what I want to see on a Shield Breaker. The Shield Breaker's more focused on dodge again. Slow Reflexes is bad all around. I don't really like any of these guys. Word of the Light's fine, but we don't need another Shield Breaker. I don't need one. I mean, I could take her just off of the back of Hot to Trot. She's better than some of the other random people I've been picking up. But, I mean, is she really going to replace one of these two characters? I mean, she's got all... These are all serviceable until something better rules, right? These are all solid, okay... Like, none of these are going to feel bad having them on our list, right? If I have Hard Skinned, I'm like, cool. I mean, she just takes less damage when she takes less damage. Manslayer, if I run into a human, she just deals more damage for a while. Twilight Dreamer, okay, if there's a random person that has stealth, she can randomly kill them. I'm not mad about having any of these quirks. I'm not excited about any one of them like I am Beast Slayer, but they're all solid and together added up do make a difference. Whereas This character literally just has hot to trot, and the rest of the stuff, these are all bad. And that's, well, not bad. Sorry, Gambler's fantastic. We'd love to have that. But Automatanophobia is bad. Thin Blooded's bad. Whereas Patrice has no bad quirks, so we don't have to spend weeks thinking about leaving her behind to get rid of bad quirks. Motto has literally none, so there's just no reason to select that character. Yeah, I'm just not going to take anybody here. I still have 28 slots. I mean, I'm not filling one of them. I understand people look at that and be like, why wouldn't you just take a person? You know, there's no reason. Nah, because then later on I'm going to have to drop them anyway and, like, remember that that's a person I want to drop. I don't want to fill a slot with somebody I'm just never going to use. All right. Yep. Okay, so we did level those guys up here. Let's look at that squad now. Who was it? We still have them together, right? Oh, no, I took them out. So now let's sort by level. A lot of those guys are kind of in a position, neither of these guys level to level 2. I'm still in a position where I'm thinking I might just do lower tier levels just to kind of level up that freshman class, those level 0s and level 1s to get them to the level 2. I want to get some 2s and 3s up into the 4 slot too, but I don't want to create this giant bifurcation where like half of my guys are 6, 5s, and 4s, and the other half are all level 1s and 0s. I don't want to have this like big giant gaping hole in the middle where I have no like graduatable like, you know, crew. I need to get some people into the level 4 territory because I still want to go and do this fight against the Miller. We still haven't beat the Miller, which is wild considering that we've almost on tier 3 of all these other bosses. Although Gentle Tide is looking pretty enticing considering that, you know, it would help us go and beat the Siren pretty quickly. But again, we don't have very many people that are level 4, and I want to get level 4 guys so that we can go beat a boss a little bit more readily. So again, I'm still on that level up our guys kind of mentality here. So I'm going to focus on the level 2s. Let's get these level 2s up to level 3. That way I can pick a mixed bag right now. If I level Patrice, she's level 2. If I get her to level up to level 3, then I can bring her and Picard, who's also good against Eldritch. I will have Patrice and Picard for the fight against the good grief, the Siren. Right? The thing you have to remember about the Siren, though, is there is an argument to be made that bringing a shield breaker in general isn't the greatest choice because the Siren is pretty unique in the sense that when she steals a person from you, she puts them in the back when she returns them, whereas every other enemy in the game that steals one of your people in some way, they're through like the hag stealing with the pot or the fanatic when he steals. I think all of those characters put your character in the front slot. So, like, characters like the Leper don't feel so bad whenever they get stolen because they just return back and immediately can pop them in the face with, you know, they hit right in the face because they're in slot 1. But against the Siren, it feels really bad to have a Leper because then the Leper's put in slot 4 and the Leper literally can't do anything the rest of the fight. Except for stare at her menacingly, which is pretty irrelevant but funny. So, most of the time I try to bring something like the Occultist, generally speaking, good in that location in general. The Shieldbreaker's serviceable because she can still attack from most every slot except for 4, but if we do that, I want to make sure that I have somebody in slot. See, Puncture can be used from slot 4, though. So I guess Puncture's still worth it. I guess if you bring Puncture, then you can still use her on against the Siren. But yeah, but she's just good on that mission in general, right? Because she can deal a lot of damage to everything leading up to that point. The one thing you got to watch out for, though, against the Siren is if she steals the Shieldbreaker, it feels real bad because she can just absolutely eviscerate your team. Shieldbreaker does a lot of damage. A lot of consistent damage, right? Like, it's not like surprising like a Leper hits you for 4 and you take your guy off the map instantly, but it'll hit no matter what. Through protection, through range leader snow, she's going to hurt you. The one argument, what I usually like to do against the Siren is something a little strange. I like to bring a crew of people who are like unassumingly not powerful. Like they all have one ability that deals damage and all their other skills are utility. That way she can't really use them right. So if you have like an Antiquarian, I love bringing the Antiquarian against her because she can still throw out her like infection ability. I forget what it's called here. I haven't used her in a while because I got rid of her after we gathered all of the money we needed. Let's go check her. I know there was one in here, right? So go look at this Antiquarian. She has this Festering Vapors ability. If you use that and then all like Invigorating Vapors and Behind Me, Protect Me things, then if she steals the Antiquarian, it's basically like she wasted her turn because the Antiquarian can't do anything. I mean, she can spam Invigorating Vapors, which is funny sometimes because it'll make her have the ability to dodge. I think that's always really funny whenever, you know, she steals the Antiquarian, you're like, this isn't going to be a problem. And all of a sudden she starts spamming dodge and then you know, you miss a few attacks on her, but ultimately it's not that much dodge that you're adding to her, 5, 10, whatever it is, and then after that you crush her anyways through just sheer amounts of attacks that you throw at her. But extra dodge is not a big deal. It's nowhere near as big of a deal as taking 20 damage from a Leper out of nowhere. So, and also, if she, another thing to note is that if the antiquarian is returned to you, she's put in slot 4. She's always useful there. So it's good on that mission. Against the Siren, the most important thing is to make sure that whoever you take is not like crushing in damage, like a huge amount of damage to one single target, and whoever you take is also not useless in slot 4, because they're going to get put back in slot 4. You have to remember that, which is one of the reasons why it's kind of neat to bring like a Man-at-Arms and go with that off meta build where you kind of roll with a like a Guardian Shield, because then you can like bring a Vestal, a Man-at-Arms, like an Occultist, and then some person who, like, you know, deals damage through like through protection, like a shield breaker, to get through all those random shield guys that she's going to spawn, and then everybody else is just healing and then keeping the Man-at-Arms alive. And then it doesn't matter who she steals besides the shield breaker, because everybody else is going to be like not really a threat to your own team. She takes the shield breaker, you have three people, like one guy that can protect the other two, and the other two who are healers that can offset that shield breaker damage for that one round. But we don't have an antiquarian. I'd much rather have an antiquarian for this fight. I just don't have them right now because it's not really that useful. The person who I really want to bring, though, is the musketeer. Either that or an arbalist, functionally the same. Because this character, if she gets taken, yes, she can hurt you, but a lot of her abilities are utility. I can give her patch up. I can give her, you know, something like skeet shot or smoke screen or some other thing like that, and then I can give her one ability that deals damage. Just give her like real damage, right? I can even give her skeet shot, even though it's not that great here, but I guess there are people that are stealth, so that would still have utility here. If I give her patch up, I give her skeet shot, and then I also give her call the shot, and then I give her aim shot. She has one of her 4 abilities that deals damage, which makes it so that she's less likely to get value if she takes her as the Siren. But you're very likely to get value because you can start the fight off by marking the shot on them, and then everybody else can, you know, consume that mark even though she's gone and get value out of that dodge decrease, because the Siren does have, I think, like 20 dodge or something at like tier 2. She's higher than a lot of people because she doesn't deal damage. She really is like just annoying. She steals your people and then she's hard to kill, right? You can't hit her. But then being able to consume that mark is pretty powerful. And then if she gets stolen from you, she gets returned to you in where? Slot 4, which then makes an item like, you know, the sniper's ring not nearly as useless. Though you should still not use the sniper's ring on this location, because if anybody but the marksman gets taken, then the sniper's ring literally does stark nothing. And you don't want to spend any of your time moving characters unless it's to deal damage, or you don't want to reposition people mid-fight against the Siren. That's a losing battle because she just keeps taking people and repositioning them. The best thing you can do against the Siren is really just bring Eldritch Slayer's ring, because if she takes one of your people and they have Eldritch Slayer's ring, that doesn't do anything against your people. But when they're on your team, it is helping you kill her and her squad. That's the best item you could bring against her, for the same reason. Ethereal Crucifix, same argument. So that's what we're going to do when we go fight against her, and I'm going to be doing that very soon. I just want to level up the core group of people. Like, think about who I want to bring against that fight, and I do think it's going to be either Pansifal or Conter, Musketeer, Arbalist combo. Pick your poison, doesn't matter, they're the same class. And then after that, Vupont will come with us too. Patrice, I think, is who I'll bring, and then I'll probably bring in a Vestal, because like I said, I like to bring in somebody who doesn't deal any damage. That way, that's a 1 in 4 chance she takes somebody who's not a threat, and that's when they return her, she can still be useful in slot 4. But I have to be very careful that I remember to use Puncture if I'm going to bring Patrice, because if she gets put in slot 4 and I forget to bring this, we're going to be feeling real bad about it. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Yep. I am curious whether or not, I don't think it works this way. Serpent's Way, blocking 2. I don't think this works on her stealing your character. But you can dodge the stealing of a character, so I wonder. It's not a debuff. I don't know how that works, but that's okay. It doesn't matter either way. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go in, like I said, I'm going to try to level those lower guys that I was describing, and we're going to get in there and go after it. We're just going to go do, I'll probably just stay here. We've got, oh, actually, maybe we just roll in the tide. Roll tide. We roll in the cove multiple missions in a row, and kind of set ourselves up for a slam dunk here. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do a gentle tide straight into the Siren, because I don't think we'll actually have the people to do it. I mean, we could. If we would have all level 3s against her, which is possible, but I just like going in there with all level 4s. I don't like fighting bosses unless most of my guys are like the highest tier in that level, right? She's a enemy who is expecting to fight against level 4s and level 3s. Bringing a bunch of level 3s is just like handicapping yourself for no reason. So yeah, I'm not gonna fight her after that unless something dramatically changes. I don't see a world where we're going to. I'm just gonna bring these level 2 guys and start building up that lower level class of guys I've been describing here. Maybe I even do something fun, like a double dance team or something like that. Level up these characters who have not been getting a lot of love. I don't know. What does she have? Beast Slayer? What does the other one have? Photomania? They're both beast hating characters, which is funny. Much better if it was like Eldritch, but it's just really good abilities regardless. Beast is like a common enemy type. I'll bring Contour, like I said, switch you around here. Am I gonna bring Sacrificial Stab? No, but Abyssal Artillery still hits from that slot, so we're fine there. And then after that, I do want to level up a Plague Doctor. I mean, we just haven't been able to do that because our earlier Plague Doctor got killed. I mean, we have one level 3, although this one's actually probably the one we'll bring when we go fight against her. So this Plague Doctor, though, is, I said before, this is the most Warrens-coded Plague Doctor I've ever seen. I've never seen a Plague Doctor absolutely refuse to throw Plague Grenades. Like, between Photomania, Beast Hater, and Beast Slayer, and Warren's Tactician, this character's just like, please have me killing beasts. Have me kill beasts, let me use Incision, let me use the Bloody Herb, let me build off-meta, let me try something real weird. I'm not going to say no. It lets me play some weird off-build with this character. It also allows you to bring a Plague Grenade, or Plague Grenade, lets you bring a Plague Doctor into areas where you normally wouldn't be able to. But that doesn't mean we essentially have only one real dedicated true Plague Doctor, which is kind of unfortunate, because this character is disgusting later in the game with like Plague Grenade plus the Blasphemous Vial. It's just such a stupid combo. Where is my Blasphemous Vial? I was going to point at it. Apparently I can't. Maybe I already put it away. All right, it's still on a person, I mean to say. Sort by rarity. Oh yeah, it was still on a person, yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and level up. I guess we'll stick with one of these two guys here. Are any of you guys... Oh, Thick-Blooded. That's a good one. Thick-Blooded. I just saw that, right? Yeah, Thick-Blooded. We'll bring in Thick-Blooded since that's good here at this location. All right, let's go do this random medium mission. Maybe, who knows, maybe one of these guys will level up into... we're not going to be able to immediately use that to fight the Siren, but it will set us up for a slam dunk in the next mission at this location as well. So let's go do this. Oh yeah, the pineal gland, whatever. Yeah, let's... English is hard, man. All right, let's go do this mission real quick here. I'll just give you Ancestor's Candle. I'll give one of you two... Who has the higher base trap resist or removal chance? Looks like they're tied for base. He's a higher level, so you gotta remember that. Your trap removal chance isn't high. You have a pretty high one, right? Is it? Oh, no, you're all 20% base or 10, aren't you? Just trying to figure out who I should give the Ancestor's map to. Honestly, probably you. That seems weird. You're a damage dealer. I'm not going to do that. I'll give it to the Occultist, because really the Occultist only needs one real item. I mean, most of the time he just needs his Demon's Cauldron, and then he's good to go. So I'll give you the Ancestor's map. We'll give you, since you're in slot 4, and I don't see us getting moved around the first time around, I guess I could give you an Eldritch Slayer's Ring. Your accuracy's pretty high, you know, out of the box. I don't really need to worry about that at this stage. It's only a green tier mission, right? So let's just give you the Eldritch Slayer's Ring. It's going to remove your dodge chance, but whatever. And then just give you extra raw damage. We already have 2 healers in the squad, so I'm not really worried about it. Let's let her lean more into the damage roll with aim shot early in the mission. And then we can pretty much go with that. And then from here, since you're in slot 2, I'm going to give you Rampart Shield. Or do I want to lean into the Riposte build? You've got Hard Noggin. Let's lean into the Riposte build, not Rampart Shield. I guess you could make the argument that I could just split the difference and go with Rampart Shield and then just use Riposte, and then immediately after that just stun people. But that kind of, it's like anti-synergistic. You like stun one guy and then you're like asking them to attack you, but they're stunned. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe I'll just give you extra health. I mean, I could really go hard at the stage. We have these late game items. I could give you an Ancestor's Bottle if I want to, just make you absurdly tanky and give you Barristan's Head. I mean, this is kind of like the core I want to get punched in the face kind of build. Although the one thing that's missing is you would want to have like a Plague Doctor with you to be able to cover up his one weakness here, which is that he can be blighted and bled. By having enormous protection, enormous whatever, like he just can't die now. But we still have problems with stress, right? That's the big issue with this squad. No real way of removing that. I'm going to give her Spectral Spear Tip here. I think it's just generically powerful in this location since she can use her Captivate and do a lot of damage. Although this actually adds Blight now too. it's pretty high probability it adds blight no matter what anyway, though. So I'm going to switch over to Captivate here. Adder's Kiss is pretty good too here, though. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's better than Pierce even here. She's in slot 1, right? Well, these are both slot 1 abilities. This is slot 2-able. She has no ability to move forward, though, if I do this. Oh, no, she does. She has Puncture. I really like Pierce in general, though, because it always kills those snails instantly, but this is going to kill them anyways, too, because they're going to become blighted. Yeah, this is probably just fine as it is. I have 2 abilities that attack in slot 1 and one that only attacks in slot... never mind. We're good. Just a little weird. I'm so used to having Pierce. I mean, I kind of rely on Pierce. I think that ability is just incredible. It's generic. Like, most people's first ability usually kind of... It's not that inspiring. There's like 2 or 3 characters in the game whose first ability is really powerful, right? I mean, frontline melee people. Not like... Talon's Rush, obviously that's really powerful, and obviously like you know aim shot. But Pierce is really strong. Chop on the leper is really strong, and like Holy Smite I think is pretty strong. But like Mace Bash on like the Vestal, trash, right? A lot of that, or like the Sacrificial Stab is just trash, or the Nervous Stab from the Antiquarian, just trash. Like most of the time, you don't like the first melee ability is usually pretty mediocre on most characters. This is a medium mission, as I said before. 12 on short missions, 14 on, or I guess up 4 every time. I meant to say not 14, up 4 each time. So 12 on short missions, 16 on medium missions, 20 on long. But we're now at the stage in the game where we get free food because of the granary, and also we don't have. I guess we have 2 healers. Yeah, I don't need any more food than that. This is fine. And if we roll down to only 4, then we can use the first 4 aggressively. What is this, a medium mission? We can use the first 4 aggressively in order to make sure we can open up a slot in our inventory due to the fact that we have a bunch of random things. In the earlier game, sometimes on these missions where you have to use an item, sometimes you get screwed and you actually have no slots to grab random items off the map, which kind of sucks, and then you're kind of in this position where you're like, oh, well, there's all these goodies I can't take. What do I do? I have no spots. Oh, actually, I just realized something. These guys are level 2, level 1, level 2, this guy needs to level his abilities up. They're all still level 1. Let's go do that real fast on the occultist, and then we'll come back here. My mistake. So he needs to have wrong guy. The core 4 here, I usually pick are these. Wow. That's because this guy died and we brought him back from the dead. Remember, he was a higher level and he died, and then we had that From Beyond event trigger, which then meant that when he came back, he had all of his abilities, level 1 again. And so we had to spend money to rebuild it back up. We're gonna go do this. Same mission, good. Now let's select items. All right, like I said here, I might bring 16. I mean, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Or 16. An extra. I did it again. Last time I said an extra 4 and I said 14. I might just bring an extra stack or half stack here. You always want to bring at least 4 shovels to this location because there's oysters. But make sure you don't use it on the big round things because that'll give you a bunch of stress. But it's just, there's really no downside to having a full stack of shovels other than cost. Sometimes I even bring a 5th, but only on like long missions, unless you're on the Weald. On the Weald you bring 5. I mean, I always bring 1 extra on the Weald because there's a lot of the cross like marked graves that you can interact with. After that, here, a few of these is fine, a few of these is fine. As I said before, anti-venom is just kind of mediocre on this location in general because the only thing it interacts with is that like, one pool. There's like a pool you can use the anti-venom on. That'll give you like plus 6, 7 health or something. It's very junk. Might even shave 1 off there. I just don't think it's great here. After that, generally speaking, medicinal herbs are just always pretty decent to have. 3 keys is fine. Maybe even 4, but I'm going to go with 3 since we can use a shovel to... I guess the anti-venom could also be used to break open chests as well. It's worth remembering. Yeah, and then after that, holy water, maybe 1. I just don't see a lot of reason for that. We're in a lower tier mission. Holy waters aren't really that useful on lower tier missions in general. They're more useful for their aura that they give, like the plus 32% resistance to bleed, to blight, to debuff, and to disease. That's really why they're good. But they do have a few curios you can interact with. There's that one like Cthulhu-esque like shaped like one that kind of leans to the side, and if you interact with it and use this, it gives like a huge buff. But this isn't a boss mission, it's only medium length, so it's not really going to come up. Medium mission, really you only need about this many torches, 8 for a short mission. And I think we're good. There's a very high probability we see the collector though. You see, your screen is black. I don't know if it's me only. I hope it's not the case. If you can't see my screen on Twitch, please let me know. I don't know if that's actually an issue. I've had some people say that's happened occasionally where there's like a flick. Let me know if that's consistent for anybody. I'd love to know that. I hope it's not the case, but I'll see what I can do if it is. Thanks, Enigma. Enigma, I appreciate you saying that. All right, so going back here. Oh, it looks like YouTube. We got Cole. Looks like maybe you're back. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take off here. I think we're good to go. I guess one argument could be made. I could have spent a little bit more time looking at my my camping skills, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. This is a shorter mission in general. I mean, a lower tier mission in terms of overall difficulty in general, so. All right, let's do this. Okay, tentacled lurkers lie in wait just below the surface. Tread carefully.
The flopping fish-like things abhor the warding sigils.
Yep.
Let us claim this place anew.
This is why I talk about how it's not the greatest in this location. Scouting is just not that great in the Cove, or, I mean, it's okay on the wheel, but it's just not great in the Cove, because the Cove has the highest probability of, like, these really linear, snaky, noodly looking maps, and, you know, it's just not great for scouting. Every room you walk into has, like, one new hallway to show you. It's not often that you're going to get a big scout. Whereas in like the ruins, or particularly in the warrens, in the warrens oftentimes you'll walk up and it'll be a three-way or four-way intersection. You walk up, scout will just show you the whole map instantly. It's just crazy. Much less of a probability you get a good scout in this location. So the Ancestors map is kind of whatever in this location. It's just powerful in general though. So this scout only hits one room, right? It's like, I guess I've got two hallways, but you see what I mean though. All right. Let's push. This is the one I was referring to. Never interact with this with the shovel, because it'll give you a huge amount of stress. I intentionally went through in the earlier episodes, like way back when we first started, and I kind of interacted with like every curio, try to interact with every curio. The only reason you'd ever use the shovel on this curio is if you're intentionally trying to trigger your flagellant to hit 100 stress to become rapturous. But there's two arguments against that. One is, why are you bringing a flagellant to the Cove? Because the Cove is not susceptible to bleed at all. It's really a bad location to bring the flagellant really ever. And then the other thing is, there's just better ways of getting your character to that stress level, generally speaking, if you want to. I mean, there's like camping skills that can get there and stuff without trying to rely on this being there for you to guarantee that's going to happen. But the reality is, if you see one and you happen to have the flagellant, there is that one-off chance where you could use it for that. The real use of this curio, the value of it, is to interact with it and get a bad cork intentionally from it, because you can sometimes get a good bad one here. So I'm going to interact with it with my musketeer and see if we can't roll a good bad cork. The game just bugged. I don't know what just happened there. She interacted with it. It said it. Okay, I think the game just bugged. It looked like we were about to develop a bad cork and nothing happened. Whatever. But you see my point though. I was doing that on purpose to try to get a bad cork. That was weird. Alright, there's a trap here. Let's get rid of it. Huh. Are we feeling confident, Dagroth? I feel okay. But I remember, are you going to say, or is this when you say, remember that confidence is that what you're going to do? Is that what this is an opportunity for you to catch me off guard and say that? If that's what you're doing, that's funny.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
I remember that confidence is what is it, like a silent, but like a sinister killer or something like that. One of the more popular quotes from this game. No, why would I do such a thing? Yeah, okay, I got you. All right, this is why I say bringing one shovel extra in this location is not a bad idea, because this, as well as the wield, because a shovel can be used on the tombstones, on like the cross-shaped tombstones on the wield, as well as obviously all the trees. There's like rubble piles everywhere, trees in that location. But actually, this episode I just learned that you can use the shovels on these barnacle chests too. I was actually only talking about the clams being used for it, but I had forgotten that you could also use the shovels on this. Not on all chests, but this one for sure. All right, well, sure, we'll take it. I mean, we can literally stack all these. I guess I could just take all, but it gives me an opportunity to talk. Oh, This is literally the first time I think I've played this game now 88 weeks of gameplay. This is the very first time we've seen 2 drown thralls. It's always 1. Huh. Well, we kill these guys fast. Because these are the guys that could cause us problems. Like, they'd blow up, right? He might stun somebody, but... Oh, you stunned the person that's already attacked. I'm fine with that. Sure. Alright, go for high damage on the front guy would be nice, but we have no real way of doing that. That is a little unfortunate. Maybe I go for a buckshot then. Well, he's gonna bleed out. No, let's just kill the guy who's stunning people. Or hit him for a lot, at least. Maybe I just go for... Just kill this guy?
Confidence surges as the enemy.
This guy's dead. It's just awkward because they stun the one person that deals a lot of damage to the front line. I don't think I gave him Crush. I did not. So it's just going to be Retribution and then probably Rampart. So awkward. Hopefully he'll attack the... Nice. That helps. That helps. There's a chance we can actually kill him without the help from the shield breaker then. The risk of opening so many lootables is a conflict.
And improvement.
Alright, 2 damage here. What do you mean? The risk of opening so many lootables is a conflict. See, this is where... Yep, is what it is. Oh, a ruby. This early.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the ruby this early is good. It just sucks that we're finding it on a pineal gland. Pineal gland? I can't pronounce that word. I don't know what's wrong with me, dude. Forgive me. For pack-slated loot are often low. You're literally just quoting the game. I realize what's happening now. Okay. Troll. Alright, yeah, we'll just burn this.
The match is struck. A blazing star
Hunger check is fine.
born.
We could... Oh, there we go. Great. This, gland. No, why would I do such a thing? Alright. Interact with this curio here. Now we actually have some space to work with. That's great. Awesome. That put a little bit of pressure off us getting rid of this one item. Oh, wow. 2 of them in a row. It's like a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. We see these idiots at the same time. Yeah, I should have had her up front so she could use Impale here. I guess I'll go for Puncture then.
Obliterated.
Set herself up for a frontline attack after that. That's fine. Yep. Maddening Wine. Annoying, but more preferable than giving us the Crimson Curse. We'll take it. Alright, now I'm going to remove the armor from one of these guys, because that's really the annoying part of this fight. Yep. Yep. Dang it. We've been pretty fortunate to avoid the Crimson Curse for quite some time, so that sucks. This won't kill him, though. It's just not enough damage right now. See, that's why you know, having the Eldritch Slayer ring kind of sucks when we run into these guys. I'll go for a stun on... Well, no, stun can't hit the 3rd slot. Never mind. I'll just go for a simple Retribution then. On the guy who has the lowered protection. Yeah. Alright. So in time, you know Barney... Okay, in time you will know Barney... Okay. You will know Barney... What? Barnyard Brian sins? You'd rather not. Barnyard Brian's got... That just... I don't know if I want to know what the sins of a man named Barnyard Brian are going to be. They don't sound safe for work. We'll go for a kill here.
Continue the onslaught.
Don't do it. Please take care of my lurkers.
Them.
Barnyard Brian's Gooner game rate. Oh, God. Alright, we're in a good spot here to kind of wipe these guys, but we're just hoping that we don't end up with a butt shake emote. We're in a good spot. We're in a good spot to kill these guys. We're trying really hard to avoid the Crimson Curse, but we might not be able to do anything about it. It's where it sucks. Getting Crimson Cursed whenever you got a team that's designed around like sustain really sucks because we don't have any ability to just kill one of these guys super fast. We do have the Shield Breaker, but like it does damage, raw damage to the Bloodsuckers, but these guys just have so much health that even though I ignore their armor, I just can't kill them straight up. I'll go for Retribution. It does the most damage. That didn't take very much time. Yep, that guy doesn't care. He's already got the Crimson Curse. You can't curse him more. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Oh, wow, he's just dodging everything anyways. Alright, dude. Alright. I'd love to sneak some heals in here, but I'm not going to heal while we have the Crimson Curse on the horizon. I'm going to try as much as I can to avoid that. Kill this guy, please. Can't stun him. None of these guys do any damage except my Shield Breaker. It's so awkward. All right, you can kill him at least.
Their formation is broken.
Well, actually, strictly speaking,
Maintain the offensive.
my musketeer could have killed him because she does extra damage versus marked. I need to think more about that since the occultist can remove marked. But on lower tier missions like this, dodge is not really that big of an issue. Dodge is usually not much of an issue. It's usually our protection that's the thing that's most relevant. We'll take the blood. I'll take it. I mean, the busts are fine. They're probably better than taking this one random holy water. I don't really care about the sturdy boots here. I guess I could just camp here.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
The extra food being eaten because he's holding on Ancestor's bottle is a little annoying because I can't really justify a feast here, because if I do that, then I go down to 7, and then I only have 1 hunger check left on a mission we're only halfway through. So I'll just go for a regular half ration here. It doesn't heal us, but we've got healers on our team. It's no big deal, and then we can keep that food for other things. I guess we can just use triage anyway. And then from there, after that, all companions extra damage, extra crit seems good. I'll probably just do something boring like remove stress from people here. I think it's still pretty serviceable. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not exciting by any stretch, but we can get, if we get attacked in the middle of the night, it sucks, but I'm not really that worried about it. We've already taken care of all the dreams, I think, from the shield breakers. I think there's only 3.
The darkness holds much worse than mere
Yeah.
and boogeymen.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's get you moving forward here. Take out one of these guys, hopefully quick. Yep. Need to get that musketeer out of slot 1. That's a real bad spot for her to be in. But we're gonna be alright. I might actually just intentionally move like this. And just give up 1 round of moves. Get her out of that slot. She can't do anything in that slot. It's bad. Yep. That would have been really nice to have her move to that slot. Alright, cool. Now we're good. Stun these guys and take care of this nonsense. Alright. We are just fine now that we did that. And this guy's on 6. I can't kill him directly like this, so maybe I just well, you can't reach. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove your dodge. Just get it to 0 so we guarantee we kill you when we go for you here. You say here, well, I didn't think about what causes characters' text to go red like that. Characters' text? Oh, yeah. The characters' text like that is if they have the Crimson Curse. So their text is red if they have the Crimson Curse. His text was red, or there's 2 times that their text will go red. You mean whenever that we were sleeping. When we woke up because of a night invasion like that, if it's red and it has blood around it, then they have the Crimson Curse. If it's red and it doesn't have blood around it, it means that they're afflicted. Right, but none of my characters are afflicted, so it must have been this guy that you're talking about. It must have been the cultist was talking. Alright, we'll just go for raw damage here. Great. Took care of the most important character. The extra random stress is obnoxious, especially whenever it's dark like this. This guy can be stunned, so I guess we'll go for it. Knocking him back's a little annoying. Puts him in slot 4, or slot 3. But it's no big deal. We can just take care of him with her.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I think this round I'm going to actually try to sneak in some heals. We're not in any real threat of, trouble here. And remember, once you beat a attack in the middle of the night like this, once you've actually beat the fight, then it returns the light back to you. So even though we're going to, we're on low light, we're not really. That's an easy thing to forget. I'm going to go ahead and use bandage here, and then we'll weird reconstruction on her. And he's basically dead. I just need to hit him. Anybody will kill him. Oh, I can't. Is Puncture not... Oh, I was like, wait, Puncture's not letting me hit him. Okay, never mind. He's dead from any... A casual breeze is going to kill this guy, so we're good. Sure, this'll work. Oh, he dodged? You're going to just make me look like an idiot? Cool. Ironically, I got everybody back in their slots from that, too.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
I don't usually like taking citrines, because generally speaking, citrines are very, uncommon. Not uncommon, they're very rarely going to be valuable enough to take, because you can only stack them in stacks of 5s, so that's only 1,250 gold. If you get the extra blueprint that makes it stack to 1,500 gold, whoop-de-doo. Like, I just don't see a world where you'll ever take citrates. They're just junk items. Like, I just never take them. On the other hand, I could justify pretty easily taking this onyx. The problem is I don't want to get rid of the food here, even though there's 2. This is the obvious thing to drop, the 2 food, but you have to remember, like, I have this dude who's rolling around with Ancestor's Bottle, so food checks are going to take 5 food off of us instead of... So this doesn't represent... The stack of food I have here, the stack of food I have here represents 2 random food checks, not 3.5. So the food matters a lot more than it looks like it does. I guess I could just drop the bandages and not be too bad. I mean, the downside to this is, obviously, I have a guy on our team that can bleed when healing, but it's not going to matter. It's a lower tier mission. We're going to be okay. Now I don't have to worry about random items in my inventory as much because I just got rid of 1 more of those, which is nice. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, yeah, are you the guy that has the Ancestors map? Of course, the guy who has the Ancestors map has 0 stress on him. All right, dude, cool. The guy who can remove my traps doesn't need to for stress reasons. All right, crate's empty. That's existential and depressing. All right. All right, fight. Okay. Surprise is so powerful. It feels so good when it rolls. All right, we'll go for a big old impale here.
Another one falls.
What? I wasn't expecting to just win the fight with an impale. That was absurd. I mean, I'm not going to complain. What in the world? It's a track star. Good lord. That impale was disgusting. Yeah, you can swap around who has trinkets, but I didn't have the slots to do it at the time. Oh.
Triumphant pride.
I did have the slots.
A dizzying fall.
I've done that. I did that the last mission 3 times where I switched. Actually, it was these 2 guys too on the same team last time. Lupant and Conter, or I guess rather my occultist and my musketeer. I switched the ancestor ring to them back and forth multiple times during the last mission, and I thought I couldn't do it this time because I thought I was full on items, but I wasn't in that hallway because we just used our firewood. So yes, fair point. I should have been able to switch items there and remove that stress from her. I should have been able to do that. That was my mistake. Dude, that impale was absurd. All right, again, like I said, I try to interact with these boss relief statue things, not with the shovel. But I just try to interact with them raw, straight up, because if I can roll a good bad quirk off of it, I'm happy. Like, our cultist has Unquiet Mind and has Bad Gambler right now. He's in a really good spot. He has good quirks. Our apprentice, our little musketeer has Torn Rotator, which is totally fine because she has all ranged attacks. And she has Early Riser and Beast Slayer, which are awesome, and Natural Swing. These are all lockable. I want to see her lock a good bad quirk now. I want to find a good bad quirk for her. Start to develop those bad quirks and get them locked early. Or also on the Shield Breaker, that'd be a nice person too. Maybe I'll go Shield Breaker. Another good one? Come on. Tough is fine. I mean, I don't need it, but I'll take it. I mean, she's got all these good, serviceable quirks. I mean, they're all B tier. Like, all solid B tier quirks, you know. I mean, I'd say Manslayer is more of like a unique... Maybe it's a B tier. I don't know. There's not as many humans in the game as there are like Beast and Eldritch. They're more like randomly, sporadically spaced throughout the entire map. Let's go for another big impale here. Oh my god!
And power.
Oh my! Disgusting. That was 2 attacks. Lord, that was a lot of damage. All right. So that guy's not gonna die. Let's just go for a... All right, stun him. And then after that, they're just dead. Look, this is absurd. That impale was disgusting. Okay, we'll just go for a kill on both of them here with the... Oh my god. It's a murder. Lord, this shield breaker could probably solo the whole mission right now.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I don't really care about portraits here. I don't think I'm going to see a lot of those in this location. I mean, I don't know what the most common thing that drops in this location is. I know that busts are more common, as well as busts and crests are common on the ruins. Portraits and crests are common on the warrens. and deeds and crest are common on the wield. I don't know what drops here most commonly, but from this small little anecdotal sample here, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of everything, which helps me not at all. I'll go ahead and use the food here. We'll take this one portrait. I'll leave the money. I'm gonna get hunger checked in T-minus 10 seconds, but that's all right. You say, what causes, okay, you can swap rapidly. Yeah, it's a tiny amount of stress. Yep. Can you, yeah, it's a tiny amount of stress if you interact with that. Well, hold on. Are we talking about the DOS relief thing that if you hit it with the shovel, that thing's like 50 stress. That caused me to lose some people in one of my previous episodes. Can you get anything good from it? Fair and balanced, like all DLC characters. Yeah, eat 2 food for it. Yeah, I mean, that's actually fair to say. The shield breaker and I think the shield breaker, yeah, the shield breaker and the flagellant are very powerful. So there is an argument to be made that maybe the DLC characters are more powerful. I've never thought about that.
In Radiance, may we
Tiny amount of stress
victory.
was the. Oh yeah, the trap disarm. Yeah, it's like 8. It's not a lot, but every little bit counts, you know. So I try to as much as I can. I guess that's a pretty hollow statement. Obviously, every little bit counts, but go for an impale. I could go for a straight up kill here. Oh no, I didn't bring Pierce. I did not bring Pierce this time. I was saying a straight up kill on the sea maggot. This still does a lot of damage. And I even got the. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're just dead. Disgusting.
A decisive pummeling.
Yeah, these two are crushing, man. And it's so funny because neither of them is actually rolling with the Eldritch Slayer's ring I threw on her for her to finish things off. Crazy. So this guy's just going to die in a few rounds on his own. I'm not going to worry about him. He's about to die. Let's just stun this guy. It'll kill him. But like that way I don't have to deal with a random stun or some other dumb crap. I'm not going to kill this little snail in the front this round, but it's not that big of a deal. Unless I get really lucky at a crit. But this buckshot won't do much damage to him. He has so much armor. Brian doesn't really do that much. It just applies all kinds of random, like, you know, disease / debuffs and crap. I'm not really worried about that. See you, nerd. All right. Yeah, I think we can just stack all these. Oh, no, we're out of...
So
we didn't bring any
clearly
jade.
in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
All right. So this is worth thinking about. Like, I could drop the shoes, the sturdy boots, which I don't really care that much about for the money because I know the money's going to stack higher than the sturdy boots. I'd like to take the jade because jades are more common than, you know, like say a sapphire. I mean, odds of us finding a second ruby are pretty low. Jade's a lot more common. This is a green tier mission. I'm not going to find a second ruby. Usually you find 2 or 3 rubies. You can do that at higher tier missions, but not here. I don't think there's anything I could justify dropping for a jade here. Unless I was really greedy on the torches, but I don't care that much. 350 gold is not worth a random crit in the dark. 350 gold, 375, if you want to be technically accurate. Just take 2 shield breakers, have them continually cycle in the front 2 slots. Yeah, the little... That's fun. I actually haven't... I one time this entire playthrough, I've actually brought 2 people of the same class one time because I was trying to showcase and like teach people like what their characters do and stuff. And one mission, I was like, all right, I'm gonna bring 2 occultists and 1 shield breaker into the cove to go do this mission. I went in, got the mission all set up, and it was like gonna be this like gentle tide mission so that the next mission we could go in and fight against the siren or whatever. And then I went back to the main like hamlet to talk about something and level up something. Went back to the overworld map, the hamlet like overworld map, and then because the game like randomly selects a mission every time you enter that, not every time, but every week a random mission is selected as the default mission on the map. It reselected the mission for us, put it on the siren, and I wasn't looking, and we started some random tier 3 mission with a bunch of green guys, or a bunch of like, you know, level 0s and 1s, and I was like, we shouldn't be here. And then everybody in the stream was like, do it, try it, do it. And I was like, the devil on my shoulder. I was like, I'll give it a shot, see what happens. And we somehow managed to get to the door of the siren with everybody full health, everybody no stress, all level 1s and 0s, all level 1s and 0s. Everybody on our team was level 1 and 0. And we're on a level 3 siren. I'm like, we shouldn't do this. And I went in and we almost got her. She had like 160 health and we got her down to like 30, and then it went sideways. That was the only time I ever brought 2 people of the same class at the same time. Actually, one of those 2 people was the occultist, or one of those 4 people. Two were occultists. This was one of them. He died that day, but we got lucky and we brought him back from beyond. So, all right, again, use the shovel here. This is the one you want to use the shovel on, and then in the distance is the one you don't want to use the shovel on. This is what you don't want to use the shovel on. This thing, again, if you use the shovel on this, will give you, like, I don't know, 50 stress or something stupid. Only real utility I can think of out of that is using it on the flagellant to force somebody to go virtuous, or to go virtuous, to make him go rapturous. But again, why would you bring the flagellant to this location? Nobody here bleeds. You could, maybe if you were doing some weird off-meta build and you were trying to force one of your guys to go virtuous intentionally, and you gave them like the hero's ring, and maybe you had that one good week event or whatever it was. No, the one good week event is the one where it's like stress relief is like doubled. There's one event that's like you have a 15% chance to be more virtuous. Everybody that week has extra virtue. And then you can get that, there's like that one shambler ancestral item that gives like death's door resistance as well as 20% chance to go virtuous. Then you stack all those. The virtue ring's 25%, base game's 25%, that shambler item is an extra 20%. That puts you at 70% plus the 15. Now you're talking about 85% chance to go virtuous. Maybe then you force your character to do it. You'd hit that thing with the shovel, but I really don't see a world where you're going to intentionally give yourself stress.
The path is clear.
Most of the time, anyway.
We require only the strength to follow.
All right, this is kind of the what I called like the core 4 on this mission. Like these are the 4 guys I associate with this location. All right, that was nice. It's so funny. I hit this guy, the second guy, for 8, and he took almost no damage because he's so tanky. Oh, no, it wasn't him I hit for 8. It was him I hit for 8. Never mind. I hit the grouper for 8. Never mind. All right, just try to kill the back 2. Yeah, I think I just killed them both because they have a. Oh no, they're gonna take 1. They're both at 2, aren't they? Are they both at 2? They're gonna die next round. That's fine. We'll just go for raw damage here. This guy has no dodge. I'm just gonna go for raw damage because maybe we can kill Mr. Exploder in the front. Go for retribution, I guess. I just want to make sure I kill the big boy here. He's going to die next round, actually, too, from Blight. Yeah, we have 3 people that are ready to die next round. So, oh, Seabrace heals him. Never mind. Yeah. We're going to heal the guy that blows himself up. That's kind of funny. Great. Great. Although still awkward because he's still going to take only 1 next round, and he's got 2 health. Okay, so they're all almost dead now. I am going to have to... Wow, dude. You guys are really protecting your living bomb, huh? You healed him and oh wow. Alright, we're gonna guard break. That way I can kill that guy. Oh, I guard break the wrong guy. I forgot how that works. You guard break. Wait, hold on. Am I crazy? I thought guard break was bypass guard. Oh crap! Guard break only. Wow. I hope that doesn't end up causing us to get exploded on. It probably will. I made an error there.
Death by inches.
Dang. If I can stun him, I can get rid of the guard.
Ground quakes.
I stunned him. Okay, we can kill this guy if he doesn't go first. Cool. Here we go. Awesome. I messed up. What I was saying there was guard break. You need to use the guard break on the guy who's being guarded, not the guy who's providing the guarding. And that was my error. I haven't used that ability as much recently, and I just kind of messed that up. But luckily, we were able to make up for it by stunning the guy who was guarding. And then, yeah, I should have used the guard break on the guy, the drowned thrall who was going to explode up. The Dr. Mundo looking guy, the fat guy in the front. All right, that takes care of him so he can't blow up, though. I can't believe I did that. That's all right. All right, no reason to heal or anything like that. I guess I'll just remove his armor. He's already almost dead anyways, doesn't even really matter. The real threat there was just the exploding guy. I guess I can sneak a heal in. No downside to that. This guy's not really a threat. He's just a tank. And he's dead here. Whatever.
A time to perform beyond one's limit.
Alright, take the money here. I can take the sturdy greaves if I want to. We're getting dangerously close to the end of the mission. It's kind of one of those situations where, like, do I take this? You know, like, value-wise, it's about 1,100 gold over... I mean, what else am I going to take over this? And, I mean, realistically, I could probably just drop the torches. But I do have one more hallway to go down. Although I don't even have to go down that hallway. No, I do, because it's protective wards. That last hallway could have the last thing. So what do I drop? I guess it's probably the medicinal herbs. Use the key here. Yeah, I'll take all those. That's an easy replacement for the sturdy greaves, to be honest. Maybe now I actually do consider dropping the torches. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. We're going to interact with this in purpose and try to get ourselves another bad quirk if we can. Or a good one, I guess, if the game wants to give us a good one this time. Seems to love to do that. My God. I don't like good quirks. I want a bad one. Weapon Tinker is kind of cute. I don't really need it, but sure. I'm looking for bad quirks, dude. You got any bad quirks? You got any bad quirks? Everybody in our team has all the good quirks. Look at this crap. Like, stop. This guy doesn't have any, but everybody has good quirks. Alright. We're gonna go to this fight with less light, which does suck, but Ancestor's Candle will still be on by the time we get to this fight. You'll be missing out on your Sun Ring. Anybody else missing out on anything? No, it's just gonna be that item that's off. Not that big of a penalty. Alright, we still got a shovel. Wow. Hopefully the last hallway doesn't have a... Oh, wait a second. Have we already beat the mission? Yeah, no, we haven't. Okay. Okay, well, yeah. These are the guys you want to make sure you're accurate on. Oh, crap, I don't have her up front so she can use her Impale. That sucks. That's okay. We'll be alright. It's one of the last fights anyway, so... Alright. We'll just make sure one dies, right? The one that's already attacked. That was bad play. I should have attacked the other one. But I already hit the other one with the Eldritch, attack, so, in terms of pure raw damage applied, it's probably smarter to do what I do. Stun this guy then. Alright, and then here, I could go for... I'm just gonna go for raw damage on you. So we'll mark him and try to kill him next round here. Sure. Front guy's already dead. That guy's dead.
The slow death.
Well, that's awkward.
Unforeseen.
Now I can't shoot him with the person I marked him with. That's okay. Alright, then I'll mark you instead. And then I said Arbalest. My Musketeer can still kill him. Bring 2 Vestals, skip torches, max greed. For me, it'd be more like bring 2 Arbalest, skip torches, max greed. But not Arbalists, I meant to say Antiquarians. Because then at that point you can just spam dodge and just keep dodging and keep dodging and keep dodging, and then you're just running around gathering all the money between fights. I mean, when you get hit, it sucks because you have no way of healing, admittedly, because now you don't have the Vestals like you were describing, but... For a while it'd be really funny while you're running around like an idiot, they just can't hit you. Alright, let's go, dude. Alright, I'm gonna get sneaky heal in here. Good one. No bleed too. Never punished. Just finish this. 28 crit. Alright. Well, we don't have any space for any of this.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Don't have any space for any of this. I might be greedy here and drop the shovel. And we have already scouted the room, so there's really... Well, I haven't scouted that room, have I? There still is non-zero chance I see a treasure room. Like a secret room, I have to go to that hallway anyways. So if I see a thing that the shovel interacts with, like, the ground, like, there's going to be some stress event where I have to dig through with my hands. It's not that big of a deal. Most of the guys are healthy. Nobody has any stress on them. I don't really care that much to dig through some rubble at the end. I'm just trying to max my value on here. I don't want to drop the skeleton key, though. Yeah, let's just go with what we have here. Again, if we see a random room, if there's a treasure room here, I'll be happy that I did what I did. And we can always dive out of this if things don't go sideways here. If we see like a mariner. Oh. If we see something we don't like. Oh, I didn't switch their spots again, dude. Dude. Alright, let's go ahead and strip the armor off of... No, let's go for raw damage in the back, too. Alright, finish him. And then you... I'll just finish the bad guy. Okay, we're gonna live with 1. Cool. Him being so slow is annoying with the riposte build I'm trying to set up. Let's go for a... Man, him going last is so annoying. I guess riposte is still valuable here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Infect that little sucker. Nice. Ah. The Antiquarian Man-at-Arms combo is funny. Yeah. can actually showcase that on this like playthrough. I haven't really done anything with that really, but yeah, the ability to like, you know, like set up the riposte plus the get behind me ability, and then he's just like standing right in front of her, and every single time they try to attack her, he just like he jumps in the way and then punches him in the face with the buckle. Is pretty funny. I haven't done it yet. I probably should. Okay, dude, this dude is literally on boss mode. I can't kill him. Just die, please.
Destroyed.
Stun this idiot. Get stunned, idiot. Alright, you guys are wasting my torch. I was hoping to kind of get to the rest of this hallway with no torches. I mean, it's going to be, at this rate, it's going to be completely dark by the time I get down this hallway. That's the real game they're playing right now, is trying to waste my torch. Sure. I just don't have the damage to kill this guy. Alright, there we go, finally. Get out of here. What do we get? Torch, okay.
This expedition at least promises success.
Dodge Stone is technically worth more than an Onyx. Right, because it's about 1,100 gold. I'm not going to get hunger check for no reason. We're just going to accept that we need to keep some stuff around for food.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
Huh. Still don't know what's in that last room. Could be a treasure. Could be a treasure. Could be a treasure. So I think I'm gonna leave this money. Rather have the portrait, I think. Alright, let's see what's in this last hall. We didn't get hunger checked, huh? No hunger checks, huh? A fight! A fight! Alright. Probably gonna dodge. This human in the back, Madman's gonna dodge, watch. Oh, he didn't dodge. He had 20% chance to dodge. I figured he would. But we do have our shield breaker in the right spot here, not because I meant to, but because she moved forward last time because of puncture, so it looks like I did what I meant to, but I did not mean to do that. It just worked out well. Alright. Doomsday is literally irrelevant here. Stress is a non-factor at this stage in the mission. We're done, so that's actually what we want to see. The Project Grouper in the back slot is what we don't want to see, because him being in the back slot is kind of hard to hit. I guess we can always kill him with our musketeers. That's not that big of a deal. Painting stack to 3. Yeah, but I already have 3 here. Oh, you're talking about like just taking 1 because I could take more. Yeah, I just took what I took because I thought max value wise it's worth more than whatever it was I dropped. I don't know. Do I go for raw damage here, or do I remove this idiot's dodge and make sure he dies next round? I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to remove his dodge. Just make sure that I can kill him whenever I use my Eldritch ability. And then you can just go ahead and go for a retribution here. Yep. So he's dead this round, so that's fine. Get his last little stress in, his last little lick. Kill them both in the back. Alright, and then you can kill the tank. Or hit him for a lot of 5 per round. Yeah, he's just dead next round. Alright, you're only taking 1? Okay, then I guess you're the person to stun and hurt now. I wasn't attacking him because I thought he had more toxin on him, blight. Oh, that's right, because he took the blight from Impale, not from Adder's Kiss or from Captivate. That doesn't do a lot of damage. This is where Buckshot is nice. Yep, he's just dead next round. This guy's gonna die in 1 round too. So we're out of here. Barnacle Barrier is the worst thing you could possibly do here, sir. It does suck when you have no ability to remove stress, but when you crit, you remove stress anyway. But I was gonna say I have no real way of removing stress here. I'm gonna go for attacks though because I might get lucky with crits.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Okay. So this is where we drop the food. And we take this. Is there anything else I'd rather drop over that? The keys for sure. We're in the last room. So value-wise, the only thing in here that's actually more valuable than anything I already have is this 1 jade, which is slightly worth more than the keys. Elsewise, everything else is throwable. Because keys are only worth 20 gold. When you return home with them, shovels are worth 25. So that's only 40 gold. And we already are maxed out on money, so this pocket change is irrelevant. Yeah. And you can kind of see one of the reasons I was saying this. Like, citrines, we saw more than 5 citrines this map. But, like, stacking 5 of those is literally the equivalent of 1 ruby. So why not just take the 1 ruby and then sit on the chance that maybe you find another one later? This doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why citrines weren't either buffed or they didn't change the way that those stacked. I understand that you can have 5 of all different jewels, and then later in the game you can get that one blueprint that increases. It's like some kind of like a gym whatever shop or something. You can have like 6 of each, but like, why didn't they change it and make it like a graduated pyramid system where it's like you can stack up to 12 citrines, 10 jade, 8 emerald, or I guess 8 onyx, 6 emerald, 4 sapphire, 2 ruby. That would have made it so that like gathering up citrine didn't feel useless. And then if you see a jade earlier, you're like, oh yeah, I want to take that because I can stack those indefinitely. All right, I guess you got a disease here? The worries. All right. Replace tough. Yeah, I mean, tough is solid, but we didn't really want to lock that either. I mean, tough is fine. It's like a B tier. Wield is bad. We don't want that at all. I say bad. It's just not important. Flawed release is hilarious on him. This is actually probably lockable on him, isn't it? Last gasp. 1 speed. Yeah, this is a bad quirk. 1 speed when HP is below 50. That's crap on everybody. I don't want that on anybody.
The frothing waters subside. The advantage is ours.
All right. As I said, my goal this time wasn't to use this in order to leapfrog in to beat the... I'm not using this to fight the Siren. I'm doing this so that I can level up the guys who I have at level 3 now, or in a few guys, like I said, are level 2. I'm just going to use that mission that we just did to immediately do another mission on this location to kind of get our guys leveled up to go beat that Siren. I don't care about this padlock. We've already got one. Don't really care about this man-at-arms one either. I guess then if that's the case, I am going to go do the long one because we're going to be stronger for a longer mission, which will then help us get an even bigger bonus on the EXP from it being a long mission. So we're going to go do this one for the max value EXP, and it'll help all these guys kind of level up a bit. When I say all these guys, this might not be the cohort I bring. I'll bring Shieldbreaker for sure. I might bring the Occultist just because, you know, he's probably going to hit level... He won't hit level 4, but he'll get real close to it off of it. He's so close to already level 3. All right, let's step back real quick. I know, but my own design doesn't include these limited loot bags, so it's not a lesson for me. Wait, I don't know, but my own design doesn't include these limited loot bags, so it's not a lesson for me. I don't know what you mean. Are you like a modder? Did you design a mod or something to add that in there? I don't know what you mean, buddy. All right, here. Let's look here. Patrice here. You had the worries. The 30% stress is actually kind of a thing on this mission. Because we have that stressful incantation ability or whatever it is. No, it's stress wave. Stress wave is what the pelagic little guy does. Stressful incantation is the thing the occultists do. Anything worth buying here? Nah, we already have all those items mostly, and none of them are really things I need. Let's go see if we can actually find a good person here. Eldritch Hater is right, like, perfect on this class. Like, that's who we want it on. And I think we actually... The card has what? This is the guy I was talking about getting rid of, right? He has literally nothing. I just took him because he had high levels. Yeah, I'm dropping him. Eagle Eye's fine. I mean, on him, I think is actually okay. I think Eagle Eye on this class makes a lot more sense than people give it credit for because his abilities all have random high crit, randomly. 8% crit mod? Like 8% crit mod? And it just passively, having Eagle Eye will just give him random stress relief all the time. And suddenly you've got an occultist like casually removing stress from the team, just casually. It's not as reliable as some of the other stress relief in the game, but it does add up and matter. I think if you added a gym bag to the game, though, like, you know, I see what you're saying here, though. I feel like adding a gym bag to the game would cause problems in balance, though. It suddenly makes... Anytime you do anything that increases the size of your loot bags, it trivializes a lot of the difficulty of the game. It's just kind of like a hard thing to do without breaking the balance of the game a bit. Maybe if there was a way of, like, you could, like, before you go into a mission, you go and you talk with like the nomad wagon, and maybe she has like a thing you can buy that gives you 1 slot for gyms, and then after you have that, it replaces a slot in your inventory with like a deeper bags like for gyms. There needs to be a cost benefit, like a trade-off. It can't just be like a once you get to this part in the game, now we're going to make your bags bigger, because then it's just like, you know, suddenly you're just better forever, and it's just so powerful, and it kind of trivializes that, like the mini game of inventory management. which is part of the inbuilt system that's supposed to make it structured and hard for you to actually make. You have to make serious choices. The problem is there is no serious choice for citrine. That's why I don't like it. Anyway, what I was trying to say here, though, with characters, yeah, you need to get, oh yeah, Inui we don't care about because Inui, I don't know how to pronounce that word, minus 25% virtue chance doesn't matter on him, so I haven't even wasted my money removing it. I do want to get rid of the worries, but I think I'm bringing her, which is annoying. I can't really do much about that. I kind of have to. All right, so I think what I'm going to do here is go ahead and set up who I'm bringing. I'm bringing Picard. Or am I bringing Vupont? No, Vupont didn't level up, so we're not bringing him. Well, that's actually good, too. Then I don't have to worry about the Crimson Curse. That's one less person to have to think about, like, inventory-wise. But Therese is coming. After that, maybe Perry here. There's decent damage against people with blight-related things. But that's now 2 level 3s and a level 2, so we're kind of, like, on the lower cusp of what we want to be doing on a veteran tier mission. We make up for that a bit because we have the extra damage from the Cove damage. But we don't want to set ourselves up to fail this mission. I don't want that to happen. So I'll probably bring something like the Highwayman here. I really hope that he doesn't get rid of Undying, or Unyielding, I mean. I really like that. I'd like to keep that. But if he does, it's not the worst thing in the world. Hopefully he'll lock Tippler. I could bring Fortier here, but I think I'd rather just guarantee I have damage. Like, I already have healers. I'm not bringing a healer. We have 2. We have a big healer, and then we have the person that undoes the random bleeding. Yeah, we need a damage dealer here. So we'll bring the Highwayman here and then lean into the ranged, the range side, I think. Duelist advance is cool, but like I don't think I need that on this mission. We also don't have the thing from the stars, so I don't need riposte as much. It's not really that important. Oh, hold on, actually. You're level 2, you're level 3. Downside about bringing you is you got the Crimson Curse. Also, this character is so like focused on bleed build. Such a weird version of the... I've said this multiple times, but this is so funny. I literally have a Plague Doctor who wants to be an Incision build. I've never seen that before. Like, Beast Hater, Beast Slayer, Warren's Tactician, extra damage on the Warrens. Like, Photomania, Photomania is just good on everybody, but, like, this character is leaning heavy into the Bloody Herb build. Like, it's very off-meta. I think I'm going to bring Crayon here. Continue that Pico here. This is a reasonable one to take because of the lack of, or the removal of protection here. The problem is I don't really need it because I already have a person who's removing protection anyways, and she ignores armor, and then he applies blight, or she applies blight, so we don't even really need it. Yeah, so we don't need him. So we'll go ahead and roll with this squad, make sure I level them up as much as possible, and I need to make sure I go look at the crew and see who I have available to me, see if there's anybody that's worth bringing. Actually, did I want to level up Pierce here? Did I want to level up Pierce here? I think so. I don't really care about puncture. We're going to deal enough damage anyways. We have enough raw damage that we don't really need the ability to guard break. I think I'm going to roll with this. Oops. I already had him selected. Yeah. There's all the things that apply blight. And then level you up here. You're on level 3, but you can go higher. It's all going to be the range things for you, though. We're just going to lean into the ranged attack stuff, and I'm going to give you the belt buckle here. Let's just do that now, so don't forget. And then hard, you can level up. No, you already leveled up. Right. No, right. Oh, right. Dang. So I was thinking about getting rid of him for the other occultist, right? Because the other occultist actually has a good quirk, whereas his stuff is just a bunch of jank. Eagle Eye's okay, but the rest of it's just whatever. This guy actually has a decent quirk in Elder Tater. I mean, I say decent, really good, right? Elder Tater is premium on the occultist. Is it worth taking, though, just off of that? No, I don't care about any of that. I already have enough. I'm not even going to look at the Houndmaster. I got enough of them. Okay. Octodrop's really good on you, but I think I already have. Don't I have? I know I have 1 Macy. No, I think I have 2. Macy's been sitting here forever without any use. I just haven't used this character. I need to get her. Name just sounds like a girl. But Evel, which was originally Evelyn, by the way. It makes me wonder if maybe the leper's a girl. Macy and Evelyn were these 2 characters' names. Is the leper a girl in the lore? I don't know. I'm currently designing my own darkest dungeon to slay the Spirish across the obelisk, saying, oh, like a rogue builder, a rogue style game. That's awesome. That's cool, dude. Precise Striker is really strong. Yeah, he's leaning into some good things here. I don't want to get this legend. Evel's really good. I don't like my other leopard, though. Like, I mean, I don't like him. What I mean is, it's just not exciting. Hasn't really done anything. Hard Noggin's a solid, like, upper B, lower A tier quirk. Not in this class, because this class doesn't really need the stun resist. He's already got a lot, and also, in addition to that, has no, like, riposte abilities, and it's not squishy in general, so it doesn't really care about stun resist. I'd much rather this be like Clotter. It's a solid generic start. Is this better? Night Owl's not what I meant. Hot to Trot's pretty strong, but I don't know. I'd much rather, I think, just have like the Photomania, the less stress over the course of the whole fight. The Hot to Trot's really good on classes that deal a lot of damage, like already, which is like the Leper. But like, it's much better on characters who, like, I like it on characters like the Grape Shot Blast version of the Highwayman, who's attacking multiple people, because I can, do a lot of damage in the first round. Because remember, Grape Shot Blast doesn't crit. I mean, it has like minus 9% crit or something like that. So having extra raw damage round one can sometimes just wipe the entire enemy and, just get rid of them immediately. Wounded's cool. Healer's Gift's funny. No, this is healing only at camp. That's bad. We do want to keep an eye out for an Abomination. We haven't found one because we lost our other Abomination. I think we literally don't have any anymore. Yeah, we need to pick up an Abomination. I just haven't found one that's any good. And the one that we had that was level 6 that died against old Wolf during the knock the door from the humans that attacked the hamlet. He didn't have any good quirks anyway, so if we get a chance to bring him back from the dead, I won't even do it. Like, I don't even need him. I guess maybe it's the Occultist. Daredevil's not really what we want on him. I don't want this Occultist. Like, he's the best option out of everybody in this group.
To fight the abyss, one must know it.
Alright, that's fine. I already have 2. I don't really want that. I'm going to bring Picard, though. Picard's already level 4. He's the highest guy that we have strength-wise, and he can help us kind of actually go beat the Siren next. So he's the highest chance we have for beating this mission, bringing him now. The Worries is really irritating me that she has that here, but alright. I go to say the Worries is annoying, and as soon as I do it, this Plague Doctor blocks me from trying to show you what I was trying to read by talking. Yeah, the Worries is really annoying here. We have no real way of removing stress, but it is what it is. Guess we'll just try to make up for it, maybe through... No, these characters don't really do well in camping stuff or stress. I don't have anybody that can remove stress in our squad. I still think it's really weird that the game designers decided to make both of the heavy stress relievers, or all 3 of the people I can think of that remove stress very well, all deal bleed damage. Right? Like the Jester, the Houndmaster, and even the Flagellant with Endure. All 3 of those characters remove stress, but they all deal primarily bleed damage, which essentially means you have no blight focused character that removes stress. I don't like that design. I wish there was a way, because there's no real way of fighting stress on these low missions unless you like suboptimally bring like a Jester and have the Jester just roll battle ballad inspiring tune solo finale and then just don't use any of its bleed effects. It just seems weird to me. A weird game design decision. I don't like that. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and do this Cove mission here. Despite the fact that stress is going to be a serious problem, I think we'll still be okay. Just lean into as much damage as we can do here. I'm going to bring Eldritch Slayer's Ring. I want to deal extra damage, just hit hard. This Hot to Trot is a lot of fun. I did this in a previous mission. I actually had Gunslinger's Buckle, Hot to Trot, and I also did the Quick Draw Charm, extra speed, extra crit first round. The problem is that I'd much rather just give extra like 10% or extra like 15% damage on the first round or whatever, because the extra crit is really cool. But the problem is it doesn't synergize well with Grape Shot Blast, because Grape Shot Blast obviously gives minus 6% crit. So, first round you're not going to get the chance to crit very often, even though that offsets it a bit. I'd much rather, just deal extra raw, flat damage. And so this Eldritch Slayer Ring, so the 2 of these together, look, 25% damage, 20% damage, extra 25% damage on first round plus accuracy. We're going to hit, and we're going to hit hard, right? Damage modifier minus 50%, plus 25, plus 20, plus 25. So round 1, we're going to be hitting for 120% damage to 3 targets. Three targets are going to get hit for full damage from a regular attack. So 3 enemies are going to take somewhere between 7 and 13 damage. Pretty strong. I mean, assuming they don't have armor, but that's okay. I make up for that with the Shield Breaker. And the combination between starting off the mission with a grape shot blast followed by like an impale is just going to be insane. Though if I do that, I need to make sure that I am bringing the point blank shot to kind of reset their locations, and that'll be a good synergy. Like, is he faster than her? No, she's faster. So then that does cause an awkward situation where if she goes first, then she uses impale, and then he can't use his grape shot blast from slot 1. You can't use any of your abilities in slot 2. Well, you can use disorienting blast, but I don't want to really use that. Okay, that's kind of awkward. That's kind of awkward. Maybe not Eldritch Slayer's Ring. Maybe it's something that gives him extra speed. That kind of breaks the whole thing, though. I guess I could intentionally then switch their spots. Start him off in slot 1, and then she goes first, and then she'll just like immediately go forward with the Pierce, and then afterwards he gets to hot to trot, shoot everybody with a grape shot blast, and then the next round she can clean him up with the Impale. Although that gives less time for Impale to tick. But they're probably going to die anyways, because then you're going to follow up, you're going to start off the round with Blade Grenade. I think this is still better. I think this is pretty solid, because at worst case scenario, I have to point blank shot the person in slot 1 and hit them for a million. Downside is if it's the super tanky pelagic guy with the shield, it feels real bad. But if it's like the exploder guy, then he dies instantly. I mean, if it's anybody but that guy, he dies instantly, so it's not the worst case. Yeah, I'll try this as it is. We got Gallows Humor, that's good. That's going to be our stress reliever. And Bandit Sense, so I'm probably going to use these two when we go to... This is a long mission, so this is 8 out of 12 respite points here, and then I guess I can also use 2 encourages here and not feel too bad about it. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just thinking about stress being a real factor due to the fact that she has the worries, and we have no real stress reliever on our team. It's the only real thing that I'm concerned with on this mission. All right, let's step back really quickly before we start that mission. Make sure that the people who we have, I know for sure the Plague Doctor needs to have her abilities leveled up, as well as armor, I believe, too. I'm not going to give you Noxious Blast. We're just going to lean in on the background stuff like I normally do with this character. Not using Incision. It's a mean ability. Yeah, you're fine. We already leveled all your stuff, right, didn't we? Yeah, and then your stuff is already leveled because I bought you with all those skills already. Or I guess recruited you. And then Perry needs to have armor leveled up. You guys can also level up on armor too. You know, it is good. All right, let's go do this mission. I guess I could go lock some quirks on people, but we're so good on quirks right now, I'd rather just take some time to, like, save our money. Maybe I'll get rid of a bad quirk that's not locked on a few people. If there's anybody with that. Stress Eater could go. Bohan has love interest. I don't care about that. It's not a big deal. All right, let's do this a little more efficiently. Let's run through the... Oh, these guys are going into the mission with me. I can't use them. Torn Rotator. I still think it's funny, though. I mean, I'm still thinking about keeping Torn Rotator on him intentionally because I can lock him as a full range character and then just have Eagle Eye and just go full into the ranged version of him. I'm going to leave it. These are good. Tippler's good. All those are already locked anyway. Torn Rotator's great on her. Flawed Release. We won. Oh, wait. We talked about that. He's all melee, right? We actually like that. This ability... See, this decreases the chance it can crit. This ability deals no damage even though it's ranged. So... that's irrelevant. Yeah, he can lock Flawed Release and be happy about that. Bad Gambler is a good one to lock. This is a person to remove things from. Right, because we've talked about Pico not having anything really going for him. He's got On Guard, instead he's okay. The rest of us is bad. So this is a character who we need to kind of get rid of some bad stuff. He's got a lot of bad stuff, so he could be in here for weeks getting rid of stuff. This is a good option. Remove Curious, it's awful. Bad Heat. Oh, I took her. I took her because she was level 4. Just because she was level 4. I remember her. She has bad stuff going for her too, but it was a Vestal, so I took her anyways. I didn't have any because I lost her in a previous mission. So she's another one to remove things from. Definitely getting rid of Bad Healer. I want to get rid of Fear of Eldritch. Actually, all of these are just like real bad. Clotter's worth locking. I'm not going to lock it this week though. It costs extra money for no reason. Let's get rid of Bad Healer. She's a heck of a project. I mean, honestly, it's a lot of money to spend on somebody who's got 3 bad quirks, but I don't have any Vestals, and I just haven't seemed to roll any good ones in a while. All right, let's head on in there. We got all you dudes ready to go, besides the fact that you're not carrying any items, I guess. Give you a blast from this vial here, and I'll probably just... Not really a lot of other items I care to give you, I'm going to be honest with you. extra damage to elders. None of that matters because you don't deal damage on the front end. You deal damage from the blight, and the blight is like, you know, deals damage over time. Enemies at lower tier missions like this don't have any chance of, you know, you're gonna hit. The blight's gonna affect them. Huh. What do I even pick? I guess maybe dodge, but I lost my camouflage cloak because we fought against Wolf and one of our guys died with it and I couldn't take it back home. It was one of the only items I couldn't take home. That's awkward. Huh. I really don't know what to take for your second item. I don't think there's a really good option here. I mean, the Sun Cloak's, I guess, fine. I could also give you a Solar Crown, I guess, maybe. The extra dodge, I think, is slightly better. Alright, and then for you, clearly, Demonic Cauldron. Unless somebody's already got it. Yeah, somebody already has it. Who's the other guy? Let's remove the trinkets from people. I forgot to remove them at the end of last week. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. You will take the belt buckle. Are you serious? Is it not down here? Why is it not down here? Why is it up here? So the guys that aren't in my team, their stuff went to the bottom. The other people... Weird. Weird, man. I know you're using these. Let's get this set up right now. Well, actually, no. I don't want you to use Ancestor's Candle because you're going to take extra stress from that. I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to give you something that lowers your stress. We're going to take care of your stress. This is a long mission. Let's give you Solar Crown. And then for you, I mean, again, you're gonna affect anybody and everybody you hit. It doesn't really matter what I give you. I just want to make sure you get the Cauldron. That's really the only thing you need. And I guess I'll just go ahead and give you the Ancestors map. I mean, it's no harm. Extra scouting and trap removal. Everybody's got their abilities unlocked? Yes? Not vapors, yeah. This is better for this location. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this is what I want. Does anybody have any stress? I don't want extra stress. Anything that removes stress is really what I'm interested in here. That's not your job here. Not yours either. You have Gallows Humor, which we're gonna have to lean on a bit here. Well, if that's the case, maybe I'll step one last thing here. Let's make everybody have access to Encourage. I just want the ability to flat remove some stress if I need to, and make sure that's selected on everybody. I don't care about Wound Care. Wound Care is okay, but like this guy does a better job of it anyway. Yeah, this is fine. Alright. Let's go do a mission here. Right? Because I looked at all these people and I picked up that random occultist? Yeah, let's go. We'll do this mission here real quick. Leapfrog us into some higher levels on our guys here. I did put you first because I want you to be able to use point-blank shot if you go first, which will be rare, but if you go first, then you can immediately pierce, get to slot 1. And then you can follow up with a huge grape shot blast from slot 2. Yep, seems like a plan. Alright, longer mission. I usually try to bring 2 stacks of food, maybe some extra if I can afford it. That seems fine. We have healers. So I guess maybe something like this is fine. I'm a little aggressive with the amount of food I bring now. I have the money to do it, so I can. I'll bring like 2 bandages, maybe 3 actually, since we have a character that can bleed people. Actually, no, we have the Plague Doctor that can undo it. Anti-Venom is kind of like whatever on this location. Again, I'm not even going to bring Anti-Venom. I literally don't think it's valuable in this location at all. Oh, we have to because the Plague Doctor. That's fine. Keys. Longer mission, I usually try to bring 4. I might even bring an extra shovel. Few holy water. Probably just 1. Keys, we got the medicinal herbs, maybe 3 of those actually. Bandages, whatever, fine. We got all that. Food, we got that. We need torches. Long mission, so we need 2 stacks. And we're ready. Very high probability that we see the collector here. Just my guess. Probably we'll see him. And that'll be fine. So our comp is, a lot of damage. I mean, this is going to deal a lot of damage. That might just literally, like, hit the collector for, like, 40 damage or something. We'll see. What's his level? Level 3? It's possible. Just being a little paranoid, making sure all my abilities are what I want. All right, let's go. Let's go. Thralls will explode if left for too long.
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
Alright, well there's some free food for us at the very beginning of the mission. So if that's the case, I'm just gonna aggressively just try to kill these guys, deal as much damage as possible immediately, not even worry about stunning. Just hit them for damage. 9's a lot. Alright. We will just try to hit you for a bunch here. And then let our grape shot blast do its dirty. Yep. Grape shot blast me, let's do it.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I'll heal her. It's just a lot of value to leave on the table. There's no reason to eat food just for that. Alright, and then you're already dead, right? No, you're not. You're almost there. Guess I'll just finish you. Stress removal's nice. Anytime we can do that, it's nice. Alright, and I'm gonna go for a pistol shot and just try to kill him.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
And then I'll go for a heal. Not a good one. Please don't bleed. Awesome. I mean, whatever. I'll go for it for maybe a crit. Got a crit even. We got to remove some extra stress, and that was nice. Okay.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
The citrine will not stay on this mission. We will not keep it long term. It'll get dropped, so if I need to drop it now, I will. I'm not taking a citrine. I'm not taking 3 citrines over an emerald. The emerald's already worth the same as 3 citrines ever. I'll take the food, and I'll take the anti-venom. We leave the citrine 100% of the time, always. I don't care about that. You couldn't pay me to take that item. Yeah, sure. I'll drop the holy water. Who cares? All right, burn a torch. Quiet, 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 quiet. It's so quiet. I was kind of hoping to see
If only
some
treasure
scoutings.
could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
All right, this is why, you know, Grape Shot Blast and Old Impale are pretty good, because yeah, I could remove his stealth, but why? Like, you know, like it doesn't even matter. All right, we'll stun you, I guess. And we'll get in there, I guess.
Obliterated.
I guess we won't need a Grape Shot Blast here. Nice dodges. Alright, I can't see that guy, so I guess I'll just remove the dodge chance on this guy. He's got 14 dodge. It's actually not trivial. It's a decent amount of dodge. This guy's gonna die instantly from a shot in the face, because I can do extra damage against marked with his, oh no, I'm sorry, that's special shot. This guy should just die, though.
Eradicated.
I said 40 earlier. I was exactly right. That's wild. Alright, so I can't hit this guy for this round, but I don't really care. I'll heal, watch him bleed. Nope. Awesome. Cool. Whatever. Never punished. And now this guy's just dead from anything. We'll heal this guy. Raw damage, here we go. Boom! Okay. This guy's like, not this time. This time, though. 2 crits in a row. Good grief, shield breaker. Yep, there's our second emerald. That's awesome.
This expedition at least promises success.
And now it's already worth more than a citrine. Like, you can't convince me that citrine's even worth the slot. Like, ever. Like, I literally would not use a citrine. I think the only time I'll ever carry a citrine ever under any circumstances is if it's, we have a short tier apprentice level mission and I have no other slots that need to be taken. Like, I literally have empty slots to give. These guys have very high blight resistance, so we're gonna go for a double stun. That's pretty much the only thing that the Plague Doctor can do in this fight is stun people. So in this fight, the Plague Doctor's just gonna double stun and then try to stun one, and then double stun and try to stun one, and then the rest of the fight will just be these guys trying to deal as much damage as possible, because we are not built to deal with bloodsuckers.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Although it kind of looks like we are.
Onslaught.
This went really well.
Destroy them all.
Wow, that went really well. No Crimson Curse. Awesome. All right, we'll go for a stun on... Well, you can't be stunned. See, this is why it sucks. I can stun, it's just a really low probability. Oh, okay, even with 50% extra stun resist, he had 90% chance to... Okay, worked out. Nice. This guy is just gonna... No, he's not quite that low. I was gonna say he's just gonna die from Blight. Not quite. All right, we'll hit you instead, though. Blight resist is irrelevant. We're just looking to deal as much damage as possible. This kills him outright.
Decimated.
Okay. He's blowing all his big damage at the beginning of the mission just to try to style on people. I'm telling you, man, my god, like, the extra damage or range skills, the crits are ridiculous. Alright, random heal, I guess. Not a most efficient use of your turn, but that's fine. Can I even hit you? Okay. It was like not letting me select it. Maybe I'll get a crit. Seem to be getting a lot of those.
Give them no quarter.
Alright, we don't have the means to be taking blood right now. We're not doing that. I will be willing to take 2 Onyx. That's a lot of Onyx. The sad part is, the thing I want to drop right now is this 1 shovel, but I can use the shovel on the clam immediately afterwards, so I probably, as much as this hurts, will just drop both these. I think the bandages are worth less than the food. Even if this occultist bleeds people, we just undo it with the Plague Doctor, and the food represents way more healing long term. We don't need the blood, so use our 1 shovel here.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
I'm probably gonna take the money over the Dodge Stone, because the Dodge Stone's not making it home. This is a long mission. It won't make it the full mission. It'll get dropped. The money will stack though. All right, up, left, back, down, right. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rooms I have to walk through. 10 to get back home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so going up is still faster. Yuck. A lot of backtracking here. Oh, you're not the one that had the map.
Mind that such missteps are the exception and not the rule.
Yep, that was just a flat-out error on my end. Clicked the wrong button there. Or clicked the wrong person for that. Just a mistake.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Uh-huh. Hopefully we get the chance to remove armor before our... I'd love it if my occultist got to go before him. He didn't. The reason I was saying that... Actually, this will work out great here. Round 1, though, you get hot to trot, so you're not going to be able to do the damage you normally do. Let's just go for a pistol shot. Hot to trot does so much damage. All right, now I want to start removing the armor. What I was saying was it would have been nice if my my occultist could have removed the armor off this guy first, so that I could use grape shot blast, but that's okay. All right, we'll go for a plague grenade. This will just kill the front guy. He's just dead. Well, he's not actually quite dead. He's gonna die in 2 rounds. Go for an impale. That'll kill him. Well, I would have killed him even without the blight. Sure. Arterial pinch is a lot of bleed. But we have a person who's literally built to remove bleed, so she's probably just going to be removing bleed the whole fight. That's fine. Okay, you're basically dead. Stress wave on you that's dirty. It's already, especially since I actually interacted with that trap the wrong way earlier. Let's go for a point blank shot. Should do a lot. Remove that armor and all that. So I'm gonna let this guy die on his own. We're gonna go for a pierce. I guess I could go for an abyssal artillery. Just hit him on extra damage here. That seems reasonable. No, extra armor removal is still probably better overall damage. All right, take your huge damage and then heal yourself. Offset that real quick. Get rid of that bleed. Arterial pinch again. Just keep going for the same character. It's like, no, you are bleeding. Nope, joke's on you, I'm not bleeding. You tried. You tried.
Slowly, gently. This is how
All right.
life is taken.
Do I go for a weird reconstruction here? I think I do. Yeah, 0. Bleed back? Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. So this thing's just dead anyways, right? Oh, not quite. Doesn't have enough bleed to just die. Pistol shot will kill him.
Their cursed champion falls.
All right, I'm gonna eat. Well, actually, no, I'll keep this food. Right? And then the money will stack here. I'd love to take these deeds. I just don't know if we have the justification for that at this stage. Because we're going to come back. We're going to find enough stuff to start replacing these things. I could, if I really wanted to. Sleep here? Take it?
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
I'm only going to use 1 food, though. Or 2 food. I don't really need the heal. And the stress relief is only going to hit 1 person, so I'm not going to do like a feast. Instead, what we're going to do here is we're just going to spam encourages on her. I guess I should also make sure, though, that I don't have a nighttime ambush first. That's always important. Gallus Humor is kind of unnecessary right now. And it has the chance of adding, like, a bunch of stress to her. How much does it add, possibly? Possibly 10 stress? Of course. Like, I literally said that was how it was going to happen, and it did. That's okay, though. Everybody else is low on stress now, so we're okay. That's fine. Of course, all the stress went on the 1 person I didn't want it to go on. I knew that would happen. Alright, whatever. That gives us a little space. We'll come back and open this on the trip back home. Nice scouting. Nice scouting. Alright, so you need to switch spots here. That way he starts off shooting. Yep. Stress wave on him is kind of irrelevant. Don't really care about that. Alright, we'll go for a plague grenade. And then a captivate on you is probably the most damage here. I did this on purpose. I'm not going to actually start off with hot to trot. I'm going to start with like a stealth removal here, I think, on this guy. Or no, he's just going to die on his own, right? Would it be better just to let the plague grenade hit twice? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, it's no damage, but... And then I'm just going to remove armor from you. And then we're just going to dogpile on the big guy in the front. Yep, that's the guy you guys seem to like to pinch. He's been pinched now 3 times. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave her alone. Stop attacking her. Just leave her alone. Stop. Okay. She's probably not going to be using what I said, which was the removal of the bleed here. I want to use Weird Reconstruction on her, but I just can't because she's bleeding right now. I guess I can. Let's be greedy. She bleeds is going to suck. Cool. Alright, shoot him. Crack herself a crustacean. He's just dead. Wow. Nice. Alright, now let's offset that. That was a huge crit. That was awesome. Huge crit.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
That felt real good. How do you get to go first? Alright, heal up. Kill him. 3rd emerald feels real nice. This is going to be an emerald map.
Push on to the task's end.
So I'd like to take these crests. We're running into the same problem I was talking about before. Like, what do I take the crests over? Is the crests better than the gold? I mean, that's possible. A stack of 12 crests, would I rather have that than a stack of gold? And I think the answer to that is, like, yes, because eventually I would rather have... I still have a lot of blueprint locations that I can spend crests on. I think I need something like 700 crests eventually to get to it, so that's probably more important than gold. We'll take crests where possible. I don't have the space for this 1 shovel. Come on. Sometimes I wish you could pick up items on the way back through an area. It'd be really nice. But I don't think there's anything here I'd rather take this over. I mean, the food is kind of one thing. Actually, that's probably correct. I'll do it over the food because I can always use the medicinal herbs on the way back through here to interact with this fish. If I need food on the way back from if I get unlucky with my hunger checks. Let me go up first. Go through these fights. Wow, food is plentiful here. My God. All right, that's fine. Yep. We're gonna maddening wine. The one guy who can... This game, man. It's just gonna be 4 people.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
I hate that design. hate these characters. I've said it multiple times. I cannot stand the sycophants. They're the most annoying enemy in the game, hands down. They just came in here and hit her for 60 stress. Just boom, 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 boom. I'm like, come on, why is that in the game? It's just trash. There was no meaningful way for me to fight that off. Just good luck. Now you're stressed out. Trash design. All right. Just die. Whatever, we can offset it, we can remove stress. That's just so stupid, I hate that. Poor design. So like game design wise, like I have no problem with something going like going wrong. Like if something goes wrong, I was like, oh well, that didn't work out. But RNG systems, when they stack, can feel really bad. Something like that, like there was no meaningful way, me as a player, I could have done anything about that. And that's kind of part of the game, and bad things happen, you're gonna have to just deal with it and figure out how to do the best with what you have.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
But you'll never convince me that my character getting hit for 65 or 70 stress over in one round before I even get the chance to even lift a finger is good design. I'm sorry, I'll die on that hill. I think that's trash design. Those little sycophants, I think, are some of the worst designed enemies in the game. Them going super fast, it just makes it really impossible for you, because there's no meaningful way for me to fight that off.
Handsome reward for a task
Yeah,
well
eat the food, I guess. I'd like to take the fortress. Again, I need to stop interacting with Curios until we come back, right? I mean, it's marginal. It's not going to really matter that much, but... Huh. What is this mission? Is it, like, rooms? Oh, I guess I'll drop the medicinal herbs. I mean, I don't really care too much about the fish, right? Like, I got 24 food. Are we really going to run out of food? Is this... Complete 100% of room battles. Okay. Okay. So we know that room, that offshoot room to the right is actually not a fight, so I can actually fight this fight, and if I get a lucky scout, I might be able to just take off back. I'm actually more interested in leaving faster now because I got cheesed by the sycophants.
A singular strike.
That stress relief is nice. Ooh, lots of damage there. How are we getting so lucky with the rolls? Her base speed is 8. His base speed is it 8 because of Hot Trot? Why is he so fast? His 8 speed. 2 from a trinket. Oh, right, Ancestors Candle's doing work. Him going before her is insane because that's making it so that we can stack the Grape Shot followed by Impale. Awesome. Okay, cool. Okay. Come on, man. Don't dodge. Alright. This guy's dead next round, so whatever. Cool. These guys are just both dead already. Alright, I'm just gonna go for random heals. Because I might get lucky on crit heals. That's what I'm trying to... I'm gonna try to sneak some extra heal. Extra stress relief if I can. She doesn't want to be healed, that's fine. There's no reason to heal on one of these guys and get a random bleed stack going for no reason on him. I'll just go for an attack. Alright, it's cool.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Scouting chance was core or key there. That was good. It's a room battle. We got to go anyway. All right. So you don't have. Hold on. You know what? I might go for a trap disarm chance anyway. 45% chance. I'm just thinking about like how this goes wrong. We can still sleep on the way back home and get rid of all that random cheese stress that we got. Alright, we're alright. I'll burn a few torches here. We've got more than enough torches to make it through this whole mission. Plus we got one more sleep, so... Okay, damage is fine. I'm not really worried about damage killing us. I'm more worried about crits. The stress is really the big thing. Yep. Alright, we'll go for a double stun here. Deal with the frontliners. We have enough damage that we can kill them. It's not damage that's the problem. Okay. The Grape Shot Blast is going to work out real nice then. These guys have a 14 dodge. I guess I'll remove some random dodge from somebody. Crit's nice. More stress relief is always great. Alright. You don't get to Grape Shot Blast, which sucks, but... just kill 2 of them. It's basically the same thing as killing, almost killing 3 of them. Alright, that's alright. It's good. Nobody's been hurt too bad, so it's fine. Now I'll just go for... I'm just gonna go for raw damage. I don't need to single target. I'm not gonna impale here, because there's a chance I don't kill either of these guys when I use impale followed by Grape Shot Blast, and I think I could just kill one. Well, maybe I actually go for a mix of Grape Shot Blast on this guy now. I don't know. I can't stun the frontliner. Just go for it. Let's just be very greedy with the Plague Doctor and let her just heal herself for a while. Maybe she gets crit heals multiple times. Okay. Well. Cool. I still keep using Axe here because he can crit. He has really high base crit. The Occultist does, so he can just randomly remove stress from people, himself included, obviously. We're just trying to optimize as much as I can stress relief here. Sure. Let's go to 1. Okay. Heal yourself. No crits this time. That's all right. We got 1 earlier, which is already more than we really expected.
Well struck.
Sure. Nice stress relief for my Plague Doctor. I love seeing it. All right, this is cool.
As victories
oh, nice.
Mount, so too will resistance.
I'm not gonna bring the other portrait though. We'll find more things. All right, let's go back. We'll interact with this little sack. It's probably nothing of value here, honestly. Yeah, whatever. Oh, we do have space for that. Actually, pretty good drops, actually.
Must be carried home.
All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way back, and then we're going to probably sleep in that treasure room. Get rid of a slot by sleeping. Remove the dog pile stress relief on our Plague Doctor. Kind of make up for that. Yeah, again, I could interact with these, but I already dropped my medicinal herbs. So, and also the reason that we brought it in the first place. Actually, hold on. What's in this hallway? Just get a good quick look at this. Just see if anything is valuable here. I don't care about that. I'll interact with the bag. Okay. Same thing as last bag. It's fine. We'll take it. Don't take stress relief on my Plague Doctor. Of all the people that take the stress relief, or take the stress, come on, 2 in a row. Stop. Just took 18 stress from walking backwards in the hallway, like, and it all went on the same character. The one character I did. This game is cheesing her. She's just getting obliterated by stress for no reason. She's been hit. She got hit by the stress wave thing like 3 times by other guys before we even got to the sycophant fight. And the sycophant fight was like 60 stress on the one character. Holy crap, cheese. No. All right, now there's a chance that she won't like it because she's masochistic.
Firelight and uneasy companionship.
I'm about to go on tilt. Absolutely poorly designed.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
She still has these dreams? This is like the 4th one?
No rest by the fire tonight.
Okay.
Precision and
What?
power.
This is where it's disgusting. By the way, you might not have realized what just happened there. Let me talk for a second here, tell you what just happened. Normally, stress is not an issue when you go to sleep because you can remove stress from people because you have like stress removal activity things, right? Normally. But because this character's masochistic, things like feasting, things like all the normal ways of fighting stress relief actually can possibly go wrong, and it just went wrong multiple times. And again, this is just bad RNG happening and stacking. Again, great game, but bad RNG stacking is bad game design. It just is. Encourage not working because she's masochistic, on top of the fact that she got cheesed by multiple hits from the sycophants. There is no world where that's good game design. The other thing that's happening right now that actually is working to our advantage, which is totally on accident, is I thought that all the dream sequences are over, but by total chance here, we happen to run into a dream sequence in the perfect scenario for it to happen, because this shield breaker happens to have Twilight Dreamer. She ignores stress, or ignores stealth. By total wild chance, we have 2 people on our team that can see stealth people. Like, total chance. So this little cheese fight that could have been really awful is not even going to matter. Sorry, game.
The blood.
Joke's on you. That's wild. Fight that could have been terrifying ended up being a joke. A literal joke. Like, that's awesome. So that worked out for us, which is good. Two down. I thought you guys were stealthy. What happened? Yep. Alright. Alright, we'll just go for a 21 dodge. Let's remove that dodge. Dog pile on that snake. That's crazy. We're still in really not a good shape because this poor plague doctor. But we're okay. We're still fine. Right now. Okay. Whatever. All right. A beautiful thing.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I said this in a previous episode. I was like, are there really 7 dreams? Because I thought we were done. There are. That's the 4th. That's only the 4th dream. As the wagon careens along the mountain road, I make my choice. I will not go to the vizier. I will not be this man's prize, his plaything. With practiced grace, I slip my bonds and lunge for open air. The wagon teeters, and the guard shouts. Wheels drift and horses panic. So we take this thing here, which is a unique item we can only get in this location. A 4th emerald is disgusting. I should probably take this journal page to have it, because we haven't seen. These are the only times you can get these. I'll take the Aegis things. I haven't got the chance to really use these too much, and it's worth having against a big boss. We could save these for later in the game. These are probably worth more than they're one-time uses. They're probably worth more than random busts. I'll be honest with you. We might leave this mission early because we have 2 really stressed out people. Oh, hold on. We have a huge amount of stress relief from our plague doctor. Why did that happen? An absurd amount of stress relief just happened to her. 50 from beating the dream, I guess? Awesome, but I don't know how that worked. We'll take it. This is a unique item we can only take in this location. I don't know if the journals... I don't know if this journal is specific to that dream or if all journal pages are interchangeable, so I'm kind of in a position where I want to take this just because I don't know. It's kind of awkward. I guess I'll take this over the busts. I'm certainly taking that, and then leave the money. This is a long mission. I mean, there's so many other things we're going to be finding over the course of this mission that are worth more than these 2 things. These things are valuable, but what do I replace it with? The thing I want to replace it with is the journal page. But again, I don't know if this is specific to that. Does anybody know in Twitch? I see quite a few people here in Twitch. Do you guys know whether or not this journal page here is unique to this dream sequence? Or is any dream sequence journal entry page interchangeable with another journal page once you've actually found that dream? Because we just read that story. And now I would assume that this journal page, if I take it home, I have that story forever. But if I throw it away, can I find it again later? Or is the journal entry just gone forever and I never get the chance to find that? I can't read it when I get back to the Ancestors' memories. I feel like that would be bad if it was designed that way. Because that's the only way you can get it, right? The Sphinx Tip Spear, that's the only way you can get this item is from these dream sequences. I don't know. Alright, whatever. I guess I will... This is 2,000 gold. Yeah, I probably just dropped this, right? I don't see a world where I take other things over what I've got here. I think the Aegis scales are pretty powerful. These are the kind of things that you bring into some boss where you're struggling against a boss and you just have it so you can just guarantee that you cheese a few free hits. It's like a get out of jail free attack 1 round every single round. And you could stack 6 of these against a boss that you really hate. So I'm gonna keep it. They're one-time uses. You can never get them in any other thing except for those dream sequences. I could just drop the torches. Maybe I do that. We get 8 left for a giant room set. Yeah, let's do that. Let's drop the torches there. I doubt I care about what's in here. I can't see a world where I get anything out of this I care about. We've already got, 6 crests. We've already got the stack of portraits. There's just nothing here that I'd rather take this over. I mean, if this had been like, another emerald or like a ruby or something, like a few rubies or something like that, then I could see, like, I would switch some things. Oh, the money. Wow, I guess I might have just left some money behind. I didn't realize this wasn't a stack of 1,700. That was just a mistake on my end. That's okay. I'll find some more. It's not a big deal. Money's pretty easy to find on long-tier missions. You find it just everywhere. I need you guys to switch spots, though. All right, stress is a real issue now for her. It's kind of annoying that she's like super stressed out since she won the dream. I feel like she should remove that if she succeeds in the dream, but whatever. All right, here's a fight. Okay. That guy needs to die fast. He stressed a guy I don't care about. Awesome. That worked out great for us. All right, we'll go ahead and go for a plague grenade here. I could stun him, but he already gave up one of his attacks. And then we'll go for a grape shot blast. Lots of damage there in the middle line. Shocker's kind of annoying. The crit's really annoying.
Blurred vision. The end approaches.
Okay. Guess we just remove the armor from you. The crit's cool. Alright. Yep. I was hoping we'd be able to go one more time before this, but... Riddle me this. How does this character get absolutely obliterated by a slow-moving jellyfish, get every single possible bad thing ever, then become stunned, and then somehow this fast-moving, like, merfolk guy with a long-range, like, poker ability somehow misses her, and she can't even see because she's stunned. Or I guess can't move.
Powerful blow.
Awesome. Not quite gonna die though. It's gonna go to 1. Gonna go to 1. Stress wave, sure. I feel like how this game became more about stress than it became about anything because of those sycophants earlier. Like, the mission was fine, and I said stress was gonna be our problem in this mission. There's the sapphire I was talking about earlier.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
I can't justify taking a sapphire because there's no guarantee I'm gonna find another one here. It's just not worth as much as just taking a guaranteed stack of gold. It just isn't. If this is early mission, maybe, but it's just not worth it. I like what I have a lot more than what those could be. If I could get, if I saw 2 sapphires drop, obviously I would take that. But 1, there's no guarantee I'm gonna find another one over the course of the whole mission. Well, you know how that kind of stuff works. I'm gonna find another one as soon as I go into the next fight. But it is what it is. All right, you remove traps here. Really wish I could remove it from my Plague Doctor. That's why earlier I really wish I would have been able to switch to my Plague Doctor, give her the map, and have her switch over. Because it'd be a very different game right now if I hadn't gotten slammed by those unnecessary cheese stress. Sure. One fight here. These fights are a lot of dudes, man. Every fight has been 4 people. Okay. I think I'm just going to go for a double stun here. I could go for Blight, but I just feel like we have so much raw damage that we can take care of them anyways. And then I'll go for a Grape Shot Blast, and then... Oh, actually I can't because he's in slot 2. That's fine. Or slot 1. This guy's going to die anyways in 2 rounds, so it's no big deal. Yep, he'll die next round, so it's no big deal. Yep. No crit. Didn't even matter. Alright, now this guy in the back will probably still get to go first because he's fast. Marked yourself? That's no problem. I don't care about that. Now they're going to die in 2 rounds, but he's going to get to go next here. Oh, wow. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we just wipe him. You love to see that. Alright, I guess I'll shoot him.
A devastating blow.
Crit on an ability that does, like, no damage. For 7. That's an absurd crit. Whatever. Another crit. Good. What I was going to say here was, wow.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely
like, wow.
a trick of the light?
I have 5 onyx. I don't even have the space to take the next one. That's a sack of 2,500. It's good. This is where I'd almost consider taking another one, because, I mean, if we could get 2 more of these, then we almost have another sack of gold. But I'm not going to take any more onyx here. But what I was going to say, though, is this ability I just used tracking shot. This ability does minus 80% of his normal damage. So he did minus 80% and then somehow crit for 7. That's crazy. Yeah, I'd love to take these. I'm just in this weird spot where like all the slots in my inventory are kind of already accounted for. I guess maybe the portraits are worth more than a random stack of gold. You could also make an argument that maybe I just dropped my torches.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be greedy.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
It's fine. All right. Yep. Them being surprised is super nice for us. That's really good here. Well, you need to stop your random little act outs. See, it feels like you've acted out like every round for the last few rounds. Ends up not mattering because these characters can still do things from here, so kill it.
The ground quakes.
All right, and then after that, everybody's slots are switched, but I just wanted to take care of the person that was stressing us out. These other two guys are not a threat, right? I just really don't want to get stressed out anymore. I'm tired of it. It's fine. All right. Okay. That's a fast jellyfish, dude. Yep. It's a fast plague doctor, too. All right. Yep. Ha! Got a whole stack of emeralds. That's gross, guys. That's a lot of emeralds. That's a lot of money right there. That's 30... Hold on. 3,750 gold right there. That's crazy.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Yeah, I would never normally take a journal entry. I would never take a journal entry on a long mission. I just don't know if this journal entry is unique to this mission because of it being like a dream sequence. I don't want to take a chance that I never get that journal entry ever because of that. I don't want to take a chance that like if we drop it here, we never get to collect it because it's a specific journal entry to her unique DLC content. I don't know if how that works. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to do what I'm doing. You're just dead, which is awesome. This is the guy I was afraid of fighting against because this doesn't deal this much damage to him. I guess I could also just use tracking shot here. Set ourselves up for like more damage next round. That's fine. And she just keeps getting stunned. All right, wipe these two bad guys off here. What? 215 crits is wild. I'm not complaining. All right, now just wipe this guy. Yeah, so much armor, man. Cool, good dodge. All right, no. Still not dead. You tanky tard. Oh, man. Die. I can't kill you. You're so tanky. All right, I'm going to have to heal. He's going to keep bleeding him. Oh, my God. And you're going to stun the guy that removes his bleed, aren't you? No, you're just going to make a choice of who she wants to save. Okay. Your bleed per round is a lot better than his is. So we'll do this, and then I will use my occultist. Kill her. Thank you. I'll use my occultist to heal him then. No, we're not killing anybody here. We're going to stick around another round. I want to heal. Offset this nonsense. Fool. No bleed, too. That's awesome. Chirp. Awesome. Okay. This is going to kill him. I'm just going to switch spots. No reason to kill if I don't have to here. Heal. Oh, man. You got to go before the shield breaker? I hate you, Plague Doctor. Oh, nice. That was a good crit. Remove stress from 2 people we wanted to see it get removed from. I can't take any of these. I can't interact with this with a shovel, so we'll just see. I doubt it has anything I care about. So much money. I want to take it, but I can't. There's just nothing better to take it over. This is 2,500 gold. This is 3,750 gold. We already have a lot of gold. We're walking out of here with all kinds of gold. Unfortunately, I can't tell whether or not this is the last room. It could be. This might be the end of the mission. It's not. So, switch you guys like this, I think I did last time. Team stress a lot over here. Alright, I'm just gonna go for plague grenade here. Just gonna go for damage. Alright, whatever. Go for as much raw damage as I can output here. Awesome! Nice job! Okay, cool. That was good. That was real good. Taking out 2 of those guys real quick means a lot. That's how you beat those little sycophants. You just overwhelm them with damage super quick before they get the chance to kind of heal off. It's just that they have a lot of dodge, which kind of makes that sometimes impossible. Wow. They got to go before that little dude. Both of them did. Oh, the Onyx, man, I would have had 2. I would have had 2 now at this stage. Yeah. I mean, it would have been the right play at that time, maybe, to kind of speculate on it, but I still think it's not worth doing it now. It's just a sunk time argument at this stage. As I said, I'll find another two Onyxes before the mission's over. You mark my words. That'll be 9 Onyx in one mission. All right, we got to be getting close to the end of this mission, man. I don't have any torches. I dropped them thinking that might be the end of the mission, but yeah, whatever. Ain't that big of a deal. Okay, no scouting is kind of irritating me. Okay. Okay. Call the Deep is pretty funny on that character. Guy has like no base damage already. Okay. Plague grenade him. Plague grenade is so disgusting against this guy. Look, it did 0 damage to him. He's going to take 5 damage. So literally wasted that guy's whole turn. I'm going to remove armor from this guy. I don't know if I can. This guy's arterial pinch could straight up kill this guy. We're going to chance it. We're going to remove armor from the Uka Crusher. One round. Hopefully he doesn't attack my my Plague Doctor. Hopefully he doesn't. Please leave him alone. You can't make this crap up, man. Like, seriously. Like, I say it, and then it happens. Like, exactly as I say it was gonna happen. Like, come on, man. I have to remove this. It's just cheese, dude. It'd be funnier if I didn't know exactly what was gonna happen. So those 2 are dead. Now I just gotta heal you. Good heal. I was just hoping it wasn't a 0. More RNG stack on top of our RNG stack was not what I was looking to see here. Pistol shot's the most damage I can do. Cool. He's not quite dead. Very close. Yeah, very close. Tidal Slam's a lot of damage, I think. I think it stuns, too. No big deal. The fight's basically over. You see what I'm talking about? That, like, I literally said, I was like, oh, we're gonna get stressed out on these characters, and that's what's gonna be hard in this mission. It happened. I was like, hopefully this character doesn't get stunned anymore, or it doesn't get, like, you know, arterial pinch happens. I'm like, this is what's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, like, it'd be funnier if I didn't know, right? Shut up, die.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Seeing a bandage after this fight is actually funny. The crests are good, but, like, again, we would have had, I think this is, like, 18 crests we left behind, but, like, what's it better than? Yeah, theoretically, I would have had, you know, a whole stack of that over the portraits, but, I mean, whatever. What's the fastest way to get these guys to switch? I don't think I can do it. Oh, yeah, that's right. It doesn't just switch exact spots. All right. Let's get through the rest of this, man. So much random money. We've left behind so much random money. It's wild how much money we've just never picked up. Feels bad. We're almost out of here. It just feels like... Now I feel like I really wish I'd kept my torches. Be the last room, please. Oh, my God. You gotta go all the way to the end in total darkness.
Watch your step.
Oh, nice. Oh. Okay. Okay. This time you're gonna make it not bleed resist.
Terrors may indeed stalk.
Gotta make it
these
epic for the last fight, I
but
guess.
Yonder, a
Let's go.
glint of gold.
Okay. Really? Okay. Do you see the cheese? Do you see the cheese? This could go sideways super fast if we don't watch out. Yes, that was the one thing I was afraid of, was that guy. Okay. Very different fight now. What? A crit 6 heal? Okay. Alright. Alright, just heal. No, don't do something stupid. Just cheese, dude. It's literal cheese. Everything that's gone wrong this entire mission has been that one fight against the sycophants, who absolutely changed the whole feeling of this entire map, this entire match, to be all about, like, the stress. Like, we were totally fine. I had completely removed the stress of this plague grenade guy, or plague doctor.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
It's cheese. It's literal cheese. Literal cheese. Literal cheese. This plague doctor has been dragged to the front 3 times now, too. Just keeps getting dragged to the front. Like, literal cheese. This whole mission has been cheese. I deserve that. I deserve that after the cheese of this mission.
Shines brightest against
I deserve it. That's 3 times this character's been dragged to the front. She's been picked on the entire mission for no reason other than the game just decided to screw me. I'm moving her to the front myself with that shot that time. I just realized that was actually my fault. My bad. Sure. Not on death's door, though. Don't care. Okay, let's get out of here. We're almost done. They died one round, so we're fine. Don't care about that. Courageous was a really nice trigger there. That's awesome. All right. Okay. Okay. I just can't get you guys to roll in the right order. Awesome.
Pummeling.
Okay. Just heal, I guess. More bleed stack. Sounds about right. Cool. Let's get out of here. Let's get us out of here, dude. Thank you for the cheese. That's enough cholesterol for me. Oh my god. That would have been 10 Onyx in one mission. I said this would happen. I made a joke about that. It doesn't matter. I'm still taking them because I have the food. Dude, we got cheese so hard this mission by them. So many things I literally said would happen exactly as I said them. I was like, we're going to see, watch you mark my words, we're going to see more Onyx if I don't take these here. Saw 10 Onyx in one mission. Didn't have the space to take other things. The Plague Doctor, everybody on the team, I was like, stress is going to be a factor this mission. It's really the only reason I'm afraid this mission could go sideways if we don't watch out. Exactly what I said happened. Every single person on my team got stressed out. We got obliterated by the cheese of 3 sycophant. Stress, all on one character. Put her over the edge instantly. Then that's been the whole story the rest of the mission after that. Then the arterial pinches kept hitting the same character, and I kept joking, she's just going to get pummeled. It's just going to keep attacking my one Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor, literally, if you go back and watch this clips, go watch the whole video, this is literally, this whole mission has just been the Plague Doctor getting picked on. And I said it, I was like, this is going to happen. And then it happened. This is going to happen. And then it happened. I'm like, and then the very last fight, I get stuck in the front. They move it around, put the Plague Doctor in front. She can't move in the front slot. The one spot she couldn't be. The game was like, no, let's make this epic for the last fight. But you still lost. I won. Screw you, game. All right, let's get out of here.
At last,
Good
wholesome
Lord.
marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
The marine life wasn't the problem that mission. It was the stupid sycophants. Dude, the more I play with that DLC, the more I realize why people hate the Crimson Courtyard. Like, the combination of the speed, the dodge, and the stress, plus the random Crimson Curse. I actually don't even care about the Crimson Curse, believe it or not. That's the thing that feels the most terrifying, because it's like, oh my god, what if I get the Crimson Curse? But once you're later in the game, like where I am, you've got the Sanguine Venters, you've got multiple sources of like ways to go out there and get blood. There's not really that big of a deal anymore. I don't care about the blood. I hate the random, like, here you go, you're going to take 400 stress, and you have no mechanism whereby you can stop it. Good luck. It's like, why? Who thought that was good design? It's just cheese. All right. Unholy Slayer is okay, but not at the stage in the game. I don't really care that much about this. This is something that you build around early game. It's never something you lock. There's just not enough unholy enemies in the game to care that much about this. Stout was what he had before that, which was okay. We also didn't really care that much about it. Scientific is pretty mediocre. I don't care that much about it, but I don't like it when it comes up and you forget about it, so we'll get rid of it. Nocturnal's bad. Love Interest is great. Great. It's one of the most expensive, most prohibitive, non-combat negative quirks that you still lock, because it makes it so that you have a good locked bad quirk that doesn't affect you during the missions. So it's worth locking. It's just the most expensive one, you know. We'll only visit the brothel in town. These are the ones I think about sometimes removing, because there's other better ones like Tippler to lock, or like Witness, or other things. Being forced to go to the brothel is really annoying. The thing is, we're so far in the game now that I have the puppet show thing or whatever, that now I don't even really need to worry about it. I can just passively remove stress. But this week it's going to cost us a pretty penny, because this character, Perry, now is masochistic, so I have to go spend the full cost to get rid of that stress. So
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
all right, where are we now here? So now we're definitely not going back to the Cove immediately. I got my guys leveled up to 4 like I wanted to. I'm going to take some time to let them stress relieve, right? That's the goal. And then I'll have a core 4 guys who I feel very confident about to, like, well, not necessarily these 4, but I have a decent cohort of guys that are 3s as well that I can I'm trying to build up. Right now my goal is to build up a core group of guys that I can go attack the Siren and then follow it up and fight the drowned crew. I might actually bring a few 3s and a few 4s. That way I don't like level up all the 2 3s into the 5 section. That way I can still bring them back to back and immediately follow up by fighting the crew too, because I don't want to have all my guys suddenly be level 5 and now I have to like bring up a whole new crew of guys to fight the Sunken crew. There's also an argument to be made that maybe I take a few weeks off and don't even go fight her, and then use this time to take these 4 guys or whoever that's level 4 alongside to go fight the Miller. Because if I remember correctly, I believe in the Colors of Madness DLC, I believe the Farmstead, you don't level up from beating a mission here or doing a mission here at all. I think it's just for like limit testing for to see how far and how strong your characters can get on that mission. Your characters don't really die once you get to the endless mode, but I haven't beat the Miller, so I don't think I've got to that yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember. The main thing that sucks about doing the Farmstead this late in the game is, like, you know, once you start having Crimson Curse people, 1 week in the Farmstead is still ticking the Crimson Curse. So people are still, you know, running around the Crimson Curse in your team needing blood, and you're not actually actively finding any blood. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that have 7 people, so we're actually now net negative. We got 7 people. We have enough to support 2, or for 6, right, without any need for extra missions. Because remember, 1 blood is drank by a person every 3 weeks, which means 1 blood is drank by one is let me say that right. You can support 3 people with the Crimson Curse on 1 blood a week. Because 1 person drinks a blood every 3 weeks. So if you have 6 people, you can support 6 people on 2 vials of blood a week, which is exactly what Sanguine Vintners does. So we have 7, we're a little over that, so we are living a little on borrowed time when it comes to that. But let's go check something real fast here. We're not doing this mission, but let me check something. They all have the random diseases too. They need some time off to recuperate before we go fight that. But we have 22 blood, so we're not really hurting for blood right now. We're fine. So I'm going to take some time to go send these guys to upstate or whatever to remove their stress here. Harry, you have bulimic, minus 20% healing while camping. The worries, vampiric spirits. Yeah, let's get rid of all this crap first. I'm going to send you to go have your stress relief next week. Let's just get rid of bulimic right now. I don't want to think about all that crap. We've already talked about this guy. I don't really care about his bad one. Minus 25% virtue chance doesn't matter in a character who can't go virtuous. So we'll just leave that disease on there. It's not that big of a deal. Elsewise, I guess I can lock a few quirks maybe on some people that need it. Hold on. Go out here, make sure that you're out of my party. And sort this correctly here and look at sort by level. Sort by stress actually probably first. The card, do you need stress relief really? No, let's send you in there and start locking the quirks I was talking about. So this is when I would like lock Eagle Eye, remove Perfectionist. Order Rotator we don't take care about. We don't like Tuckered Out. Did he just learn that too? This dude will not stop that. Oh. My dog is like freaking out. You okay? Alright. Well, we should probably look and see what we got going on here before I send anybody in there. Ooh, wow. Okay, On Guard, Eagle Eye. Whoa, dude. Okay. Hard Skin's okay. Not really on him so much, but this is a solid 2 good quirks. So these are both worth locking. Hold on. He's already level 3. That's not a joke. Let's look at what we got here. Middleton, who has Eagle Eye, the same character, right? He's got Deviant Taste, Torn Rotator. Deviant Taste, Torn Rotator, which is actually flavorfully on point with him having Torn Rotator and Eagle Eye. It's kind of funny. He's like forced into the range build. Whereas this guy's one level higher. He's already got Eagle Eye. Unquiet Mind is fine. Dud Hitter is not good. Sickly's not good. Ruminator is not good. So the question is, do we like Torn Rotator, Deviant Taste, and Eagle Eye over a level 3 character who has all his stuff unlocked with already having Eagle Eye, On Guard, which are both good, and then he's got Unquiet Mind. Guy's better. Middleton needs to go. Torn Rotator's, you know, kind of a meme pick. I'm really just doing this to kind of lean into the idea that he's got Eagle Eye, so he's like, the story is this guy's got a Torn Rotator, so we lean into being a gunner. But there's no reason to go for that specifically. The Deviant Taste is fine, only visiting the brothel. It's the same thing we talked about before. It's like, actually, he's the reverse, not love interest. He won't visit the brothel. This is actually a very open-ended, it's like the reverse of love interest, right? Love interest is like, you have to go to the brothel. This one's like, you don't have to. It's the only thing you can't do is go to the brothel, which gives you 5 stress opportunities. This is far less ridiculous. But I think he's still dismissible. And then we'll take this guy.
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need of sterner stock.
That's all. Royce in the middle of that's a Royce in the middle of a fart.
Elusive, evasive, persistent. Righteous traits for a rogue.
So we'll lock Eagle Eye. We'll remove minus 10% disease resist. Let's just start removing everything from him. We'll lock Eagle Eye. We'll spend a few weeks on this guy, and then we'll have a good starting point for a level 3, you know, highwayman that just kind of starts hitting the ground running. That's great. We have a full list of people now, though, so... wait, we have a full list of people? Did I drop the other guy? I didn't, did I? How's that possible? I must not have dropped the other guy. I thought I did. I must have done it in my head, not realized it. Where's that dude at? Highwayman, where'd you go? Am I hallucinating? We dropped him, right? How do I have a full... Oh, I already had a full roster. I dropped one, picked one up. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Alright, Cecil has Eldritch Hater. We talked about this. Vupont is really good, even though he has the cravings and all that stuff. He's got Bad Gambler. He's got Unquiet Mind, Beast Slayer, Luminous. This dude is loaded. I can't get rid of him, despite the fact that he has the Criminal Curse. Picard, we were just talking about him. We were thinking about dropping him specifically based off of what I said here. He's only got Eagle Eye going for him and then a bunch of junk. But since I have Cecil, and he has just Eldritch Hater, he's in a really good starting spot. The problem is dropping Picard here feels bad because that's the guy I was thinking about bringing with us to fight against the Siren. I don't have to drop him. I'm just saying if I want to pick up another person, it's Picard that I drop. If there's anybody else I want to pick up over him. I don't care about these classes. I already got all these guys. The only ones I would want to check is you. Thick Blooded's hilarious on her. Sorry, you know. It's good. We'll take that. That's decent. But I don't really need an Antiquarian at this stage in the game, right? I don't care about that too much. I already have everybody else in this list. So yeah, I guess the Picard lives to fight another day here. Really, the Hellion was the only person I was interested in taking here, because I don't have any Hellions. Yeah, I keep getting Hellions. That's two weeks today that I've had a Hellion that had 2 healing-related things. Plus 15% healing skills while camping. Plus 10% healing skills while camping. This girl needs to stop camping. It's actually funny because that's a part of the game I feel like that was kind of underdeveloped. Because if you go look at the blueprints over here at the far end, Outsider's Bonfire, 2 additional respite points if you have at least 1 Abomination, 1 Hellion, or 1 Leopard in your party. There was clearly some thought process to like pushing like this bonfire, like sleeping kind of whatever thing a little further than they did it, and they just kind of cut it short. But having the bonfire thing matter more and her like leaning into it's kind of an interesting idea, and in general I think that's kind of neat. Either way, I think we've got our full list of people ready to go. I don't think I have anything here I want to buy. I think we're good. I'm gonna go lock some corks on some people here. I already picked our yeah, that's right. So I'm thinking about like who I locked and who I just put in there. That was our highwayman. So is there anybody here, sort by level, anybody here that needs to have high level guys that need to have their stuff locked? Precise Striker needs to be locked on him, right? Extra crit to melee skills. His accuracy's not that great, but I'll just lean into the crit and always give him focus ring. I need to lock Precise Striker if I'm going to lock it, though, because he's got all these other random quirks that are starting to develop, and even though he doesn't have any bad quirks locked, Faithless is a good start. I'm going to go ahead and lock Evils, although there's an argument to be made that maybe I bring a group of guys here. I've got a lot of bleeder guys. I have two bleeder, like, guys here. Actually, I have quite a few guys. I could go do this. Start thinking about... Maybe this is the time to go tackle a random Viscount mission. I've got a lot of level 6 guys that are like all already have the Crimson Curse, that are all bleeder guys. I say bleeder guys. They all apply bleed, which is really good against it. Like I have 3 of them anyway. Actually 4 if you want to include Campbell. Even though they don't have the Crimson Curse, like 2 of these guys don't. But I could bring in Evil, although Evil's really bad against pretty bad against the Crocodilian. The other guys are really good against the Crocodilian. These 2 guys in particular are disgusting against the Crocodilian. Marking him and then like constantly spamming Hound's Rush on him is just disgusting. No matter what slot he's in, he gets hit. The Flagellant's not so good against that character, but he's still playable, right? Because you've got Punish, which is good in the first 2 slots. That's obviously what you want to be doing. And then you've got, you know, you could do like Redeem and then heal your 2 teammates in case 2 people go low. You can kind of offset it. Plus, he's also got Reclaim, which guarantees that people that are on 0 almost like don't die, which is really all you want to worry about in the Crocodilian, because the Crocodilian will hit you for a lot of damage. And then the other problem against the Crocodilian is long-term stress ramifications, and we have quite a few guys here that have stress help. I still think it's so weird that design-wise, we've got 3 characters here who are heavy into bleed, right? Campbell, I guess I should say this right, Jester, Houndmaster, and Flagellant. All 3 of those classes are heavy into bleeding, and they have the 3 best stress relief abilities in the game. Why did the designers of this game put all the stress relief on bleeders? Why isn't there one for like a blight dealer? Like, I just don't understand. It seems like it's such a massive mistake. I don't get that. I mean, yes, there are other people who have the ability to remove stress, like the Crusader, but what I'm saying is, why doesn't like one character in the game like have the ability to remove stress? I don't know. Yeah, there's camping skills, but I mean, as a built-in ability during combat, that just seems like a clear weird mistake. Like having all 3 of your stress relievers all be bleed-based in their damage type. Means you're really set up. Like if you have a team that goes up against the Bloodsuckers, yeah. If you have a team of guys that are all bleed-based and they go up against the Bloodsuckers, you're fine, because they're going to bleed them. They're going to remove the stress afterwards. The only thing that they're worried about is if they get the Crimson Curse. The other guys, though, if you bring a bunch of Blight guys against it, you're like, this is a nightmare. I can't hit you. I can't stun you. I can't do any damage to you. You can't be blighted. You can't be stunned. You don't take extra, you know, it just sucks. And then after the fight's over, I have no ability to remove stress because my classes don't remove stress. So to me, that's an obvious flaw. And it's not an intentional one. You can tell it's not intentional because when the game came out, Crimson Curse was not related. It was not released. The Crimson Courtyard did not exist yet. And when the game came out, they already had the Jester and the Man-at-Arms, the Houndmaster both already existed. So we already had 2 bleeder guys that had a stress relief ability. So they were a very similar class in a lot of ways. They both bleed multiple targets. They both they have a single target bleed nuke, right? Between this slice off is basically the same ability as Hound's Rush. Obviously, this works with, marked. I'm talking about just generally. One target bleed ability, single target bleed ability. Both have 140% chance to bleed, right? They both have high percentage chance to crit, right? 12% crit mod, 9% crit mod, same ability. Harvest hits 2 people and bleeds a lot. Hound's Harry hits everybody and bleeds for a little, right? Similar. Stress relief, right? They're the same class in a lot of ways. Yes, there's semantical differences, like this character has a random stun and a self-heal. This character has a giant finale, super nuke, but otherwise they're extremely similar. And then later they're like, okay, we're going to release this separate DLC with this flagellant character, and we're going to make it bleed and remove stress. Why did this character get that? I mean, I understand that thematically it actually fits this character very well, but I just really wish they had given a single character in the game the ability to remove stress that was related to Blight. The only characters that remove stress outside of those characters that I can remember off the top of my head, I guess, are the Crusader, and then occasionally, if things go well, you get lucky with your Skeet Shot, which can remove 1 or 2 stress occasionally. That's it, though. Notwithstanding characters that remove stress from themselves with Solemnity or Absolution on the Abomination. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stress relief for the team. There are people who can stress mitigate, like stop stress from happening in the first place. Like, I think Bolster, right? Stop stress from even happening. But as we all know, I mean, the more you play the game, the more you realize things like Pep Talk, minus 15% stress for the next 4 battles, is nowhere near as strong as just removing stress flat. It just isn't. I mean, if you know the enemy you're going to go against, if, like, let's say you happen to walk into a hallway, see a Shambler altar, and you're like, I have a log. I'll go back in that room, sleep, then I'll use Pep Talk, and then when I go into the fight against the Shambler, then I'm going to mitigate a bunch of stress. There are niche scenarios where it's more powerful to Pep Talk, but in most cases, the flat stress relief is just better. In my experience, that's just my opinion. I mean, people may, your mileage may vary on that. But yeah, I think realistically what that's going to be my next goal here. I mean, I would like to pick up this Sacrificial Cauldron. Somehow this is completely... We never got that, right? Am I crazy? No, we did get it. I forgot. Haven't used it much. Oh, that's an item I want. I really want the Wounding Helmet. I think this item is insane. I mean, the move skill chance, the stun skill chance, you don't care about that. Because when you're using this item, you're basically just saying, I want a Dismas's head for my Bounty Hunter, but I don't want the stress. The second 2 lines don't even read, like they don't even do anything, because when you're running with this item, you're using the Bounty Hunter and you're using, you're just going to be using Collect Bounty and finish him the entire fight. You don't care about the rest of it. Who cares? You're just going to punch him in the face with extra 25% damage. I guess this is actually the right time, though, to go and, wow, there is a built-in system. I've wondered about this for a while. There clearly is a built-in system that looks at the ranked list of all the items that you have in the game and says, okay, this guy has a lot of these rare items, but he doesn't yet have this Wounding Helmet, so we're going to have it appear in multiple locations. He doesn't have... Well, I already have a Restraining Padlock. I have 2 of those, but nonetheless, there are a lot of other examples of this. I don't have... Well, I have that. I don't have this. I don't have the Dark Tambourine. I don't have the Ancestors Vintage. There's a lot of these like rare items that I keep seeing appear week after week that I don't have. I think the game Rank Sorter prefers to show you items you don't own yet. I don't know if that's true, but it feels like it. Maybe that's confirmation bias. But I think this is where I'm going to go as the Courtyard next, and I think that's where I'm going to pick up on the next episode here. So I think I'm going to go ahead and close up shop, though, for now. It's 10:40. I've been playing for, this is 4 hours and 30 minutes. Got quite a few people here in Twitch, and I haven't seen anybody talk too much, not since Dagroth stopped talking here, but I appreciate all you folks watching. I'm not sure how many of you guys are fully engaged and kind of watching, if you are chatting or not. I appreciate the heck out of you guys being here. It's kind of fun to look over and see that number, and the largest cohort of people I've had kind of sitting there watching for a little while, actually. I'm kind of starting streaming. This is the first time I've really done this with any level of frequency at all, so I'm kind of getting into it. So I love having people here to chat with and stuff, so thank you guys very much for watching. It's really cool to have people here to chat with, even if it is a one-way communication when most of the folks are just kind of watching passively. So, but I need to let my dog out. She's been incredibly patient, just chill, just sleeping in her little kennel, not causing me any problems or freaking out or barking. So I need to give her a rest. So or give her some relief and let her go use the restroom. So, plus it's also getting pretty late at night, and I got a day job, unfortunately. So, but we're gonna go ahead and close up shop. I'm gonna do an outro, and then that'll be it. So, and also I should say this to those of you who are listening in the Twitch chat, I'm gonna go ahead and shamelessly plug my channel, so you'll get the chance to hear that too. So, but I want to give an extra special thank you to the folks that have been here, kind of sitting here and watching this entire time. That's awesome. And Dagroth, if you're still here, dude, good luck with your game. You've talked quite a bit here. Barnyard Brian, which I guess was you were the guy from the previous stream. You're probably not here. I don't know why you'd be here, but anybody who's here chatting, anybody who's got the chance to talk, I appreciate the heck out of you. So let me go ahead and give my outro and tell you about my other channels, and I'll see you guys hopefully next time. Maybe you can subscribe. I mean, if you want to subscribe. If you enjoyed the stuff, go ahead. I'd love to have you here. It's cool to chat. So that's going to be it for this episode, guys. If you'd like to see short form content, we're talking 10 to 15 minute long videos, the kind of stuff you'd watch over like a lunch break, the stuff you'd see in your YouTube Shorts feed, highlights from the last episode, meme videos where I edit in funny little memes and stuff like that for what happened in the previous episode. The kind of videos that you'll watch if you only have a lunch break to sit down and watch, if you don't have 4.5 hours to sit and watch somebody play a game for a long form. You can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming to see that on YouTube. If you'd like to see longer form content where I talk for a long period of time about game design, sometimes get off task and talk about things unrelated to gaming, I think I talked to a few people about like random politics from like the 1600s a few episodes ago. Somebody was talking about something. We've talked about dogs because I got a dog recently. If you want to talk about things that are not related to the game, just jump in the chat and just chill out and hang out and talk with me and my folks that are in the YouTube chat as well as Twitch here. Got a lot of folks here in Twitch today, which is pretty cool. You can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs to see the full length videos where I don't edit anything. It's the full video in all its glory, all the mistakes, all the frustrations, all the awkward moments where I stumble over myself and like I'm trying to speak and I sound like I don't know English. People knocking at the door, me having to stop for a second and go tell them, hey, I didn't order a pizza, I don't know who you are, my dog barking, whatever it is. So you can head over for that. You can go to that channel if you want to see that. So once again, that's The Blue Titan Space Gaming for short form content, and that's The Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs for long form content, unedited content, full length videos. You can see entire playlist of the entire game I played through from the very beginning to the end. Not a single part of it's cut out. So once again, I appreciate you taking your time to watch me. You could be anywhere in the world watching anything nowadays. The attention economy online nowadays is pretty rough. Everybody is fighting for everybody's attention to watch any number of things, and I appreciate you taking a little bit of time to sit and kind of sit here and watch me play a game from 10 years ago for a person who's kind of aged out of gaming and kind of trying to get back in a little bit for fun just because I kind of miss it. So it is a pleasure to sit down and play a game, especially a game that was made like this, that was made with like actual love. You know, the people who made this game actually really cared about gaming. It's not filled with all kinds of junk and ads and microtransactions. It's just a good game. It reminds me of playing old games like Final Fantasy, old Rogue games. Like, it almost has like the same feel as games like Faster Than Light. Some of those older games that are like 10 years old, 15 years old, games that are forgotten, people don't think about anymore, that are just great. And I love getting the chance to play this game. It gets my brain going. I could play this game for literal hours, which I have. I mean, I think yesterday I played it for like 8 hours. Now I played it for 4.5 tonight, so. But that's a long outro, so I'm just going to end it here. So until next time, I'm the Blue Titan. Thank you for your time, and hope to see you again. Goodbye.